Oh, that's fucking hilarious. All right, Adi, you ready? Yes, no, maybe so. All right, you've got an excellent chance to beat me because I am distracted with my project. So if you're gonna beat me, it's gonna be today. Zoot, Zoot came really close to beating me last. I'm working on my project right now. I'm working on my project right now. So if any time that you were gonna beat me, it would be now. There's a really good chance that you could beat me. I've won 89 games in a row, and I'm gonna now win 90, just because you said that. Don't worry, I won't lose. I mean, you're not gonna win, so don't worry. Don't worry about it. You're up. Good one. Find. That good one. You want me to smack talk you? Okay, that's legitimate. Oh, good, good. Liver. That's good. Oh, good. Gotcha, girl. Thank you for playing. Fuck. was not the case because I am an Uber Eats driver. And after the quarantine ended, I was hoping just get it. Yeah, it's nothing against her. She's a lovely lady. You know, I'd rather have a respirator down her throat, Jeremy. Yeah. Tom Murphy, everybody. Tom Murphy. Oh, yeah, look at you. This is very exciting. You've never been on this show before. I would remember you. Yeah. You are unforgettable. Well, I wish I could found this book. Montgomery's grandfather stand up incredible. God, like the third and same time. 116 or 14. I'm not sure which one. Are you an N80? What are you? Are you literally a cracker? Irish German. Irish German. Why? Yeah. Because that's one German. Wow. Look at you. Oh, shit. And you look like this all the time. Yeah. You go like grocery shopping. That head. Yeah. Do you get a card or do you have one of those like free hand things? Yeah, it depends on how long they got it. Oh, the shot. There you go. Stick with me. Yes. Not the way you got my shot. The moment to talk about right now. Yes, again, you look like yeah, a little bit ago. Can I ask a question? Yep. Is that a natural hair color? Yeah, no, I wouldn't do this to myself. I'm not going to self-harm publicly like that daily, I don't like that I'm doing this to all of you. I don't want you to. It's incredible. It really is. If you look at the story, I mean, it changed. You built Imagine what's going on here. Yeah, it is so white that we're actually that's the red, right? It is incredible. And off-duty. They got a lumberjack. They got kicked out of his family. He couldn't run on the phone. They were. I'm just in shock. I'm a little in shock. What do you do for a living with a headline? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna make it. I'm just gonna try to keep up with that. Good. Okay. I was curious about the Uber Eats thing. Real cold. 20. What's your love like? You're just leaving right somewhere. I fucking know you didn't compare to I found a 90-long tube in my fucking. Alright. What's your love life like, Tom? It's not. I wouldn't recommend it. Wow. Like you go on dates? I tried. Tell us. The question was, do you go on dates? It's no. I did. Last date. Yeah, I said swiping. I swiped for a while. Have you ever thought about using someone else's avatar as your avatar and just literally get a cat? I did. I turned down sex for 2 weeks. Yeah? Tell us more about that. Turned down. It was, she was 18 and I'm 29, so I felt like I was weird. Okay. What up, Miss Aquarius? Ready, girl? Absolutely. Anything for you. What's going on? Okay, excellent. Yeah, it happens. All right. Apologies, I wasn't able to play earlier. I was working on a project. Thank you, ma'am. Exactly. Slow. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am. All right. You got this. Straight down the middle. You've got it. Good spare. Really good spare. Nope. 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 Get some of them. Oh, get the other one. Okay, I'll take it. Get it, girl. No, I'm not. I'm not good at getting those. I'm always so afraid to go in the gutter that I never play it far enough over. All right, Mr. Aquarius, you've got it. Tough split. That's okay. Oh, that was bad. That wasn't just not what I. That was bad. No, it wasn't good. You know it. You know it, and I know it. You know I do better than that. We're keeping it close. Okay, get a strike here. That's okay. Oh, good. I got fortunate that you did not get that. There we go. That's right. That was a close one till the end. All right. Number two or three coming up. Hot off. That's right. Hot off the griddle. Get it. Not what I wanted, but I'll take it. I can get these. There we go. Got it. Got that spare. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, get it, get it. Hey, you knocked one down. No, get it. Oh, good strike. Now that's a big, big time shot. Because not only does it give you a lot of points, but it helps you for the next round. Oh boy, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Uh oh, you're gonna get me this time. You're gonna get me this time. Get a lot here. Get another one. That's okay. That's gonna take you up to like 41. Wow. Get him. Oh, you almost got that one too. It almost knocked it over. That was good. All right. I need a strike here. I didn't even come close. Get it. Nope. All right. 56. 57. I need it. And I didn't get it. You're going to win. You got it. Good job. You win, I win. Good job. Exactly. We're both 2-0. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius. Got it. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh. No, we're tied at 28. But you got it here. You got it. Good. There we go. Get these two. Get it. Thank you. All right. 3 strikes in a row. That's all you need. Get it. That's all right. That's right. Get it. Ooh. Nope, but I'll get the spare. I know I'm gonna get this spare. I got it. Now let's get a strike. Oh, nothing there. All right. I win, you win. You win, I win. That was fun, Miss Aquarius. Absolutely. Before you go to bed, how was physical therapy? Okay. Well, that's it. And you have sweet dreams, and we will talk to you in the morning. Take care. Sweet juice, Miss Grace. Thank you. be the only one! I'm the only right-handed person at the Kmart! Kmart? Yeah, I messed up on that. I was thinking grocery store, and then when I thought Kmart would be funny, in my brain, and I smoked some fucking weed earlier, and then I was having second thoughts about this goddamn makeup, and then I'm stumbling on my fucking words. Literally, the car fucking fucking heads right. The makeup thing didn't fucking work. Now I'm stumbling on my goddamn words. This literally is a nightmare. I just fucking makeup all over my goddamn face. I don't even know how to take it off. It's gonna be all over my fucking pillow tonight. How do you take this shit off, really? How do you do it? It's gonna be all over my pillow. Hello, Rose. William Montgomery has taking makeup off. It's all over my face. William, put the makeup on your face. Bertila does one. Oh, wow. Gotta give her a shout out. It was absolutely incredible. What else was done on this last week's site class? I don't know. I made myself out of breath a little bit. It was a fucking mistake trying to yell like that. I'm fucking out of breath. The regulars, Tony, have been doing it, by the way. I don't mention a lot on this show, but William, Hans, and David have all opened up for Joe Rogan here. And some really cool stuff that wasn't happening even in Los Angeles. It's like a cool, the people that have been out here have been sort of rewarded greatly. Faces up on a mural top of this building. Yeah, nobody fucking told me about that. I need my 10%. Seriously, on my face up there looking like a fucking clown. Like I'm right now. Nobody tells me about this yet. That's why I smoke weed now. William famous sober. You've not alcohol now. What? 3 or 4 months? 3 months. However, before you get excited, you pull that alcohol is bread addiction. Raisin bread. What are we? Bread did you eat this? With butter? Fucking butter all over it. God. Now I can't fucking breathe! You're on the keto, right? Yeah, it's on keto. 2.5 loaves of HTV raisin bread. That is incredible. Kill Tony, huge supporter. We support them, they support us. Yeah, they did. And Joe, by the way, literally, for those of you who don't believe in any shops there, don't do your own grocery shopping. It goes down 2 days later. Very, very impressive. I have before. I'm going to Randall's. Why would you do that? Never seen the crowd. What's wrong? Randall's, I fucking love it. Seriously, what's it doing? Randall's is a competitor. I do think they started in Dallas or Houston, so not an official sponsor. But we do sometimes when we like a company mention sponsor and somehow they become a I stand right. It was random. No, Randall's is not an no. I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, I love it. I don't understand what that perhaps a local. Perhaps I'm gonna ask. If that's just is it better? Better? Is there a reason why? That's a dumb fucking explanation. Yeah, Shut up. You could have done better. Is there a reason? What's the reason? They're being like, you're so hot, right? I know, I know. Here's the thing, if a guy lasts over 10 minutes, he's dead. That's my rule, okay? So you can, I think my rule once I'm watching. You okay, buddy? Right. That's my phone. Calm down. Aaron Rose, welcome, welcome, Aaron. How are you? Good, how are you? Good. Your birthday? No, I didn't flash my aunt. Okay. Hell yeah. I don't even know what that place is. Still like this? No, I got it. Oh, looks finally. I heard. I didn't say it. I just said the rumors. I promised Gary Jr. I wouldn't badmouth the place anymore. Really? Get the week that he's talking about. Like, really big. Yeah. No. I guess I don't ever remember anything I say on the show, by the way. So, welcome. How are you? One of the funniest lesbian comedians I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it's an honor to share a album. Thank you so much. Every time I see a gay version of something else, thank you. I can do a Brokeback Mountain sketch together. We're doing a Brokeback Mountain now. All right. Thank you. Hi, Darren. How long have you been years? And what do you do for work? Oh, where do you serve out? Sour Duck. Okay. Sour Duck. Oh, all right. Let me get dope. Is that an Asian restaurant? No. No. There's a second time for everything. I taught a lot. I hit every time. What are you doing? Exactly. Literally, what are you doing? Are you like making a joke? No. No. So where do I put these bits? Thing on? No. We're in the corner. Your corner. And you're just big at it. You're talking about. Okay, what kind of thing on you? I know that this is setting up to something. You're just. Aaron, hold on here. Let me finish what I'm talking. We're on a podcast. So either you're setting up some big joke or you're just lying about me interacting with you in comedy. So what if you can lie all you want, but I know what happened. Okay, what happened? I was all Aaron, we're on a podcast. No, literally nothing. We just weird bit. And what walk away. Aaron, tell the people what we do, Aaron. What do we do, Aaron? Like I don't know. It was I don't know. I was like, once the whole. All I remember is being like, I was like, Aaron, look at me. Look at me. What the fuck are you talking about right now? We're on a live show. I do this. You're getting a little bit excited. What I the cave or whatever you're saying. So I think that you walked up to a high. I introduced myself randomly to you of all people. That's what you're saying that I do. When I'm in the cave, yeah, just doing that sold out show. Time I'm there. Yeah, totally. And you're telling me that I randomly walk out amongst the humans and I introduce myself to you every time I'm there. Are you kidding? Okay, my go along with it. Right there. Am I supposed to go along with it? I don't know where we're going. So I introduce myself to you, and then what do I do there? Real life. And then we I don't know, we stand around awkwardly. You and I stand next to each other. We stand yeah, I know. You just like a couple buddies out. I'm trying to figure it out. Aaron, I never get that drunk. You understand what I'm saying? No, I don't get drunk enough to fucking mic. Bottom of the barrel. This is what I do to help open micers. I don't have fucking offstage conversations. How many times? It's the same like or twice. So one. Once Tony came up here and said, hey, I'm 19 into it. And that's a weird thing, dude. Look this shit up, man. Trying to get better at dating, guys. About it. So I decided to check out one of those like really cool dating books from the '90s, right? So like I honestly think it just started to make things worse for me. Yeah, the book is called "Mixing Things Up" with Bill Cosby. Not not good. Don't worry, I didn't take his advice. But guys, I know white privilege is real because I have mental health issues that are directly related to how well I'm doing with Candy Crush. I can't talk to anybody today. They can't. Enough. All right. Oh, everybody, there you go. Welcome to the show, my friend. This is your first time, all right? I remember you. I do remember you because one of my hereditary, right? I remember that spin. Yeah, cool. Oh, cool. 100%. Love it. How your life? How long you been? For about 2.5 years now. We're gonna play. What? Like raw fish, sashimi. Yeah, it's pretty chilled up. All right. How old are you? 20. You're adorable. Where are you from? I'm from here. Oh wow, what part? Pflugerville? Just like no, definitely not Pflugerville. Cedar Park. Wow, Cedar Park. It's like a slightly better. Okay. All right. What does it have? Is that anything cool? Oh no, nothing cool. It has got a couple of chilies. That's pretty good. All right, two chilies. The red boat now. That's the best guy. I dipped into the rather. Why? Why there? We love the chilies. 20. Tell us about what you do for fun. You're 20. So tell us what the kids are doing now. Oh man. Mostly I love to lie on the couch. I play on. Do you have your own house? Live by yourself? I live with my friend from college. So just moved into Austin finally. I went to school. You have a 2-bedroom apartment. Yes. With your friend from college. Graduated from college. Graduated with a degree in. You know, I tried, but it was tough on me, so I decided to go with theater, which was bad choice. Don't do that. Don't. Sit on your couch, play your guitar. Yeah, I like to play. I've been playing for like 7 months now. I think it's like the next round check. Not on electric. I really only have an acoustic. I just do a lot of fingers. I like Tears in Heaven, Eric Clapton. Okay, yeah, Blackbird. Okay. Nothing. Oh yeah. Yeah, they love it. The saddest song of all time. I go through. It's your love life. Terrible. Last time you went on a date? Oh, 3 months ago. Date or I 3 months ago. Okay, it was something done. I don't know. Better at school, high school. What was your line? What got you? No, it's really weird. I don't know how exactly. Really drunk and oh, hey, if I saw you in there, girls working and taking off her pants. Oh yeah. Here's Every host of every show on Nickelodeon in the 90s. I would love that now. Oh, yeah. Anyone ever told you look like one of the statues from Legends of the... I like that one too. That's Ellen. Yeah. My opening joke is I look like Draco Malfoy and Harrison. I swear. Ellen, like it's sad. Like Ellen, so Joe. I figured out about Barton Franks. That place is fucking awesome. But, oh, yeah. Yeah, I could really fun out there. Yeah. What do you go for the night swim? Night swims and FDF one. You crawl out of your coffin when there's a full moon and go for a swim? You are a vampire rat. Do you ever fucking coffin before? No, and I don't. How about like this? Whoa. Yeah, I'm a sleep on your back. Side slipper. Side? Oh, yeah. On a fun deal. I am, brother. You have a girlfriend? What's that? You have a girlfriend? No, no girlfriend. How long have you been before? I've been single for just over a year. And what happened in your last relationship? How did that? I got out. Why? I was like, no, I'm not in the relationship. Oh, what makes you do that? Like, whether you buy or things? Like, what happened? All the above. My biggest thing was I made it not to hang out with her. Do you have her phone number? I really... I do. How legends are made. I do. I can call her and ask her why she broke up with you. My phone's locked up. My phone's locked up. All right, let's get one of the yonder. What's her phone number? What's her number? Good. I think okay, well, we're gonna try it. All right. We're gonna try it out. It's okay. They're grabbing one of the yonder unlockers. It happens very quickly. Here, this is the first we've done this. The first time we've done this, mandatory. Put your phone on first. All right. Here's the deal. Hold on. Let's all wait a second here because we've done this phone calls a few times. Been in tonight, so I want to coach you all through it. Okay. Here's the deal. Very important that we all remember all these first phone during the no going. Right. Thank you. Friends. Hit send on the call. Put it on here and you absolutely bottom of the phone and put it to the top of the microphone. Okay, so that there you can talk to her and do your thing while you're acting on the microphone. Very important. Volume. You can go to voicemail, pull it away, and click the phone number on the podcast. Make sense? Oh, yeah. I haven't talked with her over the Hey. But here's what you say. I know. Well, you think Alright, so I'll do. Okay. Thanks. Alright. Phone a friend. Here on anything can happen. What's your name? I feel guilty. Whatever. Well, we're gonna find out. Okay. I'll do it. Absolutely. Oh my God. It's been a year and a half since you talked to us? Yeah.
Real Foundations is your partner for more efficient real estate operations. We combine our deep industry experience and proven frameworks to execute and tailor comprehensive strategies for your business. Real Foundations, making real estate run better.
You know when you're really stressed or not feeling so great about your life or about yourself? Talking to someone who understands can really help. Who is that person? How do you find them? Where do you even start? Talkspace. Talkspace makes it easy to get the support you need. With Talkspace, you can go online, answer a few questions about your preferences, and be matched with a therapist. And because you'll meet your therapist online, you don't have to take time off work or arrange childcare. You'll meet on your schedule, wherever you feel most at ease. If you're depressed, stressed, struggling with a relationship, or if you want some counseling for you and your partner, or just need a little extra one-on-one support, Talkspace is here for you. Plus, Talkspace works with most major insurers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. No insurance? No problem. Now get $80 off of your first month with promo code SPACE80 when you go to Talkspace.com. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com. Save $80 with code SPACE80 at Talkspace.com.
I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and welcome to Paranormal Almanac. That's right, I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and on this week's edition of Paranormal Almanac, well, settle in, everyone. Get your tinfoil hats on because this is a long, bumpy ride. Before I tell you why, let's go over to shoutouts. That's right, it's shoutouts time. Harley, Lauren, Amber, Angie, Autumn, Seth, Carolyn, Chuck, Dan, hi Dan, Daniel, David, Dill, Edgar, Heidi, J. Mark, Jade, Jeff, Jenny, Jim, Joe, Jory, Joshua, Juliana, Keith, Kira, Kyle, Lash, Laura Ruth O, Lauren, Lawrence, Lily, Lionel, welcome Lionel, Logan, hi Logan, M. Calvillo, Maggie, hey Maggie, hope you're doing well, Michaela, Manning, Martin, Matt, Megan, Melissa, Nanashi, Nick, Pablo, Rosa, Sarah, Shelley, Lauren, Suzanne, Tosh, sorry Tosh, I've said your name wrong so many times, so Tosh, hi, Tosh. Tosh is awesome. Thank you so much, Tosh. I apologize for messing up your name. Todd, Travis, Troy, Veronica, and Vincente. Don't worry, I'm probably going to mess up some more names in this story. What those people are, head on over to patreon.com/paranormalalmanac. Join today. I'm doing the next exclusive patron-only episode right after I record this one. And let me tell you, this one is 2 UFO abduction stories that have been asked for by fans for over a year now. 2 amazing stories, one that might be true and one that is internationally known that I debunk the hell out of. But sorry, it's for my awesome patrons only. The only hint I'll give, which are huge hints by the way, because of 2 names, are Pascagoula and Napolitano. If you don't know what those are, become a patron and you're going to hear some amazing stories. If you do know what those are, sorry, it's for the patrons only. Again, patrons, thank you so much for all your support. Literally, this show could not be made without you. An example why, last month, I got knocked on my ass by a flu, a cold, or something that just took me down. Took me down so much that I had to go to the hospital and get some antibiotics. And guess who paid for that? The patrons. The patrons literally are saving my life. So thank you so much. Alrighty, up next we have paranormal news. First, let me say thank you so much to everyone sending in paranormal news stories. Please keep them coming. It makes it so much easier to do paranormal news. I have more and more stories every week because of you guys. Also, how cool is that paranormal news bumper music by Kayla? Thank you, Kayla. I really do appreciate it. Send me paranormal news bumper music to paranormalalmanac@gmail.com. You might just hear yours on the next episode. Okay, first story up in paranormal news. The U.S. Navy is working on new guidelines on how to report UFOs. That's right, the U.S. Navy is drafting a new guideline for personnel to report sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, in response to unexplained incidents in which service members had reported unknown crafts in the vicinity of protected airspace or encroaching on naval and air formations. This is from Politico, and they wrote that this new reporting guidelines are not intended to quote, legitimize speculation that Navy pilots or sailors have encountered alien spacecraft, but instead streamline the process of officially logging incidents for further study or analysis. They go on to say there have been a number of reports of unauthorized or unidentified aircraft entering various military-controlled ranges and designated airspace in recent years. For safety and security concerns, the Navy and the U.S. Air Force take these reports very seriously and investigate each and every report. As part of this effort, the Navy is updating and formalizing the process by which reports of any such suspected incursions can be made to the cognizant authorities. A new message to the fleet that will detail the steps for reporting is in draft. Regardless what you want to think, there are more and more UFO encounters happening all the time. You might just say, well, yeah, sure, there's all these new drone technology and unmanned aircraft technology. It's all the military. Is that right? Well, then why are the military publicly saying we're having these incursions more and more? We need to figure out how to report it. We're not saying it's aliens, but we're not saying it's not. Whether you believe in UFOs or not, UFOs, the actual unidentified flying objects, or the unidentified aerial phenomena, as they're now known, they are real. They are seriously, seriously impacting the U.S. Navy and the Air Force, and the government are taking steps to figure out what these things actually are. Alrighty, next up in paranormal news. This was a big one that everybody sent me, and I already had it on there, but again, thank you for sending me this story, and rightfully so for sending me this story. Scientists revive some brain functions in dead pigs hours after death. Now, I'm sure you've all heard this story. Basically, it's Frankenpiggy. For whatever reason, nobody asked for this as far as I can tell. Scientists have figured out how to reanimate pigs. Or some, not reanimate pigs, but reanimate some brain functions in dead pigs. Now, thankfully, it did not regain consciousness and start eating everybody, but it is a terrifying thing that this is how close we've come to reanimating the dead. The team did have an anesthetic in place just in case something really freaky happened and it came back to life and started attacking people. They even knew that if this worked better than they thought and it became a zombie pig, that they were going to have to take it down. So even scientists were like, it could become a zombie pig. It could be really bad. So again, I didn't ask for this. I don't think any of you guys asked for this. Why are we reanimating dead pigs? No, thank you. And you know what? That brings me to a question for you guys. That story brings me a question for you guys. If they had an experimental drug that might reanimate you after you die, it might bring you back. You might die, and then, when you die, they inject you, and boom, you might come back, and you might be you, but there's a chance you might not be really you. Would you check that checkbox on your driver's license or wherever you have to do it? You know, those organ donor check marks. If they had one below that that said, "Please try and reanimate me," they have those DNRs. Well, what if they had a "Please try and reanimate me"? Would you do that one? Would you want to take the risk that you might become some mindless zombie freak, but you might come back from the dead and be you? Would you take that risk? Alrighty, next up in paranormal news, couples staying at one of America's most haunted houses are freaked out when they spot the ghosts of 3 children wearing long white socks near the front door. Brandon and Karen Hunt had enjoyed a long weekend away at Myrtle's Plantation, which I've talked about on this show. It's in Louisiana. When they arrived, they were greeted by a terrified departing guest who claimed to have photographed a ghoul. Why a ghoul? That's my question. Ghouls and ghosts are very different things. Why would you say it was definitely a ghoul? It wasn't a ghost, it wasn't a poltergeist, it was a ghoul. I don't know about that one. Anyhow, the couple decided to film some of their own overnight stay, and they discovered their own unexpected guest, if you will. Now, I've taken a look at the photos. It does look like white socks. Now, I want to post it on Facebook as well, so you can kind of take a look at it. It does look like white socks. It looks like white socks of kids running downstairs, if you will. Is it a ghost? Yeah, it might be. It really might be. You can almost kind of see the buckle where, the shoe would meet the white sock. And they are in different positions from photo to photo as if someone was walking, but you can kind of see through them. Not kind of, you can totally see. So that one's interesting. That one's weird. But it does come from the Daily Mail, which I don't trust, so I'm going to try and find other sources of it. Now, it says Kennedy News and Media as the photos, so that should mean there are other sources for these photos. If I can find that, I'll believe it even more. Now, here's my only problem with the photos, though. If I'm going to be 100% honest, here's my only problem with the photos. There's a chandelier in the photograph. That chandelier is kicking off strange lights and strange shadows on the walls and on the ceiling. There is a good chance that what we're seeing is a reflection from that chandelier on the lens of the cell phone or the camera that they were taking it with.
Just putting that out there. I'm not saying it's not a ghost, but there could be a little light refraction from that chandelier. Alrighty, up next in paranormal news, and I think this is the last story. It is the last story in paranormal news. A daughter shared scary footage of a ghost in her dad's room. Again, a lot of people sent this one to me. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. A daughter claims that her father had been plagued with the feeling of something moving his sheets at night, so she set up a camera. What they saw in the footage has both the father and the daughter terrified, but is it real? The daughter, Cheyenne Rachel, shared this on Reddit and on Twitter saying, I'm freaked the fuck out. Look at the sheets lifting up and what comes out of the side of it. Wait, what comes out of the side of it? I didn't see something out of the side of it. Hold on, I'm watching this video again while I'm recording this. So yeah, the sheets go up. So far I'm not freaked out. Looks like an arm. Those look like feet kicking the sheets. Sheets are kind of steady now. Again, that could be an arm stretching in the photo or in the video. There's the dad getting up. See, I don't see anything coming out of the side of it. Hold on, I got 5 more seconds. Sorry, this is boring for you guys. 5 more seconds. Yeah, I don't see anything coming out of the side. It looks to me, I mean, there could be something under the sheets. I don't know how big the dad is. I don't know how tall he is. I don't know where his legs were. I don't know where his arms were. But I have a camera in my bedroom so I can keep an eye on Stitch when I'm not at home. And if I play back video of me sleeping when I stretch my arm or stretch my legs or roll over or whatever, it kind of looks like the footage that I'm seeing here. Now she says, look really closely to the sheets lifting in the beginning on the left of the screen. That wasn't him. He was dead asleep. Was he? And if you look really closely, something shoots out of the sheet when it drops to the right and then disappears. It's gray and kind of looks like a head. What? Where is that? I'll edit this part out. Don't worry, everybody. I'm watching it again. Shoot out. Nah, I don't know. I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this video. Is it just a dad rolling around in his sleep, or is it something more? Now, I will say that plenty of users on Reddit said, I've watched it several times now, and I cannot figure out how this could be fake. The way the sheets move and the way the person to the left just disappears, it's so freaky. Is it? Look really closely. Something shoots out of the sheet and it drops to the right and then disappears. It's great. I don't see it. Another person says it's extremely creepy. The more times you watch it, it looks stranger. Another person says either this is completely staged or one of the freakiest things I've ever seen. Really? Yeah, that's definitely just the dad rolling over. He pushed the covers off his arms and he's rolling over, making it look like a head is vanishing when it's really just his arm. I believe this person. I agree with this person. Just looks like he's moving his arms and kicking his sheets out. I do believe in ghosts, but I can't see anything paranormal in this video. Yep, I agree with that person. But again, I'm going to post this on Facebook. I'm going to see if I can find it. Rolling over. Did I just spend 2 full minutes watching a dad roll over in bed while he's asleep? Probably. Could it be a ghost? Maybe. Again, I don't know how big the dad is. I don't know where his legs were in this video. I don't know where his arms were. Bed. Is it a queen size bed? Is it a twin bed? Is it a king size bed? These are important details. Also, if it happened once, it's probably going to happen again next night and the next night. Did the dad just say, hey, I'm never sleeping here again? These are things I don't know, but I'm very curious about. All right, with that, let's move on past paranormal news and let's get right into this. I'm just going to tell you now, this one took me down a lot of rabbit holes. Or should I say lizard holes? What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about lizard people. It's one weird tale or person after another. It just keeps going. Look up lizard people on YouTube and welcome to my past few months. Obviously, I didn't do this exclusively, but I'd watch a video here and watch a video there. That video would lead me to this video, which lead me to this person. Is this person real? It might be, but this person probably fake. Could be this person. This person's probably the same person as this person. It's insanity. Everything about this lizard person episode is insanity. Now, the idea of lizard people living among us isn't exactly a new idea, sadly. It's been around for a long while. So let's deep dive into this conspiracy theory. Like, what is a lizard person? Why are they called so many different things? Things like lizard people, reptilians, reptoids, reptiloids, repticians, draconians, saurians. Look, pick a lane, dino sluts. Oh, that's a new one I just made up for lizard people. I don't want to, slut shame lizard people, but I'm gonna. All right, so there's a lot of names for these things. As soon as I went down the rabbit hole for reptilians, then I had to go down the rabbit hole for reptoids, then shape-shifting lizard people, regular lizard people, draconians, why are they different? Saurians, where do they come from? It's insanity. So let's get to the history of them a little bit. I can't do every piece of this puzzle for you guys. This episode would be 12 hours or 2 days long if I did every piece. So I'm going to gloss over some major parts of lizard people. And I apologize, I didn't deep dive as far as I could on some things, but then I deep dove really far on other things, I guess you'd say. So, okay, let's get to the history first. Some of the oldest known samples or examples of lizard people I actually talked about on a previous episode with the Ubaid lizard men. Now, I'm going to give you a quick recap, but very quick. Go on back to Ancient and Mysterious Artifacts episodes, find the Ubaid lizard men for the full story, but here's a quick recap. At the Al Ubaid archaeological site, where many pre-Sumerian 7,000-year-old artifacts were found, they depicted humanoid figures with lizard characteristics. Now I'm talking full lizard people, faces, eyes, everything. These little statues look like lizard people. They look like lizard men, women, children suckling at the breast of lizard women. Why? Well, no one really knows, but the snake was a major symbol used in many societies to represent a number of gods. For example, Sumerian god Enki, E-N-K-I. Sure, I didn't pronounce that correctly. So that seems to be, as far as I can tell anyway, the first real proof of lizard people. Now, sure, everybody says the lizard people were here first, they've been here for millions of years, but there's no proof to that stuff. I'm trying to find something that has a modicum of tangible proof. So for all intents and purposes, for this episode, it begins 7,000 years ago with physical proof of lizard people depicted in statues. Okay? Alright, so let's jump to a seriously bizarre story that happened right here in Los Angeles. This story takes place on January 29th, 1934. A guy named G. Warren Schufelt, who was a geological engineer, contacted the Los Angeles Times with a freaking bizarre story. He said that he had discovered the remains of an ancient reptilian civilization, a whole lizard city right under Los Angeles. Now, he said he found it using Native American lore. I'm going to pause right here. As I did on the last episode about lizard people, there is no Native American lore about lizard people. None. None of that is true. Any site that says, and the Native American people wrote about it no, they didn't. That site is bullshit. But all right, let's continue with this BS for a second. So this guy says that he used the Native American lore and found a story of buried gold. And it was the testimony of a man named L. Macklin, who never existed. How do I know? Well, this man, L. Macklin, was a Hopi Native American. So, what I did was, I went to the Hopi birth and death records, which are available online through the website of the Navajo Nation, and no person with the names of Macklin or Greenleaf, as he's sometimes called, are on there. So, again, there's this guy, L. Macklin, who went by the name Little Chief Greenleaf, and said he was from the Hopi tribe. Again, no, he's not. Now, Macklin said that the caverns were an old Hopi legend about an underground city built some 5,000 years ago by a race known as the Lizard People. So, Schufelt, armed with this nonsense and his radio X-ray machine, I'll talk about more of that in a second, started searching. He started searching for the cavern. Now, that radio X-ray machine supposedly revealed the location of one of 3 lost cities on the Pacific coast. The local one having been dug by the lizard people after, quote, the Great Catastrophe, which occurred about 5,000 years ago. The legendary catastrophe was in the form of a huge tongue of fire, which, quote, came out of the southwest, destroying all life in its path. That path being several hundred miles wide. the city underground was dug as a means of escaping future fires. Now, that all seems plausible, not all of it. The whole fire part, several hundred miles, that seems plausible. You got to remember that just last year, a ton of California burnt down. That's modern times. Supposedly, this took place 5,000 years ago. So, sure, California probably did burn several hundred miles wide a number of times over the years. Do I think lizard people were there to witness it and build underground cities? Probably not. Okay, so this underground city was dug with powerful chemicals by the lizard people, not picks and shovels, and it drained into the ocean. Now, the oceans are where the tunnels supposedly begin, so these tunnels ran from the ocean all the way to downtown Los Angeles. Now, the tide passing daily in and out of the lower tunnel parts would force air into the upper tunnels, providing ventilation, and, quote, cleansed and sanitized the lower bathroom parts of the tunnels. So, these lizard people were at least clean lizard people. Now, the X-ray machine also showed large domed rooms that housed 1,000 families, quote, in the manner of a tall building. And it held imperishable food supplies of the herb variety, and they were stored in the catacombs and also had immeasurable treasure. Here's my problem. So, did the guy Greenleaf have all this information? Because every story I could find says that Shufelt found this stuff. So, how did he find out this story about the fires going through there? How did he find out the story about the city being dug with powerful chemicals, not picks and shovels? How did he know that thousands of families in the manner of tall buildings lived under there with imperishable food supplies of the herb variety? How good was this X-ray radio machine? There's not a lot of details on how this information was found. The story keeps going. Don't worry. You're going to say, well, maybe he found it and read a book. Hold on. Just wait. Sorry. So Shufelt and his machine gave him a map of the catacombs, and he knew right where to dig. So dig he did. He bored down 250 feet, but that hole promptly filled with water. So he tried again. Bam! More water. This sounds a lot like Oak Island to me. So, could it be that Oak Island was done by lizard people 5,000 years ago? Maybe. All right, back to this guy. Long story short, he was never able to drill down a hole 250 feet down without it filling with water, so he just gave up. Yep, he gave up. Supposedly, he found catacombs with immeasurable treasure, but he can't dig down 250 feet to get them. Alrighty, let's move on over to that radio X-ray thingy for a second. So Shufelt actually showed his radio X-ray device to a Los Angeles Times reporter to prove his claims and to get that backing, get the money. Surprise, it had nothing to do with either radio or X-rays. It was a dowsing pendulum. If you don't know what that is, that's where a practitioner swings a small pendulum, believing that its movements guide the way towards water or treasure. Now, Schufelt's dowsing pendulum was suspended from a tripod with an elaborate and hollow glass and metal case that he constructed. So he made his own pendulum that had neither radio or X-rays in it, and he said it took photos so clear that he could see food, dome ceilings, treasure, and other crap 250 feet down. But, of course, there is zero proof that he had ever had any photos at all. The Los Angeles Times reporters didn't mention any photos. They didn't mention anything about proof of any of this. It was utter BS, pseudoscience, and nothing ever came of it. Not only that, but how many tunnels and foundations for buildings have been built that far down all over Southern California, and yet not one mention ever of finding lizard people, tunnels, food, treasure, anything. The only thing they ever find when they dig that far down for the metro stations and other stuff are woolly mammoth tusks and bones and stuff like that from the tar pit areas. Never a mention of lizard people, not one. I've looked. Well, even though that seems like Shufelt was just an insane person with a very large pendulum and never found anything and couldn't figure out how to dig 250 feet down without hitting water, and his map is the most jumbled pile of crap that I've ever seen, well, there's still a large community that believes that lizard people live in caverns, not only under Los Angeles, but also inside Mount Shasta, which is 593 miles north of Los Angeles. Mount Shasta supposedly has lizard people, but it's also populated by an ancient race called the Lemurians. Lemurians? Lemurians. The who? I don't know. Not important for this episode. Let's keep going to the always factual, not really Wikipedia. Lemuria is a hypothetical lost land located either in the Indian or the Pacific Ocean, as postulated by a now discredited 19th century scientific theory. The idea was then adopted by the occultists of the time and consequently have been incorporated into pop culture. Some Tamil writers have associated with the Kumari Kingdom, a mythical lost continent, with an ancient Tamil, I don't know, civilization located south of the present-day India in the Indian Ocean. All right. How does that tie into Mount Shasta, you might ask? I don't know. But there's more. Mount Shasta supposedly also has other creatures, such as Bigfoot, that I can buy, that I can believe, and small dwarf-like beings called the Guardians. Now, they're also believed to live inside Mount Shasta in a grand multi-level city called Telos. Sure, but again, this episode is not about the Guardians or Bigfoot or Lemurians or any of that crap. Let's get back to them lizards. Okay, from there, let's move to 1947 to a bizarre.
Attention troopers, are you ready to orbital drop and deploy into the cinematic trenches? This is Real Jumpers, your designated squad of lovable idiots. Think Starship Troopers meets Mystery Science Theater 3000 with a dose of silliness. This season, we've been deployed to the Showa era of Godzilla films. Prepare for kaiju-sized chaos as we unleash a barrage of witty salvos and questionable rubber-suited monsters. We're your tactical squad seeking to broadcast film history, detailed plot synopsis, and data mine trivia, all laid out for your listening pleasure. Join our ever-expanding legion of troopers. Our vital broadcasts are now available on all major podcast platforms, and we've reached a crucial milestone of over 1,000 loyal citizens enlisting on our YouTube front. So grab your popcorn, charge your plasma rifles, and enlist with the Real Jumpers. That's real like film reels, you cadets. Would you like to hear more? Find us wherever you get your podcasts. Real Foundations is your partner for more.
Start. Talkspace. Talkspace makes it easy to get the support you need. With Talkspace, you can go online, answer a few questions about your preferences, and be matched with a therapist. And because you'll meet your therapist online, you don't have to take time off work or arrange childcare. You'll meet on your schedule, wherever you feel most at ease. If you're depressed, stressed, struggling with a relationship, or if you want some counseling for you and your partner, or just need a little extra one-on-one support, Talkspace is here for you. Plus, Talkspace works with most major insurers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. No insurance? No problem. Now get $80 off of your first month with promo code SPACE80 when you go to Talkspace.com. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com. Save $80 with code SPACE80 at Talkspace.com.
Our tale of hollow earth reptilians and more. Now, I'll be honest, this next tale was going to be its own episode, but it fit right in with this one, so I had to include it with this one. And let me pause right here to say, the following bums me out, because I love the story of Admiral Byrd and the Hollow Earth. But I'm sorry. Sadly, science does not back a key point to this story. But before I get too far ahead, here's the tale of Admiral Byrd and the Hollow Earth. The year is 1947. Famed explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, and he really was a famed explorer. He was the rock star of 1947. Famed explorer Admiral Richard Byrd had made several flights over Antarctica. Now, that was known as Operation High Jump. It really existed. It really happened. Now, while flying at the North Pole, he and his explorer team actually flew into or did an expedition into the hole at the poles of the Earth. No, he didn't, but let's keep going. So, supposedly, He's flying over the holes, the North Pole, and he looks down and there's a ginormous hole at the poles of the Earth, almost like where a globe would be held by the stand, the two poles that shove into the top of a globe. If you were to take those out, there'd be giant holes. That's what it kind of looked like. The hole was written about in Admiral Byrd's secret diary. Let me pause right here. No, it wasn't. There is zero evidence that Byrd wrote the secret diary. I've read the secret diary. It's a jumbled pile of crap. Now, there is tons of evidence that it's a fabricated piece of bullshit. There's tons of evidence. I'm very sorry. Like I said, I love the story of Admiral Byrd so much that I went out and bought a book called The Secret Diary of Admiral Byrd that turned out to be utter nonsense. All right, back to this tale, though. So, the story goes, Admiral Byrd and his explorers, they're flying over the poles. They see this ginormous hole in the poles, and they supposedly entered this massive hole by plane and landed inside the Earth in a lush, tropical environment lit by, well, something like a sun floating inside the Earth itself. They could see this sun thing inside the Earth in this ginormous, lush, tropical environment. Now, the cavern was filled with dinosaurs, blue reptoids, that's why it's on this episode, and these blue reptoids are riding woolly mammoths, and there's also vast lakes, and there's beings with incredible ancient knowledge. These blue reptoids supposedly spoke to Byrd at length about what is happening. I'll get to that in a minute. I'll tell you the story of what they told Admiral Byrd in a second. There's ancient knowledge, there's UFOs down in there, and there's all sorts of advanced tech down there as well. Now, they welcomed Byrd and his men, and they told him tales before sending them on their way, and they told them not to speak of the inner world. Here's something fun. Depending on where you get your version of this BS tale, those blue reptoids in the Earth, they were Nazis or friends with the Nazis, because the Nazis had found this first, which is why supposedly the Nazis were doing all of those tests and trying to make their way up into the North Pole. Okay, now I have an excerpt of that completely made-up diary. It's dated February 19th, 1947, and it describes Byrd's arrival over the polar extremities at 1,000 hours. We are crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley with a small river or stream running through the center portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing on the mountain slopes. Our navigation instruments are spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth. I'm using air quotes here. Admiral Byrd continues, saying that he can see animals in the valley, among them a living specimen of a woolly mammoth. Eventually, after landing, the Admiral and his company are confronted by several men who take them before an entity known as, quote, the Master. And it just keeps going. It's really bad sci-fi. It's really bad. It's worse than those Star Trek novels from the 60s. So let's continue on with what the Master said, though. Moving forward. The Master says, we shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface, and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I should tell you why you have been summoned here. He was summoned there? All right. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines, the Flugelrods. Fun fact for everybody, Flugelrods are the Nazi-made UFO-looking ships. You can look them up. They really existed. They didn't really fly very well. They were round, UFO-shaped. Pilots would sit in the center or on the sides, I forget. They kind of bobbled back and forth, didn't really go anywhere. Another fun fact, Americans went and got the Flugelrods and supposedly have made our own versions of them that might lead to a lot of UFO reports. That might actually lead to a lot of UFO reports. There's a lot of stories. This is a side tangent, I apologize. There's a lot of stories that the Americans went, took the Flugelrods, reverse engineered, made them better, and they also had the Canadians working on Flugelrods as well. There's a UFO encounter story that is really interesting that might have been one of these Flugelrods. But that's a story for a different time. Let's get back to this master reptilian. So he says, we sent our flying machines, the Flugelrods, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, but I must continue on. You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist. Cool. That's a whole big speech that the master did there. Again, he flat out mentions Flugelrods, which are Nazi UFOs, or Nazi ships that look like UFOs. So, hey, Master and Master Race reptilian dude, F right off. So the story goes, they let Bird go. He goes to the president to warn him, and he is ordered to never to speak of this experience ever again. Continuing with this nonsense, the proof that a lot of sites use to show that Admiral Byrd did actually find something but was told to keep quiet by our government is this. Supposedly, on March 5th, 1947, the El Mercurio newspaper of Santiago, Chile, had a headline article, quote, on board the Mount Olympus on the high seas. Give you a little backstory on that one. The Mount Olympus was the ship that Byrd did travel on. That part is real. And frankly, spoiler, the interview probably happened, just not how the sites report on it now. What I mean by that is, again, a lot of sites use this as proof that Admiral Byrd saw UFOs and saw the reptilians and everything. I'll get to why that's wrong in a second. So this story in the article says, it quotes Admiral Byrd in an interview with V. Van Atta, and it said, Admiral Byrd declared today that it was imperative for the United States to initiate immediate defense measures against hostile regions. The Admiral further stated he didn't want to frighten anyone unduly, but that it was bitter reality that in case of a new war, the continental United States would be attacked by flying objects. Let me repeat this BS part. Flying objects, which could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Earlier, he had recommended defense bases at the North Pole. Admiral Byrd repeated the above points of view, resulting from his personal knowledge gathered both at the North and South Poles before a news conference held for international news services. Sounds scary, right? He said flying objects and threats, and they can go from pole to pole, and boom, bam, done. Well, actually, no, he didn't. He didn't say anything about flying objects or UFOs, as a lot of sites misquote this article as saying. They say this is proof that Admiral Byrd saw UFOs. They quote him right there saying UFOs and flying objects. Well, what he actually did say in that line was enemy aircraft. He said a new war near the continental United States would be attacked by enemy aircraft, which could fly over the poles at incredible speed. What he was talking about are enemy aircraft, like real enemy airplanes, flying over the poles to get to America quicker, instead of going around the Earth, going directly over the poles. There was nothing about UFOs. It was 1947. The world was just 2 years past World War II. He was concerned about enemy aircraft flying not around the world to get to America, but over the poles to get to us quickly. Yet, countless sites regurgitate this BS about UFOs and flying objects instead of finding the article and reading it themselves. Now, I took the time to find the original articles because I want the truth. Enemy aircraft, that's all it said. Everything I could find from the actual article says nothing about UFOs or flying objects. It says enemy aircraft. I had a friend who speaks Spanish actually read the article for me and went, talking about airplanes. Yep, sure is. Nothing more, nothing less. Again, if people would just take a couple of minutes to do the research, a lot of this BS would stop. So let's keep with the proof, okay? Let's get to science now. Again, Admiral Byrd was an amazing explorer. But you have to remember, it was 1947. They did not have the technology we have today. So, with that being said, archivist Raymond Gurl, Raymond Gorle, Goerle, at Ohio State University, found the real flight diary of Admiral Byrd. They have an insanely large archive of Byrd's stuff. Actual things, not the secret BS diary, his actual diary, the flight diary from Admiral Byrd in his own handwriting. Basically, what they did was they examined the diary, more importantly, the erased bits in the diary, and they found that Admiral Byrd, quote, almost certainly fell short of his polar destination and must have known at the time that he had not succeeded. Again, very clearly, using science, using his actual flight diary and the stuff that he erased very quickly, he did not make it to the North Pole. And at the time, he knew he didn't. So based on these problems, a lot of scientists think that Byrd could well have believed he had reached the pole and then realized, oh crap, I did something wrong, I input something incorrectly, I did something wrong, and in fact, he was as much as 78 miles short, or 21 miles past the pole. He never made it to the pole, he went around. He never made it to the pole. So it's serious questions if Byrd ever even made it to the poles, and it's seriously in doubt that he did and made it inside the Earth for that whole BS. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but Byrd probably did not even reach the poles when he supposedly made it to the poles that he wrote down. It didn't happen. As much as I want to believe in a hollow Earth and what Byrd said, except for the whole, Nazi crap, it's BS. I'm sorry. Byrd has zero to do with it. Like I said, I didn't even want to disprove Byrd. He really was an amazing explorer, but as far as the hollow Earth, there's zero proof he even made it that far, zero proof of anything else. I already know I'm going to get a ton of messages about, well, I read that secret diary and he had to hide it because of the government and the threats and blah, blah, blah. Like I said, that book that's supposedly a secret diary is a proven fake. Not proven fake by me, proven fake by numerous people. His real journals are out there. They're really interesting, but there is nothing paranormal in them. All right, look, the reason I'm saying this is that I got a ton of flack about the La Llorona episode. Yeah, I realize I said it wrong. I admitted I said it wrong on the episode, but that wasn't what the flack that I got was. I got messages like this. My grandma told me she's real. You're wrong. Okay, I would reply, oh, did your grandma see her? If so, I'd love to hear that story because, cool, tell me I'm wrong. Prove me I'm wrong. I have no problem with that. I want La Llorona and all those kind of things to be real. I want to hear those stories. Here's the response I got back, though. No, my grandma never saw her, but her neighbor's uncle's dog did when she was a kid. Nope. Fuck right off with that quote-unquote proof. Look, love me or hate me, at least I try and research both sides. All sides. I try to get to the bottom of these bizarre tales, and it's not easy to do because of all the BS out there. If you have actual proof, if you're a witness to something paranormal, I'll believe you. I want to believe you. But if you haven't seen it, but your great uncle's neighbor's son's cousin did, nope, fuck right off with that. That is not proof in any way, shape, or form. Anyhow, back to the lizards. All right, let's move on to lizards in our government. That's right, there are countless videos that show shape-shifting lizards. I'll be honest, one video kind of freaked me out even. It's a Secret Service agent, and he morphs right in front of my eyes in the video. Or does he? Now, this is sad debunk time. Sorry, tinfoil hat wearers, there is no video proof of reptoids, reptilians, shapeshifters, any of that. How do I know? Well, I'm not going to debunk it. I'm going to let science debunk it. The glitches you see that is supposed proof of slits of eyes or shape-shifting is nothing more than noise on the videotape. You see, the way it's recorded and the process it uses causes compression. In fact, there's a technical term. It's called compression artifacts, or simply put, noise in the signal. First, uploads of digital videos might have glitches in the upload, but they don't have this kind of compression artifact. And this compression artifact Surprise is in every reptoid shape-shifting video on YouTube. Again, this is not me debunking it. This is science. They looked at these kind of videos and went, oh no, that's compression. That's a compression artifact right there. It's very simple. The way that the video is done, it blurs the lines. It morphs stuff that doesn't actually morph. It isn't actually there. It's a compression artifact. Now, every one of these videos have been debunked. Even that cool Secret Service agent video. Now, if you're such a believer in this shape-shifting lizard people, then find me one clean, properly lit digital video. Just one. I'm not talking about a recording from the Barbara Walters special in 1993, or the Clinton inauguration in whatever year that is, or Obama in whatever year that is, or Trump in whatever year that is. That's right, I'm using Trump, and I'll get to that in a minute. You can't find one clean, properly lit digital video that isn't a video of a video of a video of a video, etc., that has finally been uploaded to YouTube. Or a guy using his cell phone to video the TV screen and then uploading it to YouTube. Because guess what happens when you upload a video to YouTube? More compression. Oh, you know how I know about this? Because I watched hours of these videos. After I found out about this thing called compression artifact, I watched hours, literally hours, of reptoid shape-shifting videos, of reptilian people videos, of lizard people videos, of every other freaking term for lizard people. I watched hours of them. Obama's Secret Service, Clinton's, the Trumps. None show anything that would prove to me that any lizard shapeshifters are protecting our presidents. Also, why would they? Why Secret Service agents? Why are most of them of the Secret Service agents and not of the presidents themselves? Sure, there's a lot of videos that say that, ooh, look at Hillary Clinton's eyes. Ooh, look at Obama turn his head that way. Ooh, look at Trump, with his fat fucking face. Look at him look down. He looks like a lizard. But most of these are actual Secret Service agent videos. Why them? I get that some people think that lizard people and their ancient knowledge and high tech are members of the NWO and have been put into positions of power, but why Secret Service agents and not the presidents themselves? I don't get that. Now, there is one video that I am going to talk about real quick right here. Now, this video is supposed to be about Hillary Clinton being a shapeshifter. Again, I'm not talking about politics at all in this episode, other than the fact that I'm talking about politicians right now. I don't care what you think about Hillary Clinton. I don't care what you think about Trump. I don't care what you think about Obama. Focus on the lizard people part of this, please, for this episode. So there is this video about Hillary Clinton supposedly being a shapeshifter alien. So, I gotta watch that one. I watched hours of this stuff. For you guys, I gotta watch that one too. Well, what did that video turn out to be? It turned out to be a video of Hillary Clinton from some freaking thing, from C-SPAN, doing the Macarena. Not only that, but there's shittier lyrics to the Macarena for this video. Now, since I had to watch it, you guys have to listen to it for a minute. When I show up on just a little second, but later on I keep them a mentor. You may scratch me, you never breathe, then I land the grip on your rookie. Can't see me, can't shoot me, but I'm hot when you try to flank me. Alright, that's all I'm going to play for that, because the video is called Proof Hillary Clinton is an Extraterrestrial Reptilian Shapeshifter. F you, Chafenheimer, and your crappy video. I'm giving it a thumbs down right now. So, like I said, tons of videos, hours of them, all about reptilian and lizard shapeshifters. Here's what I found in a nutshell. Anytime anyone, a politician, a celebrity, a reporter, anybody, twitches, looks shocked, turns their head quickly, It seems to be enough for someone to upload the video as proof of lizard people. Conan O'Brien licking his lips in an interview? Bam! Lizard people. That they slowed it down and showed it like 50 freaking times in the video. He was in an interview. He obviously had a little bit of dry mouth and licked his lips. But nope, that's lizard people. There's also so many images that make it look celebrities have slits for eyes, like a lizard's eyes. One of them includes Dove Cameron. Look, I've interviewed and met Dove Cameron a few times. She does not have slits for eyes. Another one, Miley Cyrus blinks a bit. Boom, lizards. I'm going to get back to Miley Cyrus in a minute here. Mark Zuckerberg, here's real proof. During a Q&A session, Mark read, quote, "Mark, are the allegations true that you're secretly a lizard?" And he says, "I'm going to have to go with no on that." He then added, "I am not a lizard," before pausing and licking his lips. This is stupid. Obviously, he's messing around. He's joking around. He is not a lizard, people. Sorry, lizard person, whatever. Then there's this website that says there's proof that Justin Bieber is a lizard shapeshifter, because in 2017, hundreds of fans had spotted Justin shapeshifting into his true scaly form before their eyes. One witness reported to Earth Now, quote, "He was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard, I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile. His bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. Some people even claim they had video proof." Well, this Perth Now article, which seemed to have been a joke article, which was dumb, was deleted. It is completely fake. Perth Now even completely denied the article. They said, "Nope, sorry, it wasn't real." Boom. Gotta be a lizard person. There's a video of Elvis Presley. Well, it's a crappy video showing Elvis quote-unquote shapeshifting, except it doesn't. This is a classic example of compression artifact. It's a 60-year-old film transferred to video to another video probably 10 more times, then uploaded to YouTube. Nothing but compression. Again, feel free to send me links to ones where you fully believe this is real. But before you do that, listen to this next story, because it's not real. Don't send me this one. There's an interview that Miley Cyrus did with Barbara Walters. Now, in this video that a lot of people have uploaded, there's like a snippet of the Barbara Walters interview. And in this video, Miley's pupils blink. That's right. Her pupils become little slits and they blink. There's a video on YouTube, so it has to be true. Except no, she didn't. Because I watched the actual Barbara Walters interview with Miley Cyrus, the 8-minute interview. This is the interview that this clip is from. Now, I'll post the clip on YouTube, or I'll post the clip on Facebook, and guess what? The actual Barbara Walters interview doesn't have that pupil blinking. Well, it's almost as if someone digitally added it and then uploaded it to YouTube to get hits. Now, let me tell you that 8-minute interview was 8 minutes longer than I ever wanted to watch an interview with Miley Cyrus. But again, I did it for you guys. I sat and stared at Miley's eyes on a 65-inch TV for 8 minutes. And I even split screened the YouTube eye video with the Barbara Walters one to find the exact second that this weird blink supposedly happened. And guess what? It didn't happen. People digitally add stuff to videos so they can get hits. Nothing more, nothing less. All right. This episode's getting long, so I'm going to go real quick. Here's a quick list of the most popular lizard people in positions of power. Ready? Queen Elizabeth and the entire royal family. Yep, all lizard people. George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Henry Kissinger, Bill and Hillary Clinton. That's neat that Bill managed to find another lizard person to marry, and I guess that would mean Chelsea's a lizard person too, but they don't mention that one. Jerome Powell, Jack Nicholson, Benedict Cumberbatch. This one's great. They say the reason that Benedict Cumberbatch is a lizard person is because he's really tall and lanky with a really long neck, and he has the ability to kind of become other characters. That's called acting. We got Sean Connery, Roger Moore, so 2 of the James Bonds, Angelina Jolie. Again, how could she be a lizard person without John Voight being? I don't get that. Anderson Cooper, of course. Bob Hope. They picked Bob Hope. All right. Nikola Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg, we already talked about him, Elon Musk, and this one's my favorite because they always give a little snippet of what these people are. Like Bob Hope, American actor. Roger Moore, British actor. Well, this last one on this list, Jesus Christ, founder of Christianity. Okay. Could also have said, Son of God or any of that stuff, but all right. So supposedly, Jesus Christ himself was a lizard person. Basically, reptilian shapeshifters are infiltrating every aspect of government and positions of power to further the NWO agenda. Duh. Now, there's another guy. His name is paleontologist Dale Russell. This is going to be very brief because it's so stupid. In a thought experiment published in 1982, paleontologist Dale Russell, curator of the vertebrate fossils at the National Museum of Canada in Ottawa, well, he conjectured that had the meteorite not exterminated the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, bipedal predators, theropods, which existed at the time, such as Troodon, would have evolved into intelligent beings similar in body plans to humans. That's all he said. Had this meteorite not killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, they would have evolved. Some of them probably would have evolved similar in body plans to humans. That's all it takes for people to go down the rabbit hole of did a dinosaur species survive and then thrive? Have they been here the whole time? Is that the reason behind all these ancient civilizations in Peru and Chichen Itza or whatever the hell it's called, in Peru and Egypt and basically every the Mayans, every ancient civilization were actually lizard people. All right, if that is the case, where did the lizard people go? Did they all go underground? Did they all go to the holes of the earth? Seems like if they had been here for 65 million years, they'd be still here. They'd be the predominant species here. None of this makes any sense to me. Okay, now for the big one. This is the real reason I did this story. I had a patron ask me about this story. And I said, oh, yeah, I definitely want to do that one. And I got it all set up and ready to go for a different episode. That episode really didn't happen. I mean, it's going to happen, but that episode kind of took off its own thing. It was supposed to be part of an interview episode about aliens. Doesn't matter. Basically, I loved the Admiral Byrd story, but the main reason for this episode is a story so convoluted, so filled with players that it has taken me a while to sift through the crap out there to tell a hopefully sort of cohesive tale. It's a tale about lizard people and aliens in underground bases in Dulce, New Mexico. This is a big one. Now, shockingly, there is some proof that an underground base may exist there. It's not definitive proof, but there is a lot of proof out there. There's something there. So there is proof of something on this episode. But before I get into that, let's hear the story. Once again, there's a place in New Mexico that military bases that we know exist are aplenty, but some say a secret base is right in the heart of Dulce, New Mexico. Now, Dulce is on the Colorado-New Mexico border. It's a small town with a Native American reservation. And like I said, it's rumored to hold or have an underground military base within the Archuleta Mesa. The Archuleta Mesa sits on the Native American reservation itself. The first person involved in this tale is Philip Schneider. So let's start with Philip. He was an explosive engineer that worked for the U.S. government. Now, supposedly with a high-level security clearance. Now, Philip claimed that in 1979, he participated in the building of this, quote, secret underground base. Big deal. We know that Area 51 exists and parts of it are underground. And we know that there are many underground bases, military bases, stuff for the president to protect the president. They're all underground. So, big deal. Why am I talking about this one? Well, it was at this base that a battle of sorts happened. Now, the story goes that 60 humans died and many more lizard people died in a crazy underground battle. Okay, do I have your attention again? Let's get into this one. So while the military was boring into the ground for this underground base, they encountered a problem with the drills, or they hit something, or something stopped the drill altogether, depending on where you get your information from. So the FBI, Green Berets, and Philip went down the hole to see what the issue was. Now they were shocked that there was already an underground base there, and it was filled with gray aliens and reptilians. Now, not surprisingly, the gray aliens and reptilians weren't pleased to see the military. So Philip, seeing an alien, immediately grabs his gun and he shot at the alien. This part I can believe, because that's how Americans tend to react to aliens. Shoot first. Oh my God, there's an alien. I'm going to shoot it. Oh my God, there's something weird. I'm going to shoot it. All right, so I believe this part. So Philip shot and killed not one, but two aliens. Sharpshooting Philip killed two aliens right off the bat. Now, the other aliens pulled their space weapons. That's how they keep referring to it. So I'm going to refer to it as space weapons. And they shot a, quote, laser blast at Philip, and it blew off some of his fingers. Some of his fingers blew off. Let me pause right here. Yes, you can see many videos of Philip, and yes, he's missing fingers. But let's keep going. So his fingers get blasted off. A Green Beret that was standing by him shot and killed that alien. So now we have a full-blown alien-human battle going on in an underground base that we didn't even know existed yet. Now, when the dust settles, 60 humans were killed, and, quote, countless aliens were also dead. It was a bloody mess. Somehow, a ceasefire happened, and eventually a treaty was signed with the agreement that the military began trading rights to perform genetic tests on citizens and wildlife in exchange for the aliens' technology and the shared use of the base. Let me break that down for a second. So the treaty was, yeah, we get to use the base. We also get some of the alien technology. That's cool. And in exchange, the aliens get to perform genetic tests on citizens and wildlife in the area. Let me ask you this. What the hell were the aliens doing at the base anyway? They built it. It was already there. It's supposedly been there for a while. There's tons of cattle mutilations going on anyway. It seems like the aliens were already doing genetic tests on citizens and wildlife. So what are they getting out of it? That we're going to look the other way now? That the government's going to look the other way and be like, yeah, it's okay. You can mess with cows and people. We don't care. Now, this is supposedly the primary cause of the weird genetic and fertility tests that some supposed abductees in the area reported. And that includes cattle with bizarre fetuses that look like genetic manipulations. I'll talk about them in a minute. And other things that happened to the people themselves, the abductees themselves. This treaty is the reason why the victims of these abductions are sometimes told things to the effect of, quote, you agreed to this, and, quote, the babies are ours when they were abducted. Okay, sure. I can't prove any of that. Also, there's a high number of cattle mutilations in the area, and it's been going on forever with all of the basics of a cattle mutilation. Remove parts, no blood, laser-like precision in cuts, cows moved to other locations by something, and black unmarked helicopters seen in the area after the cows are found or when the cows go missing. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on here. But before we get further into the base and what happened there, let me keep with Philip Schneider for a bit, because he became very outspoken against the aliens and what our governments know about them and is hiding about them. Now, I guess I would too if I lost fingers in an alien underground battle. Speaking of that, debunk time. A former roommate of Philip's came forward to say that Philip previously told him that he lost his fingers working in Eastern Oregon as a lineman. Which, guess what? Philip did work as a lineman. So, huge grain of salt that his fingers were blasted off in an underground battle with aliens. Well, good old Philip believed that there are 7 benevolent alien species currently living on Earth and 4 evil species. Hint, reptoids. Reptoids are always the evil species. Why? Don't know. Anyhow, these reptoid aliens, by the way, consider themselves, quote, native Terrans. They're an ancient race descended from a reptilian human species which was crossbred with sapient humans. So now these alien reptoids are native Terrans. They're an ancient race. They're descended from reptilian humanoid species which crossbred with sapient humans. Kind of like they're saying now that Homo sapiens might have crossbred with Homo erectus and all those other ones. Well, apparently there was another branch in there, and that branch happened to be reptilian humanoids. Now, he also goes on to say that the U.S. government has signed 4 treaties with the aliens, one in 1944, one in 1954, 1962, and 1979. One of those treaties I really believe happened. I talked about it on a past episode. It's very interesting that he mentioned that one, but I don't know when he said this. He could have said this after all of this news stories about this treaty, this one treaty, which if you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to listen to all the episodes. Anyhow, it's very interesting that he brought up that one, but again, I don't know when he brought it up. By the way, the rest of those treaties I am looking into for a possible future episode. Now, Philip would often state that we made a treaty with the aliens at Dulce and worked with them in the underground base. That work continues to this day. He says he was present at high-level meetings in the DUMBs. The what? The DUMBs. That's right. DUMB. Deep Underground Military Base. They're called DUMBs, apparently. Anyhow, he said that he was present at high-level meetings in these underground bases, and it's basically happening to this day, modern day-ish, because Philip was so outspoken and he knew too many things, and that brings us to 1996 in this story. Because in January 1996, to be exact, Philip Schneider died. His death was ruled a suicide. But here's the thing. There are events leading up to it that are considered fishy, mysterious, strange, sketchy by a lot of people. And I have to say, there are some odd things about his suicide. Because it seems that in May 1995, Philip talked publicly about the alien agenda, New World Order, black budget, secret military bases, reptoids, our treaties with the aliens, and more. And when he did die, less than a year later, neither the police nor the medical examiners ever did an investigation into his death. When his colleagues and friends went to get his work following his death, his manuscripts, photos, and all of his notes were gone. That is a little odd. I'll give him that. It's kind of like what happened with Tesla, where all of a sudden all of his work is gone. There is something funky about that. Now, Philip was found by his friend Al Pratt, who says that for several days he suspected something was wrong with Schneider. Because for several days in a row, Al went to the apartment of Philip, and he says he saw the car down in the parking lot, but nobody ever answered the door. 5 days later, he decided to call the police and the manager of the building, and they entered the apartment. That's when they found Philip's body. Now, I can say that Philip was a real person. He did seem to commit suicide, or at least suicide is ruled as the cause of his death. He did exist. He did seem to have a military past, and he talked at great lengths about the Dulce and the aliens and India and NWO and all of that stuff. He really made the circuit at alien conventions. He was really deep into this stuff. Can I say he was shot at by aliens in an underground base? Nope. Can I find any proof that he was in an underground base in Dulce? Nope. But it is weird. Some of the stuff about Philip does seem to be true. His notes do seem to be gone. Now, again, I'm basing a lot of this on a lot of sketchy information from a bunch of different sites. But a bunch of different sites all say his manuscripts, photos, notes, all of that stuff were gone after he was found. Now let's focus, let's get off Philip for a little bit. That seemed to be the end of Philip. So let's focus on the Dulce base a little bit. Like I said, there is some proof that a secret military base does exist in Dulce. There was a local newspaper who interviewed Dulce residents on the Apache reservation. Now, again, that's home to some 2,500 people. Residents of the reservation are quick to discuss their experiences, what they've seen. They've seen strange lights and objects in the sky, and UFOs and strange phenomena. All of them are around the base, which is supposedly where the base exists, where it is. It's in that mesa, that Archuleta Mesa. So there are numerous reports coming from the reservation of odd things happening around that mesa. Now, I will say that because of all this information getting out there, all this stuff getting out there about the Dulce base, this has actually put the town on the map for UFO tourists. So some of these stories do seem to be there just to drive tourists in there. I'm not saying they're all fake. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. There are a lot of reports that seem genuine, a number of reports that seem to corroborate other reports. I'm not saying they're all fake, but I am saying there are some that do seem to be strictly for the UFO tourists. All right, now that I'm focusing on the Dulce base, the next person to enter this story is a state trooper named Gabe Valdez. In 1975, he reported a lot about the cattle mutilations. He went out and looked at a lot of the cattle mutilations. Now, in a field outside of Dulce, Valdez said he discovered a fetus inside the cattle that he described as, quote, looking like a human, a monkey, and a frog. It didn't have any bones in the head. It was all full of water. He said what he saw looked like, quote, an incubation chamber for a cloned creature. After seeing and talking about the carcass, Valdez said he found listening devices in his home and reported UFO sightings. I can't find any. There's a lot of sites that talk about this, but I can't prove any of these are true straight from Gabe Valdez and not made up about him. But it does seem to be true. There's a lot of videos, a lot of stuff. He did talk a lot about this. Now, he claims there are 4 underground bases at Dulce. He says they're now inactive, but he does not believe there were any alien beings there. So sticking with Gabe for a minute, there is an unofficial Gabe Valdez site. They have a lot of crazy tales supposedly from Valdez. Again, I can't corroborate any of them from anywhere else, so yeah, grain of salt stuff here, but according to that site, on one occasion, Valdez's teams cornered an orange light in a field. As they approached it, the light went out. Then, although they could see nothing, they heard a muffled sound like a lawnmower engine pass over their heads. Another time, Valdez and two colleagues ducked beneath an object that he described as a disc-shaped, rotorless, and dazzling bright object. Valdez described the noise it made as it flew overhead as a putting or a ticking, hardly the sound of advanced alien technology. That's what he says. Now, on the Manuel Gomez Ranch, they had lost 4 cattle to mutilations between 1976 and June 1978 when a team of investigators, which included Tom Adams, arrived from Paris, Texas to examine the site of the carcasses. Curious as to how the cattle were being selected by the mysterious mutilators, an interesting experiment was conducted on July 5th, 1978 by Gabe Valdez. Now, Valdez, Gomez, the guy that owned the ranch, and a retired scientist named Howard Burgess pinned about 120 of the Gomez beef cattle, and by pinning means, bringing them all into a pen, and moved them through a squeeze chute under an ultraviolet light. They found, quote, a glittery substance on the right side of the neck, the right ear, and the right leg. Samples of the affected hides were removed, as well as control samples from the same animals. Schoenfeld Clinical Laboratories in Albuquerque analyzed the samples and found significant deposits of potassium and magnesium. The potassium content was 70 times above normal. Let me pause right here. Schoenfeld Clinical Laboratory in Albuquerque does exist. I contacted them by email in regards to these samples. I have yet to hear back from them, but if I do, I will let everybody know. Don't worry. I'll talk about it on future episodes. I'll post it on Facebook. I'll do everything I can. If I can find proof that they actually did these samples, they have these samples, and found significant deposits of potassium and magnesium, I'll get back to you guys. All right, so that about wraps it up for Gabe Valdez, but not this story, even by a long shot. Because there are a high number of cattle mutilations and UFOs spotted all around the Dulce, not just in that one Manuel Gomez ranch, all around there. Not only that, but many eyewitnesses see UFOs go right into the mountain and disappear. There are a lot of tales of watching a light in the sky go right into the side of the mountain, the Archuleta Mesa, and poof, disappear. There are stories of vehicles going poof into just disappearing. A lot of them. I'm not going to tell you all of them. Just in a nutshell, just know there are a lot of eyewitnesses that see UFOs go right into the Archuleta Mesa and disappear. I can also find a lot of eyewitnesses that talk about lights, sounds, things around the base. There's a lot of background noise when long range microphones are pointed towards where the base is. They also see military planes and helicopters. A lot of times, the helicopters are black helicopters, unmarked helicopters. They're always seen in the area at all hours. But there are known military bases in the area, not at the base, at the Dulce base, but in the area. They're known bases. So, you know, there's explanations to why they're seeing stuff out there. Now, local police do get a ton of calls about UFOs. Now, I can't verify this one either, but there was also radiation spikes in that area and ultra low frequencies reported from there as well. Extreme ultra low frequencies seem to come from where the Dulce base is supposed to be. A Native American in the area wrote in a chat room about Dulce. He said, using a game and fishing officer's thermal camera, one time we thought we saw something that was maybe an exhaust vent. We really couldn't tell. When we checked on it later, we couldn't see that heat anymore. There's really no explanation of what it was. I do have my reservations, but I think it's a possibility that what we caught was an exhaust vent. There is a lot of talk about underground military bases having to vent exhausts every now and then. And if you have a thermal camera pointed at it at the time, it will show up. So it's interesting, but who's to say that's true? There is also a huge group of people online that seem to think that all of Dulce is a government misinformation to make people think that make people that believe in UFOs look stupid. Why? I don't know. Is it working? Nope. So I'm going to move on past that one. Just know that a lot of people think that government misinformation runs rampant in Dulce. There is also some conspiracy theorists, quote, in the know, that say that the Defense Intelligence Agency is the one running genetic experiments in Dulce. So it's not aliens, it's our own government, the American government. I found something else from a local in the area that doesn't believe in the base, wrote this. The Dulce Mesa is conspicuously absent of any evidence of tailing dumps, railroads for underground boring excavations, electrical substations, which are clearly evident near some underground bases, ventilation fans, and whatnot. The only thing remotely suggestive is a large and active mining operation some distance to the east of Dulce on the eastern side of the nearby mesa. So basically what they're saying is, hey, all the stuff that we can find at other known underground bases, we can't find at Dulce. Almost all the stories say that the base was built in or found in 1979, but again, online I found some residents that say it's much older. Look, you're really going to need to tighten up the tinfoil hat for this part of it. Because there's a comment found online about the construction of Dulce Base, and they say troops went in and out of there every summer starting in 1947. The Native Americans do recall they also built a road right in front of the people of Dulce, and trucks went in and out for a long period. That road was later blocked and even later destroyed. The signs on the truck were the Smith Corps out of Paragosa Springs, Colorado. No such corporation exists now. No records exist. This is all from the same person. I didn't back any of this. They go on to say, I believe in the base. At least the first one was being built then and under the cover of a lumbering project. Problem, they never hauled logs. Only big equipment. There were also 650 attendees at the 1959 RAND Symposium. Most were representatives of the corporate industrial state like General Electric, AT&T, Hughes Aircraft, Northrop, and the Bechtel Corp, Bechtel. It is a super secret international corporate octopus found in 1898. Some say the firm is really a shadow government, a working arm of the CIA. It's the largest construction and engineering outfit in the United States and the world. Some say beyond. The most important posts in the United States government are held by former Bechtel officers. They are part of, quote, the Web, an interconnected control system which links the trilateralist plans, the CFR, the orders of the Illuminati, and other interlocking groups. Whew, that was a whole lot of crazy in one little paragraph. Can I prove any of that? Nope. It is literally just a comment online about Dulce that I found that I thought was so batshit crazy that I had to add it to it. Am I going to look into Bechtel? Probably. If Bechtel is what this person says it is, hey, Bechtel people, don't kill me. I don't care either way. If you are an octopus secret part of the super secret international corporate octopus founded in 1898, cool. Good on ya. I don't care. Don't shoot me. I'm just a podcast host. Okay, that out of the way. Let's talk about the next key player in Dulce and about Reptoids. And it's the story of Paul Benowitz. I told you guys this was going to be a long one. Okay, Paul Benowitz began picking up what he claimed to be radio transmissions between the government forces and aliens emanating from the Mesa, which he became convinced were some sort of secretive underground base. Makes sense? He's hearing radio transmissions between government forces and aliens. Seems odd that those radio transmissions weren't encoded at all, but sure, Paul. So, Paul became one of the most outspoken people about Dulce and the aliens in it. He would frequently talk about reptoids and greys doing genetic experiments in coordination with the U.S. government at the base. Basically, what everybody else is already saying. Now, supposedly, Paul's research revealed information he said that made government officials nervous. To prevent him from further discovering secret programs, government operatives, namely Richard Doty, D-O-T-Y, were tasked with feeding Benowitz false stories about the base. He also told them about other UFO nonsense. Now, most people think Benowitz was an unknowing false information tool. They would basically feed him crazy stories. He would tell the world, making him look stupid, and the Dulce story sounds so far-fetched that no one would believe it or care about it. He says they employed the help of famous ufologist William Moore, who co-authored the book The Roswell Incident. So Doty and Moore basically drove Benowitz crazy, and he ultimately died insane. Okay. For some reason, Paul Benowitz and his stories either prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Dulce is real, or they prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that all of Dulce is a government misinformation site. That everything about it was fed to Paul Benowitz so he could tell the world to make him look stupid and it sounds stupid. Sure, I can tell you he was real, he did exist, he did die, but that's about all we need to tell about him. That brings us to the next person in this tale. Because I'm sure some of you know a little bit about Dulce. You've probably read some books about it or looked it up online. And you want me to talk about Thomas Costello. Thomas Costello is, quote, a security guard that said he witnessed Phillips' gunfight. Except, again, I'm sorry, there is zero proof that Thomas Costello ever existed. That's not coming from just me. I looked him up too, but it's coming from a lot of people that have looked into this story. There is zero proof that Thomas Costello ever existed. And he has never done any interviews, nor are there any photos of him. There's a lot of sites that quote him, but he has never done any interviews. There's no video, there's no photos, there is nothing. Any semi-deep dive will show that Thomas Costello isn't real. There are no school records, no tax records, no marriage certificate, even though supposedly he and his wife and his kids were abducted and never seen again. Spoiler of a sort. Sorry guys, he doesn't exist. And the proof photo of an alien incubation chamber that was supposedly leaked by Costello, who once again supposedly was a security guard there, the story is he came out in the public and said, look, I worked at Dulce. I was there when the battle happened. Here is a photo of the alien incubation chambers deep within Dulce, New Mexico. Guess what? That photo is from a crappy Arnold Schwarzenegger movie called The Sixth Day. It's not real. Stop using it as proof that some genetic mutilations are going on under Dulce. Again, there's zero proof he existed. Not coming from just me, coming from everybody who's actually looked into this. Now, I know there's some serious conspiracy theorists that think I'm a government plant who is here to put out fake information and try and dissuade the truth from people, but sorry, I'm not. I do think there is something going on at Dulce. There's a lot of stuff that makes me think there is something there. I think UFOs do have something to do with this possible secret military base. But again, me thinking that doesn't mean I have to believe everything about Dulce. There is stuff that is possibly true and stuff that is definitely false. And Thomas Costello lands in the definitely fake thing. The incubation photos, the alien incubation chamber, definitely fake. It's from a movie called The Sixth Day, an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that you can find right now. It is easily debunkable. Now, the interviews that with Thomas Costello are never with him, but only quote him. Surprise, they're all the same BS, which can be linked back to BS sites. Now, in these quote interviews, he says that his parents died in a car crash. Yet, many people say the proof that Thomas was real and was abducted and never seen again is because there's a YouTube interview video with Thomas's dad that I watched. It was really boring, really fake, so fake it was painful. It's not with some guys. It's not Thomas's dad. Some old guy making up a story. It's very obvious. Come on, people. All right. Also, don't bring up another name for me. Cherry Hinkle, who is, quote, an expert on the Dulce base. She says those sixth-day photos from the movie are real. She also says that the Devil's Tower is a ginormous fossilized tree. No, it isn't. It's just not. That's a dumb conspiracy theory people have been trying to get off the ground for a while now. She is batshit crazy into this stuff. Within 1 minute, I was able to determine not only was it made up stuff, but it was fake stuff, not even about Dulce. She quotes stuff that's not even about Dulce and says it is. I'm not wasting any more of my time on this whack job. All right, next. All right, next person on this list. There's one person, a political scientist named Michael Barkin. Now, he said something interesting. He said that known Cold War underground missile installations dug out in the area does give a, quote, superficial plausibility to the Dulce base. And frankly, that seems like the most intelligent thing anyone said about Dulce so far on this episode. He says, look, we can prove it. We know that there are Cold War underground military installations dug out in the area. They easily could have done the same thing at the Dulce base. There is plausibility about that. Okay, and with that, that leads me to one more person on this edition. That person is David Icke. That's right, it's David Icke time. David Icke is interesting, kind of. He was an English footballer and a sports commentator, but since 1991, all he's been talking about is reptoids and how the world is secretly controlled by evil, shape-shifting lizard people from the fourth dimension. His main conspiracy theory is that the Babylonian Brotherhood, all members of the media, the scientific community, the banking systems, and religions and militaries of the world nations are mere foot soldiers of the conspiracy. These stooges are in turn controlled by the usual suspects, the United Nations, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Rothschilds, the World Bank, etc. All these people are merely puppets of the global elite, which are controlled by, quote, the prison wardens. Who are the prison wardens? I'll let you guess. If you said reptoids, you'd be right, because in the late 1800s, a controversial document came to light called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. He says, I call them the Illuminati Protocols, and I quote many extracts from them in the Robots Rebellion. I mean, here's the thing about David Icke. Have you ever seen the Pepe Silvia episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? This is David Icke to perfect. That's a perfect description of David Icke.
Pepe Sylvia, this name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look at the mail, but this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I said to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. He's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, man? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay?
Everything is everything. It's just batshit crazy theories that all connect to the Illuminati and the Rothschilds and all this other shit. But they all have this underground, underbelly person in there. And that person are not Pepe Sylvia, but the reptoids. I can't keep track of all the bullshit that Icke talks about. So I'll focus on Dulce only. Icke says that the reptoids there are in control. They are the elders. They treat humans and other animals of Earth as their playthings to experiment on. He says that the reptoids are in every position of power and surprise, have zero proof to back anything up. No proof for any of this. How exactly is he connected to Dulce? Well, to me, it seems he heard about Dulce and kind of globbed onto it with no connections or any added proof from him at all. He seems to hear about crazy conspiracy theories and he runs with them. His website is a mess of theories and videos and misinformation. Now, you know those people, I'm sure you know one of them. You know those people that have like 500 tabs open on their browsers because they, quote, need them all? You know, it's just this jumbled mess of craziness. Well, that's David Icke. His website is a mess. I did find that Icke believes that the reptoids are actually the sworn enemies of the Greys, but the claims about who's allied with whom don't really seem to be all that consistent from page to page and video to video on his website. He does seem consistent with fears that the reptilian humanoids are secretly transforming the Earth into a global fascist state. I mean, it runs deep and it runs crazy and it runs in all directions on his website. It wrote that thousands of years ago, the reptilian beings from the constellations Orion, Sirius, and Draco intervened on planet Earth and began interbreeding with humans. Not physically, however, but rather through the manipulation of the human coding or the DNA. It states that there is no coincidence that humans have fundamental reptilian genetics within their brain. That's that whole lizard brain thing that a lot of people talk about. You know, whoa, it's that fight or flight, the lizard brain part of it. That's what he's talking about here. I'll gladly have David Icke on Paranormal Almanac. Will it make any sense? Who knows? Would he want to even do it? Who knows? But if he does, David Icke, if you're listening to this, I'd like to have you on there. Prove to me that you know what you're talking about and it's not just weirdly connected conspiracy theories. Prove to me. Okay. So that about wraps it up for the Dulce part of this episode. What do I think about Dulce? Do I think it's real? I do think there is some proof that the Dulce base exists. Do I think it's run by a government alien hybrid connection? I don't find any proof for that at all. Do I think that there is something about that base having to deal with cattle mutilations? 100%. Do I think that there is an abnormally high amount of UFO sightings in that area? Yeah, I do. There does seem to be a high number of UFO sightings in that area around that base. I would not be surprised if there is a secret military base in Dulce. Ultimately, that's where I stand on that. Now, with that, let's get to how to spot a reptoid. Here's Icke's handy-dandy list of how to spot a reptoid. That's his. First, we'll start with it. Here's how you spot a reptoid. You ready? You want to write these down? I'm going to give you a minute to go grab a pen or pencil so you can write these down. It might just save your life. Okay. How to spot a reptoid. Predominance of green or hazel eyes that change color like a chameleon, but also blue eyes. So basically, if you know anybody with blue eyes, hazel eyes, green eyes, or eyes that seem to change color a little bit left and right, you know, like sometimes they're a little bit more brown, sometimes they're greenish, hazelish.
They might just be a reptoid.
Anybody with piercing eyes. Okay. True red or reddish hair. That's right. Anybody with red or reddish hair.
They might just be a reptoid.
And yet they didn't mention Ron Howard earlier. That's odd. A sense of not belonging to the human race. Look, I'll be honest. Right now, I don't want to belong to the human race. It is batshit crazy out there. Does that make me a reptoid? I don't think I am. Am I? I mean, my eyes are kind of hazily brown. I don't have red hair. I don't really think I have piercing eyes, but who knows? Oh, let's keep going. Low blood pressure. Know anybody with low blood pressure? That's right. I'm looking at you, Elisa, reptoid. Deep compassion for fate of mankind. So apparently, if you're worried or compassionate about the fate of mankind, that makes you a reptoid? That seems weird. Keen sight or hearing. Okay, I need glasses. I don't think I'm a reptoid. Psychic abilities. He said physic abilities, but I think he meant psychic abilities. You know, come on. ESP. Well, that's psychic ability. Unexplained scars on their bodies. UFO connection. Capability to disrupt electrical appliances. Ooh, those sliders might be a reptoid. Love of space and science. Yeah, I like that. and alien contact. Alrighty. Some people think that reptoids actually use holograms to hide their true forms. So another way to spot a reptoid is a glitch in their hologram. You have to look for flickers. So if you see somebody and you see a digital flicker on their face or hand or wherever, their suit, whatever, they might be a reptoid. Another sign of a reptilian is that they have very little or no conscious awareness. They tend to have difficulty displaying genuine human emotions or act robot-like. I think I've dated a couple of lizards. Reptilian eyes can be seen if you look closely enough. Some say it's possible to spot them only in the midst of shapeshifting. Others say that scales or hint of green may be seen on the skin when a reptilian is transforming into its humanoid state. I'd say that's a pretty good indicator. If you're looking at somebody and all of a sudden they're covered in scales and they're green and they seem to be transforming from a reptile to a human, I'm going to go with you're looking at a reptoid. And finally, the best way to spot a reptoid, your intuition may alert you of a nearby reptilian. So if all of a sudden something feels off, something feels weird, someone in the crowd seems weird to you, you're probably a reptoid. Okay, with that brings me to the end of the reptoid episode. What did we learn? Lots of stuff. A lot of crazy people believe in reptoids. There's a lot of crazy stories out there about reptoids. They seem to go back for decades, hundreds of years even. Do I believe in reptoids any more now than I did at the beginning of this episode? I'll be honest, I believe in reptoids less now. After spending hours and hours and hours watching quote-unquote proof of reptoids, I'm going to say I couldn't find any proof of reptoids, and the proof that was there led me to say, that ain't proof, you people are crazy. I have less proof now than I did when I started this. I think Dulce Base is real. I think UFOs are real. I think there are very possible alien beings that look like reptilians. I think that is a wholly possible consideration. That there are gray aliens, there are reptoid aliens. There are too many stories about reptilian-looking aliens in UFO encounters. So, yeah, I think that there are reptoids out there, reptilians out there. I don't think we have any proof of it yet. I don't think we have any video proof of it yet. I don't think I found any proof at all. But that doesn't mean it's not real. There's very little proof of ghosts, and I believe in them 100%. There's even less proof of Nessie. I'd like to think Nessie's real. Even less proof of Bigfoot. I know there's Sasquatch out there. I'm 100% believer in that. Aliens? Yep, 100% believer. So I do think that strange things happen to a couple of people on this list. Philip Schneider's one of them. Do I think he was killed because of his knowledge of reptoids? Don't know. But I think he might have stumbled across something that was enough that they had to seize his paperwork. Either they killed him or he just died crazy or whatever, committed suicide. It does seem odd. There are a lot of UFO investigators, a lot of conspiracy investigators that die in mysterious ways, and it's just brushed off as, oh, well, they were crazy. And I don't think that is the case. I'm telling you right now, if I end up dead from suicide, I didn't do it. I am not committing suicide. I love Stitch too much. I love a lot of things too much. I am not doing that. I think if you are suicidal or depressed or have suicidal thoughts, please reach out. Reach out to me. Reach out to a friend, a family member. Go to the suicide hotlines that are all over the world. Do something. Please reach out. If you're feeling that depressed, reach out. But if I end up dead from a supposed suicide or some weird car accident that doesn't quite make sense, for the love of God, investigate it. Something strange is happening. Look, government, you're probably listening to this. I don't know anything. I'm just passing along information. I am not worth killing over, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't have to kill me. If you knock on my door right now and say, stop talking about Paranormal Almanac, I'll probably stop talking about Paranormal Almanac if you can prove that you're the government and, you pay me off. But don't have to kill me is all I'm saying. So what do you guys think? Do you guys believe in reptoids? Do you guys believe in reptilians? Do you guys believe that most of the celebrities that are out there, including the Kardashians and Kanye West and anybody that's anybody, Lady Gaga. Do you think they're all reptilians? And if so, why? What's the point? Why are they there? Are they influencing me somehow to slowly become complacent or fine with reptilians? What's the purpose? What's the goal? What's the ultimate plan of the New World Order and these reptilians? I mean, I'm not smart enough to figure it out for myself, apparently. So someone tell me what that plan is, what I should be looking out for, and why I should be worried about it. Because right now I'm just not. And with that, that brings us to a very long, very convoluted episode of Paranormal Almanac that I hope you guys liked. I hope this wasn't too batshit crazy and all over the place. Like I said, if I would have included everything I found, this episode would have been about 12 hours long or a couple of days long, which might sound fun for a couple of you guys. For me, that sounds miserable. I don't like listening to myself for more than an hour, so you guys are getting 2 hours out of this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope I did Dulce some service for you, the patron that wanted to hear it. This one was for you. I hope you enjoyed it, Dan. It was a very interesting one for me to kind of go down these rabbit holes I never even knew existed. The maps under Los Angeles. That's a bizarre story that doesn't get enough press. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope I did it justice. If not, I'll do a part 2 for you or whatever you need. If you want me to look into something else that I missed completely about reptoids or about Dulce, please let me know, because I don't want to miss anything that's major. Like I said, I skipped over a lot of minor stuff, but if there's more out there, you want to hear about it, I want to tell you about it. Once again, I'm your host, Kurt Sanding, and this has been another edition of Paranormal Almanac.
Well, it's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim, that there's a secret society of the 5 wealthiest people in the world, known as the Pentaverate, who run everything in the world, including the newspapers, and meet tri-annually at a secret country mansion in Colorado known as the Meadows. So who's in this Pentaverate? The Queen, the Vatican, the Gettys, the Rothschilds, and Colonel Sanders before he went tits up. I hated the Colonel with his wee, beady eyes, and that smug look on his face. Oh, you're gonna buy my chicken, oh! Dad, how can you hate the Colonel? Because he puts an addictive chemical in his chicken that makes you crave it fortnightly, smarter! Concentration, you start getting all conversation. That's your heart attack, travel rack, fall back. You got no doctors. All your doctors have gone home. What's a stat? What's a stat? You got a friend in law enforcement. Don't go calling law enforcement.
Yeah, we Nick up. Visit LeMayotte. Were you planning on stocking Martin's raisin bread by any chance? Yes. Planning on stocking Richard Martin. Alex pulling from the bag. He needs more. Here's the best part of the raisin bread, the bottom of the bag. Uh-oh. Oh! He's trying to put this head. Oh, there it is. The Sunday raisin. He's got a Sunday raisin hat. It's what he's got. Raisin bread jokes. So, got a raisin there. Incredible how you were able to do that perfectly. It's like a raisin bread unicorn right now. Stop. You know where it's simple. Actually, the book is bread hat was almost. Wow. Yeah, I remember that. No, I know that out of several. Yeah, it's great. They think that other people microwave. I don't understand that the aircraft has such powerful communication devices. Like it's flying. Their devices first thing. We're tired. They're on the airplane. Someone Air Force One. They're right. That's not good for you. They're all vomiting very wide. Everybody, what are lies? There goes Alex Jones, everybody. That was Montgomery. That's tonight's show, everybody. We did it. William Montgomery has a show Friday at 8 p.m. Another unbelievable set by the man himself, the longest in the history of the show, William Montgomery, everybody. How about a hand for the official? Tony, everybody. Wow. Thanks for joining by Ryan. Email you. Not going to believe it. Sure to look it up on it's Alex. Episode of Alex Jones. It is unbelievable. It is absolutely incredible. One more big thanks to the Yellow Red Rose CM Turbo for Whiskey, SoCo Modern Art, Art Third Gen, Nether Hour, Cantina Cantina, Michael Gonzalez, the great Michael Gonzalez on guitar, Steve Admis on the bass, Austin, Texas. Love you so much. Thank you for coming out tonight, everybody. Thanks, man.
Absolutely hilarious. I told Kyle this earlier, but we just have like 3 people taking it. Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon. It's a company. Keep it short. You guys have been on this show before. You know how it works. You signed up on this show. Something for the son of a kitten. That means graphic center. We're going to bring out the Angry West Hollywood Fair. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? All right. Here we go. Begin. A regular on this show, the great Ryan Bell drawing this episode all the way from Los Angeles, California. Draws everything, draws all the prints of every single episode. Great local Chris Rogers. Anyway, let's start the first scene tonight. Gets the regular stealing a stranger out of the bucket. We're gonna start the show with a bang. Got his name regular just a few months ago. Yeah, stories. We talked about them. Great on with a brand new.
What's up, guys? I used to have sex. Hey, that's just like me. I'm does it. I used to have sex with this girl who was really into yoga and jokes. I was like, you enjoy breathing or not? Took your mind, you millennial. I don't understand sober people. You're just gonna rely on your dating. Jesus Christ, get some control back in your life. But I was talking to this drug addict. Like, you have no idea what it's like to have been a drug addict. Like, I know. Only you guys write movies, TV shows, paint paintings, or sing songs. About his parties.
Starting to go.
Asian comedy is still hungry for afterwards.
Yeah, there you go.
Amazing. I have girls DMing me, so I'm gonna use that. Camping recently with a date.
Oh, very nice. Tyler might not know this. Hans was made a regular on the show, and I made it my life's mission to make his life as amazing as humanly possible. Okay. And so I literally have beautiful women make out with them every week on the show.
I saw one of those. That's awesome. Thank you.
Look at that. I'm talking the buzz. Like, don't tell your kids to make up for that relief. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what's happening. Everyone to know this is how Asians get treated. Fucking red. Come up and make out. What could happen if perform? And it's rewards. He never did bad. If there was ever a week where he did bad on the show, making out with them.
A lot of pressure. A bunch of camping.
Yeah. I was on this camping trip.
I almost drowned in the river. My date had to come rescue me. So, wow. I felt a little effeminate, but happy to be rescued.
How did you almost drown? What happened?
So our raft, I tied her on my waist and then the goggles.
Why did you puncture the raft?
Because you're trying to ban feminine men like you. They can't pull the raft.
What happened to the raft? Your needle dick cricket?
Come on, man.
I'm kidding. Everyone knows Asians have huge cocks. Dick, your dick, massive dick. If anything, your dick could crash back up again. So
later, I think like you like did this. Oh, I'm drowning. Blah 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 blah. Then the girl comes over and you start buzzing. You're right. Right on this. You're absolutely right. We had a lot of intercourse. The camping trip was. Wow. I had rap course. Is this the letter of vagina? The girlfriend that you did. My husband's awesome. She's amazing. Same girlfriend you can date for. Yeah, but after the trip, she didn't want to date me anymore. What did she say exactly? She said I wasn't emotionally mature enough. For people who don't know, Hans, it takes people a few months to realize Hans is not technical, but he really is. Hans. Good at many things, right? Yes. Instruments? I play guitar. Serious? Really? I'm pretty good at it. Really? Shut the fuck up. Matt, would you let... Whoa! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I've spent so much time making Hans throw their tongue in Hans' mouth. I've never asked him if he actually knows how to do anything else. Crazy. More than just a list. You're gonna play sure. Alright, here he is. What happened here? Wait, did we guess it or not? I feel like it's still either way. It could be a painting proper, but so one note over and over again. No, I was going for the other way. Like it's gonna be Rain Man. Okay. I am almost positive it's gonna be good. Right, but at the same time, I could like strumming that beat like, oh, wait, like I don't know. I'll take a threat. Get a good threat. Definitely, but oh yeah, really good threat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is how many of you think be good? How many of you think this is gonna be there? 80. More than fine. All right, here we party next slide, ladies and gentlemen. This. What are you here for? Here in the in a beautiful world. It's just like an angel. Beautiful world. I wish I was special. Yeah, so fucking special. But I'm a creep. Alright, 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 that's enough. Unbelievable. I didn't know you I thought he was stop. Normally I would cut other people off, but he looks in his goddamn screen. Go a little bit longer. I'm happy. You know how excited you have to be to grab the mic and the mic stand while it's in the stand at the same time? I tell you, as a performer, you just might not know the level of a lot of people said you were going to do good. A lot of people said you were going to do bad. Turns out they were all right. Very good and very bad at certain times there. the guitar was spot on, and then the voice came in, and
It was kind of compelling.
sounded like you were listening to a different song, perhaps, in your headphones. A little bit of accurately, or what that was. It's gonna win you back to the bridge. How does the bridge go? Sing it. Hell yeah! I'm gonna see my getting at the end during the. Feel energized, and your girlfriend dumps you. So we know that you're happy and energized. What do you want to do? All right. Let me just say, before we do the drum roll, let me just, every single week I ask a beautiful woman wants to come up and get on stamps. I want to change things up a little bit. A little something for the podcast listeners that hate this part of the show. I'm going to ask if there's a girl out there mediocre looking. You don't even have to be like not so pretty today, and like great.
Is this a good idea during a pandemic to pass around the nation?
We're already 2 episodes into this.
To get their own nation?
Bad already done.
Right?
I've had COVID sometimes. Anyway, we're not this guy. You think better. Hans, what do you think? What do you think about me asking the mediocre girl once to make out? I think that's wonderful because they have like they need more. There you go. Come on, are there any half looking girls, or do I have to ask for a beautiful? It's only like a beautiful girl only. Come on, 6 or lower. If anyone wants to come up and hang out with Hans, if you think you're a 6 or lower, also forget this. You get one of these if you do it. And I kiss Hans logo. Asian style called I think that's things. Not sure what it is. The good thing about kissing you're still hungry for more. Unbelievable. All the something didn't work the first time. Very rarely do you see where people go that. Oh, I forgot to say, but during your rendition stream, I noticed a couple of like the top guy fans. Like this undercover cop at the edge here talking to Hulk Hogan's like, see this guy? Not paying attention to the show at all. Still has no idea that I'm about him. But anyway, he was literally crying during your rendition of Priest. It's unbelievably hilarious. Hopefully he listens to this podcast a week and hears everything that I said about him. Literally killed. Like a serial killer. Killing out a murderer just sitting there. Trying to put together his bingo card out. Alright, is anyone making out with Hans? I don't think it's happening. I'll be a single winner here. I think I deserve it. Hans, here you go. Sure, dude. Thank you. Ironically, the first week that you don't have a girlfriend, no one wants to come out and make out with you. Maybe open it up. I don't know. I feel bad for Hans right now. I mean, you can watch the last 10 episodes. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Hans, an unbelievable performance, a great song tonight. Whoa! Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Everybody stop.
He said a
you were dating for how long? Wow. What were some of the highlights of the months? Like when you look back, what getting fingered at Whataburger. All right, great. What? All right. What else? See why Hans is that dumb. About as boring as it gets. What made you? What made you put the kibosh on fucking Hans movie? What about finalized? You got a what? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, fucking. What do they call that? The rebound. Wow. Rare Asian rebound. What? Lynn or something. The Hans with your rebound. So all of a sudden you go from this happy marriage. Next thing you know, you're getting banged in the back of a van by an Asian guy. Cop knocking on the window. What do you think? Is there's a chance for Hans? You gonna at least bang him every once in a while? Are you gonna be a good friend with benefits, or is it just your emotions? I did. Hey, Hans! Hell yeah! I really here tonight. So,
Sounds like
okay. All right. Yeah, it does. That's like whoa. Once you
here's where the relationship's going. Down the river into the stick.
look pretty hot. Hans is famous for his history. Everybody says incredible. Is that true? Has he ever performed oral sex on you? Wow. Does he do anything different? How does you had to describe the way Hans? Wow! Look at that. Incredible. That's incredible. See that three for more. Not two. When he eats, does he eat couch? Oh, come on, man. Come on. Put it on boxes with a metal wire. I want to take it home with me. Oh, bitch, I haven't heard jokes like that since I had to go up after a man named Bang Bang, everybody. He's much what? Yeah, no. Ridiculous long statement. You're actually right. I'm going to get him out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Kim and his ex-girlfriend, Paige.
It's like the whole.
No, you're right.
That's a couple romantic comments worth of time.
It really is. We should do another episode of Kill Tony once a week where it's for an hour and a half. All right, everybody. I pulled the name out of the bucket. So your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight. Don't know at all. Goes by the name Jamie Gravy. Bunch of people sign up for the show. Could be. It could be a local legend. You never know what's going to happen at the party. Here comes Jamie Gravy. We want to hear on Kill Tony live.
Hell yeah. Guys, I just had my first threesome. Thank you. I will admit it's a little overrated. A lot of work, the threesome. I think I prefer mono a mono. The best part about the threesome, really, is telling your friends. You tell your friends, they all ask the same question. Like, well, Jamie, was it a 2 male threesome or a 2 female? That's very disrespectful to the third male. Dude's fucking great, actually. You know, I'm up here bragging about fucking all these sluts. But look, here's the thing. I'm an ally with the LGBT camp, but it's getting to their head a little bit. You know, LGBT was nice. It rolled off the tongue, and they added Q. Now it's LGBTQA+. I'm like, for God's sake, they must be getting a letter and piss somebody off. We need to consolidate, not make it longer. I figured it out. 3 AY. Yay.
Jamie Green is a guy that killed Tony Universe.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
How long you been on stand-up?
Going on.
Awesome. All of it here in Texas?
Yeah, mainly I started in Dallas, so that's where I'm at.
Very cool.
Or I'm here now. But
Hell yeah. How long have you lived in Austin?
a week.
Wow.
Thank you. Okay.
They have ATV in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. You're just changing.
Yeah, pretty much. That's slightly more liberal.
What do you like about Austin? Not happening.
Man, I don't know. I think just like artistic, like encouragement out here. I don't know, like everybody's just really enjoy everybody trying new shit, experimenting.
You're a great comedian. You look like the kind of guy that can freestyle rap. No tanner now.
I wish I could, but I'm way too.
It seems like, but I needed to be one of those white rappers. You know what I mean? It seems like every rap would start with what the hip, but hitty, but
yeah. I could do maybe a bar. I can't even make the first fucking bar.
Is Gravy a stage name or your family?
You want my social too?
What?
No, it's a stage name.
What made you go with Damien Gravy?
So my last name is Rabbit, right? And people just kept pronouncing it incorrectly at the open mic, so they're adding like kind of Grabbit shit, and I'm not fucking Grabbit phonetic. So Gravy's a middle name or a middle school nickname for God, so we started going by that.
It's also metal.
Yeah, it's easy. It works. Yeah.
How old are you?
32.
What do you do for work?
Maybe.
You stand-up comedy. Survive. Okay.
Yeah, we're working.
I love it. What's your living situation?
I live with 3 other comedians, so yeah, fucking shout out to the bag in that pig pen, you know what's up?
Hell yeah.
We actually know them, I think.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Money down here now, freelance, playing on 7-week abortions.
you would think,
I work for you.
not a lot of tips in the jar on that notice. Whole thing. You're working.
Fun fact about your life that surprised us, Jamie Gravy.
I've been arrested for rehab.
Whoa, let's talk about it. For what?
Let's see, I was robbing houses. That was cool. Yeah. That's the thing.
That's under.
You know, you're just cool. So I was just kind of doing it all. Drugs, and then just like thinking you were.
What drug were you reading?
Oxycontin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks nice.
How deep did you go down the addiction?
I never shot up. But it was back in the day when you could break it up and still snort them. Now they changed. You know, the whole sorting guys.
2 ways it could go. You either have to quit or switch to heroin because it's better for your liver.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a typical.
There you go. For those of you that are halfway between an ox and heroin addiction, we hear
around,
Kurt Metzger's
You might have to slow down and go with heroin.
our senior bottom of the barrel correspondent. Metzger, on the scene. We got somebody here deep in an oxy. Saved his liver.
Tommy, well, I just asked.
That
No,
is
I
true.
love it. I love it. You're right.
I'm a degenerate. I'm
Right.
a comedian.
Right. Absolutely. What's your favorite thing that you've done in your comedy career? Coolest gig that you've done?
Coolest.
I know last night at the BMA, Conor McGregor tried to attack you at one point.
Yeah, I hear a little.
Water gun Kelly.
One of the
Probably food.
What?
I got my first boo recently. That was an experience.
Okay.
It was my favorite, but it was memorable.
Yeah, what happened? What part of the trip was it at?
It wasn't even, I don't know what it was. That was alright, but I don't know. But then fucking three, they fucking started. That was so crushing.
Damn.
Where are you? At Kansas City.
Why do you think it went that way? Were they doing other people?
No. Is this a white audience? No, it was a black audience. It could have been a.
Oh, and you're out there doing jokes about banging multiple dudes.
Yeah, the whole thing, you know? I like that.
Jokes with a bunch of different letters.
Yeah, fuck with all that. The whole thing.
They don't like that. They're more into Tony's abuse humor.
Yeah, they like fucking hard hitting shit.
Pussy.
Yeah. Where the jokes at, motherfucker?
You know?
Got better than they do better than just yo, fuck you.
Oh, yeah, it was.
You know what it's
Fuck up
like.
the stage.
What it's like. I kill black groups, but I've seen, you'd be surprised. Like, they turn on their own kind pretty quick. Black comedians have trouble in a lot of black groups. It is. It's a whole different ballgame out there. You know, in Atlanta, they do a thing called where the whole audience brings like a key ring, and if the comedian starts not entertaining you at all, they're all black shows. Your keys in your hand like that. So it starts with like one person doing like it grows. Like there's times when people fail, audience swinging their keys, saying noise. How cool! About like actual, how cool that is.
Killed Tyrone.
Yeah.
Get murdered.
So, it really does. Jamie, I love it, man.
Thanks.
Fun times tonight. Good set. Dude, we'll
Yeah,
see you
likewise.
again. Absolutely. There he goes. Tony, Jamie, son of a bitch. I don't really care. Here he is. It's Jamie Gravy, everybody. Ready? Your next comedian goes by the name of Clemente Villegas, everybody. Clemente Villegas. The bucket of destiny has spoken. Here comes Clemente Villegas, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely his Phil Tony debut. I would remember that. Here he is. Here he is for Clemente.
Hey, I don't know by looking at me, but I am mixed. White mother, Mexican father. Throws a lot of people off, I know. I look like an evil Mario brother. I get it. I get the best of both worlds. Being mixed. I'm white, so I got the summer camp a lot of things. You know, but I'm brown, so sometimes there was immigration. So I'm brown, so I work really hard. You know, but I'm white, so I get mad at myself. My name's Clemente, very Mexican sounding name. You know, I sound like a Mexican explorer, but I'm white. So I'm trying to stop Mexican exploring. It's a lot. It's tough. Tough. I am dating a black woman. Thank you. Yeah. First guy she dated outside of a race. Gosh, she lucked out picking. But joke's on her. I have a black guy's credit score. So, we have a few nicknames for each other, you know. Like when I've got.
Hey,
Thank you.
that breaks hard now. Hey, Villegas. Clemente.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing comedy?
4 years.
Been here in Texas.
Yes. Just moved here a month ago.
Where?
From Amarillo, Texas.
Ooh. Why do you
Some people know what it is.
Your hometown?
Oh, we do. Oh, yeah.
Right. Hey, Madness, you made a lot of noise on that Amarillo, too.
Right. All right. Bye-bye. Why see an AI black girl in his Rabbi, Rabbi, Rabbi. Yo, Junior, you okay, dude? Relax, man. Anyway, find out what the fuck. What do you do for work? I work at a bank. Okay, what do you do at the bank? Just like open accounts. I just got the job. I just started training. You know, I was thinking like a guy who's very, can I help with the bank? Yeah. It's true. But imagine bringing the chick doesn't take his cards or at the bank. Hell now. Please didn't hire me. What bank? Happy State. Can I say that? Yeah, there you go. A live editor is sort of stopping the film and reattaching it. That's perfect. I love it. Ente, what's your look? You moved out of the house with the whole family and everything, and now you live by yourself for the first time in your life? I never left my hometown. That's true, but just me and my girlfriend got a place. Okay, this month. Yeah, exactly like a month ago. How long you been with this girl? Over 2 years. What did she do? She is a server at the Fairmont. Sounds like a fancy place. Why do you name it business? I don't know. I should stop. My social is Clemente. You have social skills and talents other than stand-up comedy. Seem like the is that a fucking like throw a boat or something? Take people out on gondola rides or anything like that? You're so perfectly next like the car is by the book. I did get a paddleboard. Okay. Exciting. Hell yeah. He was the guy with the paddle dump. You ever taken one of the big things out for a ride? I haven't. Alright. Sorry. What were you saying? Would you have other than paddleboard? What else did you do? I was doing jujitsu before I moved out. Now I can't afford to do jujitsu. Oh, that's impressive. I know. I love it. You go out for fun? You do things that a lot of mics try to hit. Yeah, about it. Comedy. Anything interesting about you at all whatsoever? Like anything we should know your entire life? Family? Yeah, I have a pretty big family. They're mostly in El Paso. Do you have any weird medical freaks conditions? Yeah. Yeah. I have a brain hypothalamus, not cancerous. So wow. So is it growing? Is it getting bigger? I haven't checked in like 5 years. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. 100. Well, Clemente, one time, not getting much. What do you guys think about Clemente's? Talk a lot about being mixed. Guessing your dad's Mexican? Yes. Okay. Well, what did he do? How did him and your mom meet? Oh, he was just like in the military, and they thought he like ran away. Wow. At some point they prayed. Yeah. Some point in the military. Yeah. How about your mom? Did she have a job? Yeah, she's a nurse up in Amarillo. Yeah. I'm not gonna say the business. Your mom, she's a nurse. So I just leave that brain tumor all over in the background. Well, she's not like a brain surgeon. Yeah, you probably know one. Mom vaccinated? No. Hey, it's a big thing. A lot of parents not getting vaccinated. Very interesting. So keep an eye. What did you talk with her about this? Oh yeah, she's like super like back. Right. Hardcore. Nurse?
what's actually happening on the front lines, huh?
Yeah, well, it's also like not like a nurse, pretty harsh. Not like Alex of the nurse.
Try something we're not common, but yeah, not working. Crazy time. Again, I weekend in LA and played. Wow, wild, amazing. I don't know. You guys still live there, right?
Yeah.
That all probably. I don't leave their house. Yeah.
You guys, podcast will open air company.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not talking about the homeless. I'm talking about the people together, shoulder to shoulder.
I don't know whether some people have a mask. Don't use it. So,
You ever have a mask, then you can take it off, on and off all the time.
you have it on the back.
Yeah, the grocery store, they always mask on, but obviously take it off. That's another difference. Yeah. So, Clemente, thank you so much for coming on. Our testimony is How's amazing your Jimbo? How's amazing? Great. They smell great. Adrian Camaza, local artist, the leather and makes them. Your next comedian is William Ray. From William Ray. Real free. Well, sing it, Kyle. Yeah. Got a minute. Right, here he is, William Ray. Thank you. I was looking at myself today, and you ever seen Ghost Galatu? That one really snuck up on me. But hey, it's what it is. I'm a bald-headed white guy, kind of big nose. But I'm not mad about it. And even if I were, what am I going to do? Go out there and try to clown? Can you imagine if I started a protest and was like, all clowns should be kids? I take offense at what they're doing. They have been silently mocking for years. Don't think I haven't noticed that shit. If I went through with that, though, I'm not saying it would work, but it certainly wouldn't help the clowns get the most famous member of their entire tribe raped and murdered one of them. The fuck? William Ray, everybody. Close confidence. I love it. Like a guy that has up until this point exclusively only performed at prison. Like a prison.
Great.
You're like, William, were you on one of the shows when you first got here? I feel like I sort of remember you. Were you the guy that's been I was a kid? Yeah, I was just that's guitar upside down. Wow. Every crying ever. Like, oh, like mixture of yeah. Yeah, I was waiting. No. Yeah. We don't. Yeah. You do clown shit or something? Like the whole thing, the whole time I was waiting for you to be like, that's why I have this. And put on a red nose or something. No, I'm still a clown.
Ominous? That's what clowns?
What? Guys, Bill got the head of fucking criminal. And it's just incredible.
That was the clown started to be.
I grew it for that Nostrum. Police
like it. They never thought. Never. Are you a nurse? Right? Hard work. But it's more special. Absolutely. Like the Elton Morgan haunted house. Every day. Morgan. And every house. You have like one suit you have in case you ever need to have a suit. I don't have a suit. If you had to dress up like looking crazy, what would you give a big dinner? All right. Thank you. What would you wear? I would go. Wow. Where would you go? Even know where you would go? Oh, I would have to look up. How old are you, William? 50. How long have you been stand up? 40. Wow, I love that. I want to hammer. What made you want to start stand up? Part of your life. What happened? I gotta be honest, man. It's just go. Really? They let you listen to this in jail? Very close. Have you been in jail? Is there might be right about all of you? Hell yeah. Well, what you did? That had somebody that just like you burglary. Thing. My first. Oh, yeah. Great, great, great. Oh yeah. And we what happened? How many Asians were 500 time with me, but it was 4 months. Oh my God. All right. Back to William. By the way, much bigger race I could possibly be. I mean, everyone. Am I right? No. You're even angry. Am I correct? Your name is great. You have a criminal name. What's your name? Great. Oh, wow. You don't want to give your last name. You can look up the shit that you've done. Brent A. The first name is yeah. Yeah. William Ray Riley convicted of armed assault. All right. So what happened that day with the armed assault? Headbutting mouth. Wait. We're gonna do this Tarantino style. Started with the story. Let's go a little bit. Let's go a little bit back. No engagement with anyone ever starts with a headbutt with a mouth. That is not any country they're allowed. That's I think that's a couple steps back. Are you at a concert or at rock and roll? Yeah, clothesline activity. I think that's easy. And I was trying to beat girls at the sunset sign. It's the gallery. That's the thing. It's gallery. Yeah, I know. That's yep. So let's there. Hollywood Tower. Yeah, what is it? 1992. Wow, 92. Wow, Red Corner Dog. The new movie out in theater. Wow. And yeah, that song of the year is Ultimate. If you're out there, what do you look like then? Same hair, correct? No, I have like Anthony hair. You got what? Anthony. Oh, hell yeah, dude. What were you doing for work then? You were working at a guitar shop or something like that? No, I was just reaching off for a girlfriend. Oh, okay. And that on-scam lifestyle out there. Love it. All right, so you're at the Denny's, and then what happens? They say, I'm sorry, sir, we're out of food over Miami. Okay, then what happens? You're at the Denny's, then what? Kid, his friend, he was real your friend. Yeah. And like, dude, have him trying to roll. The Denny's. Yeah, you're still in the Denny's. Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah. Are you at a table? You're at a booth? Yeah. You're sitting across from your friend. Absolutely. Just really, just a special types of asshole things, yelling at other people. Yeah, all that. Being loud. And you're like, dude, I'm trying to. Man, I got my rock and roll hair. It's 1992. Let's have fun. Are you doing drugs at the time? I mean, drunk. Right. Yeah. Drunk. Okay, just drunk. Yeah. Okay. So he's acting a fool, and then what happened? I was like, dude, you can't get the fuck away from me. It all looked bad. And he, fuck you, walked outside. And then I felt bad. And so I went up to make friends again. I am your friend. Wow! Oh my god. It's like in your mouth. You're outside of Denny's. Now you're getting your mouth bleeding, taste pickles and roaring through your taste buds. All of a sudden you realize that cough block took so much testosterone running through your veins, and what I had a beer like a small boy. A can? Yeah. Shit, unopened. Oh, okay. And I threw it. You threw it out. That's it. And then oh, wait a second. Are you sure? Totally. Okay. Okay. And then what? No, no. We were friends again. We worked it out. But security guards. And we stayed around like no. Oh man. They will stay there to put the grand. It's prison joke, everyone. The 1,000 points for me. Because the cops didn't call the police, even though the buddy didn't want to. They called you and your friend assaulted. Jail. It started in the drunk tank, but you're in there for the weekend, and then all of a sudden, like, we're also bringing charges for this. And you're like, fuck out of here, right? Exactly. Then what? You hire an attorney? No, they dropped it down to disorderly conduct. Because I had no record. But disorderly conduct is like a ticket. Yeah. Why'd you go to prison here? Oh, I got busted for drugs multiple times. Okay. And you, well, I know it started with marijuana. I get to say your brother. We went down a pathway, cocaine, crystal, correct. Yeah. Yeah. Parents. Yeah. Parents. Came full circle. Absolutely. This guy looks like he used to be only rides tiny motor. Now you have like the cats. I mean, yeah. What's your story now? You always with these people that used to live wild lives and they kill something. Like you could be a fucking yoga instructor or something for all we know. What have you done to like kill your life? I've always played music. That's always really what do you do? Breathe. I play. Oh, yeah. I play guitar. Really? Are you serious? Yeah, you play it on it. What did you play it in? I played some blues. Wow. Okay. All right. All right. D-Madness. So, other than you, anything else you think we should know about you before I let you go? I never met my father. My mother abandoned me when I was. Oh my God, really? Like, yeah. That's right. Your mother. Courtney Cox, everybody. Crazy, right? William, ever talk to your mom? She a while back. Oh, okay. Yeah. After you murdered that bitch. How could you abandon me? I went down
so present, happy that you're alive and here at 51, out here chasing dreams for fourth ever time on stage. Thank you. Keep doing it. Have fun out there. Go to open mics. William Ray. William. Catch the tiny joke book. Hell yeah. It goes William Ray. We're having fun tonight. David doing theater. Yeah, doing it. We got him working with Brendan Schaub. How exciting is that? The next comedian goes by the name of Jeremy Stocks. Everyone. Oh, I heard a little favorite comedian. So, I have three dads. Three dads, yes. People might say that my mom is a whore, but that's not true. Not true. She's the sweetest woman that I've ever met. She'll give you the shirt off her back. Later on, you will be my dad. So, one of my dads raised me. He taught sex. Doing that, he sat me down in front of some good old-fashioned porno and said, "Here now." So for a long time, I thought I had a small penis and that I couldn't last for shit compared to these gorillas that were just going for hours. And then I had sex with a couple girls, and I confirmed I have a small penis and premature ejaculate. Yeah, our first parenting son, right? Not a, but I can. Like a monkey in Alaska, I was like, I have no. I freaked out. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, like a vitamin in your head, like fucking the opposite of Alaska. Maybe Alaska's grandson. What's going on? How are you, Jeremy? What's going on? How long have you been doing stand-up? This is my first time ever being on stage ever. Wow! The chief of the first time. How old are you? 31? I'm from Missouri. I saw you in the basement of a mall while I was basement of a mall. Okay, what was I doing in this? It's always so interesting when you guess raining men is a mall. What was going on? Very few. I'm in St. Louis. One is the basement of a mall. Oh yeah, he was a very famous comedy. I would start with. Yeah. It's like saying I saw you in a giant barn in New York, Square Garden, the basement of a mall. Jeez, what a creep you are. How you labeled it in your head? Famous, that's the best comedy club in St. Louis. Helium. Well, that says a lot about it. It's the basement of a mall. And, what? Pre-COVID. Okay, not that long. Hey, I want to understand. 2 to 3 years. Did you get done St. Louis? Ring a bell at all? Okay, okay, that's a plug. That's right. KyleDunniganComedy.com. Where has begun? Are you guys together on some of those? Yeah, we have awesome. I love it. Wait, I want to understand these three guys. So, guy was definitely kind of called a dad. You know, or you just like I'm not really a dad. No, like. Yeah, it almost sounded like a made-up joke. What was the actual situation? Had a dad, pulled out at a very young age, adopted at like 1, got the name Sotarelli, but not my biological name. Right. I got the name Sotarelli. I went to my second dad. I'll tell you what. First, come along. First dad. But second dad. Shut the fuck. Second dad, then divorce. Stepdad comes in. Then 18 years old, biological dad says, "Hey, I'm back. It's me, real nice car. Like, Dad.
Whoa, stepdad.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Out of practice, like, a lot of guys want to be my dad.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, just like a little.
Yeah. I've noticed that the people with the least amount of fathers tend to be the funniest in comedy, and this actually proves you being their three dads. I'm kidding.
Oh my
It's
God.
the first time, you assholes. You're the ones that make it weird for groaning it, by the way. It's not me saying it. You make it real when you go, aww, pussies. He's having fun up here. Look at him. Look at this fucking faggot. He's having a blast. There you go. You guys up a little bit. We're gonna there.
Three dads ran up and hooked him right now, like before.
Started making out with him like a crazy Hans Zim moment. All right, we got three fathers here to make out with, Jeremy. What do you do for work, Jeremy? What fucking Wi-Fi cable company do you work for? Spectrum?
Even more exciting. Safety guy.
What kind of safety guy?
I keep engineers safe.
Where? What? What are you
A
talking
big
about?
corporation, basically. I give people hard hats, and then they go with computer work. It's
Oh.
super exciting.
How about that job? Did your dad look it up?
Surprising.
Really? Yeah. Oh, good. I don't even need to ask questions tonight. I already know the answer. This is like a psychic show. Leo, those still coming. All right. Jeremy, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend right now?
I'm married, and actually I'm going to have my first kid in January.
Whoa. Somebody has been wearing his hard hat. I love it. Is it a boy or a girl? You see that? Okay, maybe it's a boy, but you just got your dick. They can't say it.
Are you his own dad?
As far as I know,
What does your wife do for work?
he is a manager for a company that helps you with special needs in the workforce.
Ah, special needs. She's putting special people to work.
Yeah.
I bet. Do you give them a hard hat too?
Yeah, it's probably hard.
Sometimes it's too easy. I mean, it's just right there. Well, I give people hard hats, and my girlfriend works with retards. We got another beat. You guys get to see it live, but to the internet it says, "Wife works with me." I love it. Have you ever meet people? Does she ever bring in her people home and for dinner or anything
It's
like
all
that?
hush hush. I don't even know what to ask her.
What is that?
I asked her, I'm like,
How was
what
work
kind of
today?
situation you dealing with?
Right.
Do you get a discount at McDonald's or anything?
They get hey. Good. It's good because we're fucking loving. Alright. Jeremy, your first time. So what made you want to do this now? You have a bun in the oven. What made you want to start now?
Thought about one of my buddies is super fan of the show, and I was like, if I'm gonna come out here, fuck it.
What made you come to us?
A safety convention.
Wow.
Hopefully there's a convention here that my boss.
Well, there's a few people from your wife's work here tonight, but yeah. All right, Red Man. Jeez. A little too excited now. On a deal. So much fun, Jeremy. Congratulations. Here's a small joke. Did you catch it? There it is. Jeremy's on, everybody.
Hey guys.
He doesn't have a social media. This guy's keeping a low profile. He doesn't want his daughter to find this on the internet. It's making a fake name and everything.
I'll show her what you told them.
All right. There you go. Jeremy Zottarelli, everybody. All right. Even if moving along, your next
Puerto Rican goes by the name of Kevin Rodriguez, everyone. Kevin Rodriguez is next on Kill Tony. You guys having fun out there? Good. Hey. One more time for Kevin Rodriguez, everybody. Come on.
Hey. I'm not from here. I'm from Puerto Rico, and I've been learning a lot since I moved here. One of the things that I learned when I moved here was that Americans are for multiple reasons. One of the things that we bring diseases from countries like Ebola, malaria, and now coronavirus. And I was thinking about that. I was like, you know what, man, that's not true. That's not only here. Like everyone, when I went back to Puerto Rico for the first time, people were afraid of me. They thought I was bringing diabetes, depression. I recently came out to my Puerto Rican parents, exactly how they reacted. Words. Yeah. They were like, bitch, you getting sick? We got another parade. Alright, that's it.
Kevin Rodriguez. That brain disease joke is my favorite word in a very long time. Very, very interesting.
Wait a minute, isn't Puerto Rico, aren't you all the not immigrating?
I feel like an immigrant.
Everybody's playing the immigrant card nowadays. I'm from Ohio. Here in Texas, everyone's an immigrant. You should hear what they say about ULA people. Turn around the corner. I'm telling you, that's why I joined the team real quick. I am not. You hear what they say about you. Kevin, Puerto Rico. So what do? You go back and forth sometimes?
No, I'm visiting from Detroit. They live in Detroit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hell yeah, that's basically Puerto Rico. Floods. Right? It's all the same. What made you go to Detroit?
My dad had insurance, and I like, there's no biggest in Puerto Rico. So fuck it, let's go to Detroit.
No opportunities in Puerto Rico. Let's go to the great, powerful country of the United States of America. And where to go? Literally, the saddest story in American history. Detroit. It is unbelievable. Where did your please tell me about the 90s. At least then we can rack a little bit. Wow. 2012.
Here for Detroit, they were on the World Series, you know, so
They did what?
they were in the World Series. Tigers.
Oh, series.
Yeah, so had that going.
You say world like a real Puerto Rican. People have trouble with the word. It's Girl. I'm from the Roro Famous Comedy Store. Literally, the first 50 episodes. Bro.
That's Ohio shit. It's like,
Not my part of Ohio.
I'm more southern.
So, Kevin, came out to your parents and said you're an idiot. What do you do?
Get high and listen to music.
Alright. What kind of music are you,
I listen to a lot of weird shit, like Afrobeat.
What else?
There's this record label called Habibi Funk, and it's like a lot of funk, like Middle East. Like
Okay, you name it music or anything?
No, I don't.
What else about your life? Anything about Kevin Rodriguez? That's like a fake name.
Not one guy, that's not great.
I don't.
Whole guy's big ass.
That's true. That's one more father than most Puerto Rican. Kevin, what else about you? Then introvert, what else? Seem like you get the kind of guy that doesn't know quick, able to dance for glasses off, fucking like kills the show.
beers. That's when the introversion
Can we
goes
get this
away.
guy 5 beers real quick? What happened? When did you get 5 beers that you find out?
Start dancing. I start like all the anxiety goes away, and like I don't care. You
Let
know,
me
I
ask
get
you
down.
something. There's like 15. What time did we start here? Is that actually? It's not 15. But I've done 5 beers. Will you come back on stage? Oh, and wait a second. Everybody stop. Hold on, everyone stop. You driving tonight? You Uber? Someone driving you?
I'm walking. I'm staying like nearby.
I feel like with 5 beers, I'll make it so this guy gets hit by a car tonight. I don't even trust you walking. It's horrible. Can I buy this guy 5 beers and he shotguns it over there? We bring up a couple more comedians. We're gonna do 2 more comedians. We're gonna bring you up here and you're gonna dance and the show.
Okay, cool. Good.
All right, there you go. Here goes Kevin Rodriguez, everybody. Kevin, a big to you by the end of this. Fun, right?
Yeah.
Evidence. No loss. Want a drink? Crown Royal and Coca-Cola for Deep Madness. Look out.
I'm a Jack diet.
Hell yeah. Deep Madness. I don't even know if we stars, but we're going to find out. Pedro Valenzuela, ladies and gentlemen, is next on Kill Tony. Pedro Valenzuela. Here. In Austin, Texas. One more time for Pedro, everyone.
Okay, so been around, so a lot of shows, these like condoms on the microphones. But I'm more a fan of the original condom, the mouth. The mouth. I wasn't sure if I had COVID. So I bought a rapid test online, and I think I got the wrong test. So I don't know if I have COVID, but I'm certain I have AIDS. So that kind of sucks. I have an afro. A lot of people, they like to ask me if I'm hiding anything there. And, yeah, an asshole. But I didn't march. And I'm not hating on the protest, but I was there. Black Lives Matter. But not if my baby. Hey,
Very well. For what time on the show?
yeah.
Okay. I've seen you around, I remember. I don't
At
forget a
the
face
after
like
party
that.
here.
Yeah. Seen you thick glasses back there.
Thank you. So they don't break.
What?
So they don't break.
You break your glasses?
No,
With the lifestyle?
that's a lot. Glasses. Don't want to break them. You really have eyesight. Like Chip here from The Sopranos.
Great, man. That's great. He really does. That's a perfect reference. I'm a huge Sopranos fan. I knew you looked like something. I wrote down the boy from Jerry Maguire, but I didn't think of Uncle Junior. That's exactly what he looks like.
I usually get motion in the IT crowd.
We have no idea what that means. What else? What else did you get? A young Zoe Kravitz or something like that? I don't even know what that means. Hey, Drew, how old are you?
31.
What do you do for work?
Not working.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's real complicated. I got a loan, and it's like, I gotta have a certain type of job. It's really kind of boring.
What kind of loan did you get? It's like a
PPP loan.
what's the opening safety?
Those are PPP loans, so like, have to do
What does it stand for? Big black penis? Oh. Hey, what?
Not important. Basically,
If I ask, it is.
all right, I have to get contracted job.
my license. It takes like 3 months to get a license here because the DMV takes forever. And, right now I don't have a job. Getting in my car.
How do you feel like? Why?
No, it was at it was actually the other.
Yeah, I know what Xbox is. I'm asking you, let's go back a second. I'm asking you how you lost your license. The location is a different answer, a different question. Where did you lose your license? This one is how did you lose your license?
I bought a drink down at the table, and then when I went back, so.
How did you lose your license?
I set it down on the table, and then
Did you ask them?
Yeah, we looked everywhere. We searched the trash and everything, but.
Your glasses on in the picture? Don't. They probably gave it totally different terms.
I had different glasses. My hair was different at the time, but.
Yeah, that's trouble. That's alright. Yeah, what's your love life like? I can't tell whether girls would find you attractive or not. Well, it goes both ways.
Usually, I'm in my car, so it's kind of an obstacle sometimes, but,
I guess so. If you make it an obstacle for yourself. Our very own Hans Kim tweets stand tons of puss all the time. And he's Asian, but the guy's got a fucking swagger.
That's what Hans.
He's asked this question on the show. You deliver food. Do you ever grab a couple fries?
I actually did not. But a lot of times when you.
What happened? Are you just extremely hungry?
No, I mean, I just. I usually don't do it.
Great. Remember what kind of fry it was? Was it a Whataburger?
It was a filet waffle fry.
My favorite, but that's like taking one of the fries. Totally, it really is. Whoever got that fry was like, God damn it, somebody took my fry. Drink glasses. I'm just kidding. That's not what the stereotype that they would describe you as.
They probably thought I was.
So, lost your license, literally physically lost your license. How that story ends.
I suspect it was stolen, but.
Yeah, as we learned, you cannot trust any step for it on any level. You can't leave your key there. I'm sorry, Gary Clark Jr. He listens to every episode and he owns the fucking answer.
It was stolen by the guy who waffle fries.
Oh, look at that. A long plan come to fruition. Motherfucker. I got your six-eyed motherfucker.
Sounds like
Pedro. Yeah, sounds like a gravy. Pedro, what's the craziest thing that you know about you?
Most of the crazy shit I can't talk about. But,
wow, that's the worst scam. Pedro, congratulations. Wow, so many great answers. I can't talk about it.
I don't know. I mean,
I would make you hate me.
I'm gonna make you work.
So weird.
Not you.
It's like the kind of like you. A real spunky, active attitude. Can you tell us anything interesting about you?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I've done a lot of drugs.
So it's horrible. Next, answer it again. Interesting about you or your life or your family or any fun facts about you or any accomplishments. The plaque in the house that you grew up in, something that you did younger.
I don't know. I went to college, but I dropped out of college, so where I wasn't.
Right. What college did you go to?
I went to State.
Yeah. How long did you drop out?
Went for I was there for like 5. I dropped out. Oh, I didn't believe that the clown killer guy was.
I know.
Total
joke. Here's a funny joke book. You want it? There you go. First guy to drop a joke book in the show's history. Horrible interview. Good setup. Really one of the worst interviews in the history of the. Anybody who ever answers, well, I can't even talk about this. We need Bonsai to start making more small ones, please. Yeah. Bonsai, your optimism for these comedians is out of control. Giving us too many big jokes. We need tinier joke books. All right, Garrett Wayne. Here we go. That's it. Last fucking fool of the night. Garrett Wayne. Oh yeah. Here comes Garrett. How many likable comedians are good on this show? How many likable comedians are bad? This is Garrett Wayne. I got a catering job. Working a wedding over the weekend. You know, weddings, family, got the grandparents there. You know, just kind of standing on the walkers. Grandma's just hobbling around. You know, she's just there because everybody needs to get a picture of grandma before she dies. You know, I was at the wedding. So you see them at the wedding. It's a little sad, but it's so happy. They're getting married. Here's the grandma's gonna die soon. Oh, it's alright. Grandma's alright. Garrett Wayne. What happened there? Did you blank out a little bit? You forget what you wanted to talk about, or was that all just planned? I was writing it. It's a little pressure. Okay, yeah, her message. Calendar had yeah, it really is wild, Garrett. Dressed today. Like three different people all dressed, but you didn't let any of them see what the other one I did. Like, you pick a hat, you pick a shirt, and your pants, and then you just took advice of everybody to get together like that. It's just my golf. That you golfed in that? In white jeans? Yeah. I've never heard of such a thing. What part of, Missouri are you from? Where are you from? Iowa! You guys have any idea how close Iowa and Missouri are? I think they're close, right? How long have you been here in Texas? About March, probably off. Okay. Where were you from March? Yeah. Somebody the fuck said that? Alright. Where did you live for March? Did you? I was in. Okay. What made you come to Austin? Comedy capital of the USA, baby. What made you come here? I love it. Get better. Just kidding, Garrett. So how long did you stand up? Bunch. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Missouri fucking covers Iowa. Fucking dishes. Mother. All over Iowa. it's Max. Fisher Price. But, dude, look at this shit. You guys see this? Get on that. Fucking Iowa, Missouri. Anyway, Wayne Dubuque. What's that number? White jeans. Really is. That's a rare pair of pants right there, my friend. It's a rare pants. It is unbelievable. I bet you think that's baller as well, right? You came up here, you're like, look in the mirror before this, you're like, no, is this the lead singer of AC? Because tonight, with 50 seconds of glory on a 60-second show. Where did You're just gonna soak in the applause the last 10 seconds. Just looking around, saluting the great flag of our nation. All right. Garrett, what's going on? What's some of your daily routines that we would find different or interesting? You seem like the kind of guy that starts your day off by laying in bed for a few hours, massaging your own feet. Am I correct?
My day starts. I wake up. First part of my day is my
Why are you wearing white shoes?
man. That's the worst I can do.
That's our senior shit correspondent, Brian Redman. Hot on the scene. You say shit, he's got a bit. Oh, word. I love this. For me, is it the softball team that you're on or something like that?
Bar back home, I used to work at.
Bar back. Okay.
Bar back.
Oh, all right. Bar back home. Gotcha. All right. I love it. Garrett, what do you love about us? What's happening here?
Not much yet. I just love the comedy part.
What comedy? What are you talking?
I just started doing it once.
Okay.
So I go to any open mics I did. I moved here from Chicago. And I wanted to start there.
Wait, where the fuck did Chicago come from? You've been talking about Dubuque and Houston.
That's where I'm originally from.
Chicago.
Iowa.
And how long were you in Chicago? Pick up that hat? My time doesn't take one, thank you, but goodbye.
3 years.
3. Hell yeah. Garrett, what's your love like? You have a girlfriend?
No.
Seem like the guy that put the boombox window and play a song.
Good.
Yeah. You can pull it off. I couldn't pull it off. Garrett, like
Not much. I just girl in Dallas I talked to went on a couple dates.
yeah.
Gonna be wearing those earrings later.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice those fucking shoes. Jesus Christ.
What the hell?
Oh my god, dude. Are you colorblind for real? Like, are you like? Oh my god. What colors are these? Incredible. It is crazy. Madness is roasting the shit out of this guy right now. I love it. So, Garrett, you have like a real family. You have like 2 sisters. Mom and dad are still together. Am I correct?
No, my parents died.
Oh, you were on the show last.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that is something else. It's like in the Lord of the Rings with the ring and they just disappear completely. Like that hat changes everything, dude. To me, this is your first time on the show. I'm rooting for you. Now I remember you're the boring guy from last week. I'm kidding. He's with dead parents.
Parents died and I had a guardian to adoption. He got me this hat because she died.
Oh, shit. Nothing better than pulling a guy out of the butt for 2 weeks with a crow that everybody dies who he gets near. The murderer. Yeah. It's like you could solve the crime with a hat like that. How are all these people dying? How did your guardian die? He was already incredible. His guardian. The rare test guardian joke. Already? Huh? You got nothing in this room. Did she give you that hat to die immediately? Like it was her last condition in the world?
1.5 weeks. Literally, like a week and a half later.
Really? Serious? Did she have, was that like her gift? Parting gift? For me?
I kind of looked at it like that.
How did she die? Was it like cancer?
I don't know. She was on the back of the floor.
So it was unexpected. She gave you that hat, next thing you know, she's dead on the bathroom floor. They never figured it out.
No, we didn't get an autopsy. So.
Why didn't you get an autopsy?
I didn't.
How many of you think we should dig up his guardian and give the posthumous like the old kind of autopsy. Back home. It'd be crazy to do a live autopsy. Living in a little bit of a animal. Oh, what do you have? The ashes. Oh, you have the ashes. Oh, wow. That's down in her apartment on the bathroom. That sounds like a little Robert Durst type of shit going on here. That's wild. Your parents both died from one died from cancer. How about the other one? Blood clot in her lungs. Oh. We're taking care of you now. Like, yeah, exactly. Guy, this looks like when everybody around you died. This ends up happening. What? Madness admitted he's been dressing Garrett Wayne. It doesn't really make sense because somehow the Madness is always dressed and then Garrett Wayne is. Like Garrett Wayne. Like Bruce Wayne, William White. Oh, you're right. Wait a second, and the Guardians killed him, but maybe you'll find them out at a diner at some point. Like, say, oh, hey, we've seen this before. It's a Batman joke about Alfred. Are you any relation at all to why you care because there's crime everywhere? There goes Garrett Wayne, everyone. Garrett Wayne, everyone. Here, Garrett. Catch this. Garrett Wayne, everyone. Come back again, Garrett. Take next week off, though, but then come back after. 2 weeks in a row. This guy has angels looking out for him. Literally, this kid has tons of names. Anything can happen. We get giving out a lady up there all night. Should we pull for a female comedian, huh? What happens? A while. Aylid's not a girl. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady was on the show a few weeks ago and left a massive impression. This woman is wild, everyone. This is her second time on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of Miss Amy O. Everyone. Yeah. It's about to get wild. This is Miss Amy O, everyone. What an introduction. I'm honored. Oh my god, I'm fucking full from anyway. But you know what? I'm glad. Austin, Texas, I'm here for somebody that's coming in. Great. Well, you know what? Y'all learned something from me last time I was up here. You learned that I'm a felon. But guess what, you guys? I don't have the right to carry guns. I figured out a loophole. You want to see my gun? Right here. I've got, this is like the fucking, Mary Poppins bag. Anyway, I've got a gun. Do you want to see my gun? I have the right to carry it. I've got this. These are felon guns. Woo! Felon guns. Wow. Oh, that was a twist? Okay. Alright. Great. 0 people killed during this, production. So literally... No, relax for a second. Very relaxed. I did not see that coming. Coming. For those of you that don't know, it's crazy. Dude. It is a wild one. Your grandmother first night. You bullied your grandparents every day. He just goes right up to the headbutt. The first thing. I know that never happens, but this does it. CEO was like the first girl ever on World Star. How are you, Miss Amy? How old are you again? Was that last 61 and having fun. There you go. Right. There you go. 61 and 72 in November. There you go. 61 and having fun. Next year she's 60 and on. Right before Halloween. After Halloween. There you go.
The mom who wants her people to Michael Jackson's.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Last time I made about 10 references to her being the mother from Requiem for a Dream. An 88-year-old woman. You said I was like an 88-year-old woman. I didn't like that. But you know what, Tony? What? We have more in common than you know. Uh-oh, someone went on the internet since her first appearance on the show. Hell yeah. Wait. It just says anything about races you hate. Don't start. I hate any race. The only race I hate is the human race lately. Because they're a bunch of idiots. Miss Amy, fucking stick to the here. What were you gonna say? What do we have in common? What we have in common is we've got a bag of tricks. Right here I have here a whole bunch of ideas. Always have the hat. Something new and something. Doesn't you guys? Every week you've got something exciting stuff. I expect the mom to get hit all over the place. Cherry top. Okay, here we go. Cherry top. Cherry top. I've been spraying this for 9 years. You got it. Here you go. I've got balls. You know? Wow. So exciting. These are stress balls. Okay? I feel like every ball you would make would be a stress ball. Even if it was a basketball, it'd be a stress ball. It was yours, Miss Amy. I dropped a whole bunch of them up on the 3rd floor last week. Didn't even find them. I don't know what happened. I don't think anybody wants your balls. Yeah. It's very exciting, though. I'm like, what is that guy's name? Gallagher? The MacGyver. No, he goes to makes it at a great time. You know what I mean? What are you doing? Are you I want to. How much fentanyl is in each one of these balls? Always the two things not drugs. Stressless balls. These are stress out of your other balls. Balls are stressless balls. Oh, stressless. Okay. We're all afraid of COVID. I've been active. My procedures. Every week I make 4 balls. Well, all right, what else do you have in your bag? Pull something else out. I know this is going to take forever. There you go. There goes one of her colostomy bags back to work. That's my mother. The funny thing about Miss Amy O is you can roast her all day. You literally only listen to her own head. Say anything about her. She doesn't even hear it. That's what I made in prison. Right. Speaking of my nightmares tonight. Oh, God. Oh, no. I may not be every denim, but there's the Madness plays a big fucking guitar, and I love Jimi Hendrix. I love the Madness. Bass guitar, Miss Amy. That's a whole different instrument. Yeah. All right, let's see this puppet act. I see you have. Incredible. As crazy as she is, by the way, still the funniest Amy in the history of comedy. Thank you! And I hope surprised. Oh, wow. Look at that. There are diaper shards flying all over the room right now. Shards of diaper. You can use those words for back to back. Diaper death. All right, let's see. I can't wait to see how horrible this puppet is. I gotta tell you. I've always hated puppets. I put it back in the bag so many times. Reminds me of someone who takes a roll with stamps. Wait. Miss Amy, I don't think you know how this works. We're not supposed to see your mouth move. It's the puppet. the only ventriloquists where there's dummies. Requires this my liquid the real dummy. Because I asked him anybody know what time it is? Talk into the microphone, Mr. You totally anybody know what I just said yes. Bringing it in here. Like madness. Hell can't speak. Not representing madness, right? This is what I hear when I wake up in the morning. Not here. But sometimes wake up in the morning, get back to feel bad. Crazy. Oh, wow. Like I just heard one and like, no one knows. Why? I saw someone outside. Crazy. Anybody else that would be annoying, but in between her talking, it's like a relief. Wow. It's like better sounding than her voice and energy. Phonograph. Phonograph really is. Look it up. Wow. What do you have in the bag? I believe in it. Hold on. Hear the sound. Pull that ear out again. Did you hear the sound that happened? I know. Did you even know you did that with that? You still didn't hear it? Grab it again. Grab it again and look at it. In the mirror. In the mirror. You saw it again. Alright, forget it. Miss Amy, anything else? I'm just crazy to be able to host something crazy. So, go on. Is there anything more in the bag? Yes, there is. I have my ID. This ID roll. Is it in black and white? Whoa, what's in there? I forgot my pin. I put him in my bra. Wow, you keep your chip? My card. I got my card. Okay. Now I got it. There you go. Ass fell out. No, I'm a good driver. I have a bus. Oh, okay. Wow, there you go. What else? What did he say? I couldn't hear it. I got those yourself? Yourself. I can tell they're really they're really unprofessional cars. Unbelievable. The perfume sample. Well, like that sounds like everything's original. Say, Miss CDO, it's only your second time I'm just started comedy, right? Well, in this way, yeah. It's real different. Back in the day, you were doing blind dates, something like that, right? Pardon me? Yeah. Did I get you a notebook last time you were on the show? You did, and I said, oh, that's what you did. Oh. I did even. Wow. There. Oh, I think it's a you pull out of the back. It's I have when I'm driving I-35. Yeah, what is it? It says, hey everyone, welcome to my therapy group. My name is Amy Oppie. Find me on YouTube. Amy Oppie Comedy. I have 128 subscribers. on them. Miss Amy, we love you. Here on Water Talk. Miss Amy, are you listening at all? I love you on this show. I love all the different sizes and experiences, people, and different energies. You could be any one of our crazy moms. I hope that even though you're absolutely horrible right now at comedy, I hope you continue to sign up, and I hope that you continue to perform. It seems to be in a weird way young. Well, my mother your mother's still alive? My mother's still alive. Oh my God. You know, he tried to insult me about there's a 21-year-old that had 3 dead parents on it a second ago. This fucking ghost. They're like, my mom bothers me every day. She won't stop calling me. My very alive mother. My mother is the most graceful individual that you'll ever meet. Really? And one day, I wish I could feel her here. You want to bring her here? I wish I could. 21 and over, though. She'll be 84. She's over 28. Most of the time, the most favorite thing I hear every morning when I see my mother, she says, I'm with the ball. Stick around long enough to meet my daughter, Amy. She's a really nice lady. My mother still thinks I'm a nice lady. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Miss Amy O, everyone. There you go. Enjoy your ball. Amy O, put the mic in the mic. Put the mic where you found it. There you go. She's got this. Come on, how about one more time for Miss Amy O, everybody? Get to choose who signs up for the show. I like people like that. Different. A little bit different than your normal fucking comedian that's been doing it a couple months here or whatever. Different. How many of you like Miss Amy O's red hair tonight? Well, if you like red hair, you're going to absolutely love it. Your final comedian. Oh, we'll do that after. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night. Regular on this show, longer than any regular has ever regular before. One of the top young rising comedians in the world. This guy coming off fresh off of opening for Joe Rogan all week last week. This is William Montgomery, everybody. This is Frankenstein of Phil Tony. 2-minute. Give it up for my mom, y'all. He just made it out of the hospital. Got out of the hospital. Here's a brand new joke that I think is straight to the top of the charts. I told y'all that the Evo was invented by an Apex squad. You ought to be like, oh my God. No Apex squad not getting fans in here. That was a good joke. You'll see where Facebook and Ray-Bans are putting out glasses and basically record everything. Mark Zuckerberg is the spokesperson. Nothing like a crash dummy dressed up for and being your salesman. Now I have a couple of I read that when I was real high. I thought that was going to get better. Here's some 9/11 jokes to commemorate the 20th anniversary. When it comes to being a suicide bomber, you've got 99 problems, but a virgin in heaven isn't one. What do 99 virgins in heaven sound like? Trying to sound like a Hispanic soccer now. You know, when the terrorists ran into the middle of nowhere got to heaven, they had a lot of explaining to do. William Montgomery with their brand new minute every single week for years. My right forms a minute for the internet. Hard stand comedy. And he makes it look Kyle, I love you. Napoleon Dynamite's brother and Napoleon Dynamite. Oh wow, the rare roast very good. Somebody else. Okay, thank you. That wasn't you. But it wasn't. Yes. That was not me. Oh my God, I was so excited. I'm sorry, just my he wasn't in by any chance?
I love
You. Weren't you in too?
I don't remember.
You love that movie?
yeah, it's I really thought I honestly thought you were in
What?
Ghost Driver.
D
Ghost Driver is like
Madness going to urinate, everybody. How about a hand for D Madness? So when you're blind, your bladder is only half as big as other people. Start calling Madness. But, yeah, blind the whole time. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you're the guest that has taken the longest to figure that out, by the way. Normally it's pretty early on. All these immediately went in for a handshake on him. First thing, it was kind of
Man.
wow, you didn't even notice? You just thought he was wearing sunglasses, picking up like for no reason. Like he just saw something that none of us saw above the balcony.
I just really wanted to dress that way.
William, what's happening this week?
I don't know, that really threw me off. Swear to God, I thought you were the brother.
People think that not really. I didn't think the character or the dynamite. When I saw that movie, I was like, I can't do that character anymore. Right. Look, I'm sure Kyle thought you were the other guys with different.
But I didn't.
For the new Raisin Bread sponsor.
No, seriously, I didn't fucking hear you. I spoke fucking stuff. What'd you say? No, I really didn't fucking. I got my fucking eye up. What'd you say?
William?
Lunch for it. A blind person. What's that?
Sounds like somebody runs with.
But
You want some closer?
Yeah, you want some crazy balls?
Well,
actually, he's so happy I'm in her apartment. Some of her places.
Really?
Yeah, we started talking.
Yeah? Did you guys like do anything? Fool around at all?
Just a little bit.
You did? You made out with this?
Just a little bit.
Wow, did you show her your crazy balls?
That would have been inappropriate, I guess.
Didn't pull out your balls at all. That would be a weird thing if you guys just only pull out your balls.
I know.
Yeah, what was your favorite part of hanging out with Miss kissing her a little bit?
Just to watch it for you. I swear to God, it was better. It was much better in her apartment. Hilarious.
Really?
So I get why she tried to do that up here. I mean, I swear to God, it was so fucking
Tell
funny.
us how funny it was. How funny was it?
I mean, it was just so fucking funny. I saw Miss so goddamn apartment. I tried to make those doors. But it was pretty funny.
that was like a job was really a hand job.
Hold on, what did you just say? Seriously, why am
William, you have new sponsors. You're sponsored by Raisin Bread. You quit drinking a few months ago and started a Raisin Bread addiction. And you've talked about Raisin Bread so much, you literally got a sponsor. How's that going for you?
Well, I've and
Did they find you? They put you private?
so I there was an
Oh, really?
yeah, I ended up going to her fucking office in Phoenix, fucking Arizona, to fell through. So I showed up with a fucking gun at their offices. ABO is me.
Oh, man.
God, it was great.
You have to buy 3 tickets? Nothing could come.
We did. We did. It was weird. Literally, it's 3 fucking tickets. So what is going on? And, oh my God, it's that fucking funny. That's why it killed me so well up here tonight. It's so fucking funny. Like, I get why she did it up here. It's so good. We
different level. So think how far we've come. Earlier than I asked if there was anything interesting about it. So there's many cool things I can't talk about it. And then all of a sudden William's here to remind us all about what comedy's about. Talking about flying with Miss Amy Ellen. It was a rocket flight. Greatest headquarters in Phoenix. Why was there was literally turbulence. Horrible. A rocket ass flight. What airline did you fly? Delta. Oh wow. Yeah. What part of the plane did you three sit in? First class. All three of you? Yes. The puppet pay for a first class ticket for the puppet? Yeah, Amy has a lot of money. Really? How do you think Sarah is? Wow. What else did she take you out to fan? I love it. I love it. Where are you? Wow. Amy, where are you? Behind you. She's over here. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. Did we all hear her over there? I did. This woman is fucking constant. I thought you literally have a fucking gun in her purse. Yeah, no, I know. I was about to run out the back. We all did. I still think there's a gun in her purse. I think she's on, I'm going to bring a gun in my purse, I'm going to say I'm going to bring a gun out, see how it plays out, and if they put me into it, I'll just pull out everything but the gun. I'll pull out everything but the gun. Literally everything. Pull out hold on, what did you say? William, you are a genius. Your act is unbelievable. Your interview process, where you just play, improvising, and rolling with shit, is fucking perfect. Fuck. I tell them every week when you're wondering what conversations are like, in like green rooms or shows where it's just us, incredible energies, and sold out show that we're about to perform stand-up more than anything. And there's charcuterie boards and any drink you can imagine, and really anything you want. Here I am talking one really angry person there. I love it. Nothing better than when a YouTube commenter makes it to the show. But yeah, it's that we live. And if you're wondering what we talk about in this moment, where it's just like how perfect he is for comedy. How perfect and has comedy. Nothing. Yeah. William, you've been having fun in life. You had your own show here on Friday night where you headlined. You had a big packed audience. You opened up for Joe Rogan all week. I learned to say when I walk off the stage, thanks my time. Yeah. Saw me there. William, it's where he would absolutely just destroy for whatever 15 minutes, and then instead of ending that like professional at all, he literally goes, "You're next comedian, everybody," and just starts bringing up whoever's next, which is always me. And I told him, I go, William, you're not even getting any applause from the like soak it in. Hey, you've been doing like how long have you been doing stand-up comedy for? I had no idea. He had no idea how to close this. I literally go to him in the green. I go, what would you do if you were a paid regular in the comedy store and like what, bring up someone like out of nowhere? I mean, well, I didn't got the picture. No break. You remember how he used to bring up people also, like how he would bring up road? Like he would just be like, "Hi, it's Brian." Fuck off. Oh yeah, he would say people's names. All right, I'm about to bring up Brian Ridge, and let me tell you about his dad. Such my yes. I remember that one. I remember saying that to one time. I thought that was funny. You got on it. But it must feel good now. Now you're getting the love from the audience in your pets. You want to do it right now? Alrighty, that's my time, folks. How cool that is. dressed in black and incredible, but I said in the intro earlier, he said that if he has 5 beers that he can use, you might remember this guy from earlier. I can't remember what Latino name it is. It's either Pedro Valenzuela or Kevin Rodriguez. I do believe it's Pedro Valenzuela. Now hold on a second. Before you go dancing your way to this episode, Pedro, let me ask you. It is Pedro Valenzuela, right?
Yes.
Have you had 5 beers?
I have 4 beers, and I go from Las Vegas. Does that one?
Better than me. Okay, 4 beers. So
Yeah, 4 beers.
So we're almost. You want a shotgun a 5th one right now? Get him a beer up here. Tony, get your name out. Knife. Tony's got a knife. Using the show. You guys
Large guy.
you're gonna do it? They do that? Is it legal for a bar to make a shotgun beer for somebody? I love the silly rules here. Here we go. When's the last time you saw a 15-year-old Puerto Rican shotgun a beer? This is shotgun a beer by Pedro Valenzuela. Do it for Texas, Pedro. Oh, yeah. Absolutely perfect. Perfect. Everything's consistent. Pedro, what kind of music do you want to dance to? Give the band a little bit of first. Oh, he's turning straight to them. He's not even answering me. Good sign. On time. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here we go. This is the end of this episode. Dancing like he's shotgun here. Hold on, everybody. Stop, stop, stop. Hey, Pedro, what the fuck? That's like a TikTok video. What if I had to be late? I said, like, you dance after 5 beers, how all of us dance 0 beers. I thought we were gonna get some crazy picture you spinning on your back and
He was a good dancer with the balcony guy on the side.
if we fire it up again, will you put the screen for us?
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
Well, Pedro got one more beer out there. He's not driving. He's not driving, and he doesn't have the coronavirus. We can do this. But he's 19. How old are you, Pedro?
23.
23 years old. Living his dream. What did I call him? No, it's Pedro. He's Pedro Valenzuela, right, Pedro?
Kevin Rodriguez.
Oh, oh yeah. So I did get those confused. I made you Pedro Valenzuela. Maybe that's why he didn't dance. Here we go. This is still pop. That's not a beer shot. That's a wine taste. Oh my god. Yeah, you couldn't drink it through a straw.
Down Diana Ross.
That's the worst eating Diana Ross has ever taken. that doesn't make sense. I got her 15 minutes. That one up. Sorry, everybody. What? Alright. Now, there could be vomit at any moment, folks. I think it's going to be so much better. There will be vomit. Here we go. We're going to get the mic back in. That's the right idea. He's moving the mic down. Stage row. Oh shit, he's telling the drummers something else. Perfect. So, what's the stage? Try to keep up. Alright. Crowd loves Alright. There you go. Yes, everybody. There you go. Bring up the son of Cool Tony. Right. How about again for our guest tonight, the great Kyle Dunnigan and Metzger, everybody. Go to youtube.com/Kyle Dunnigan and subscribe to their channel. I swear to God, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. One of the few things that genuinely makes me laugh. I mean, absolutely hilarious. I can hear Kurt's writing, your writing, and you guys coming together, and it's everything that I think SNL and other sketch shows should be right now. You guys are doing, and it's going straight out to Instagram and YouTube. Make sure you guys, as diehard comedy fans, support guys like this. They're out there absolutely killing it with quality in a world where fucking a lot of the shit on cable and television and late night and stuff just absolutely sucks. You guys are really leading a charge. That's the goal. I want to also plug Napoleon Dynamite. Yes, also you can look at Dynamite, everybody. And Kyle Dunnigan's also going on a tour. Get tickets to KyleDunniganComedy.com. Follow Kyle, follow Kurt Metzger, and thank you guys so much for being here with us. Hilarious. Thank you. And how about one more time for the, how about one last time for the amazing and everybody. Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter with your sponsor, the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, Soaker Modern Art, Oscar Resort Gin, PM Smokehouse. Here's tonight's drawing by Ryan J. Eagles. Look how crazy that is. That's you guys and us on tonight's special and Tron. Yeah, that just got finished in Los Angeles. Check out what Chris Rogers made tonight. Hey! Look at that! Michael Ware! The great Paradise Play, former character of the legendary Michael Ware, this week announced his retirement as a regular on Tony. Ware, one of the great artists, greatest regulars in the history, the greatest stories history of my life, getting to work with that man. And we love Michael Lair. We love Paradise Play. Great job, Chris Rogers Art, a local artist. And thank you to the live audience. We had so much fun tonight. I was a fun episode. You had fun tonight? All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you. guitar. My friend here, D-Matt, and Sundays. On very, very exciting. Brought to you by Slow Rose and the Red Rose. Best strip clubs in the world, just here in Austin. So, modern art galleries, an art gallery around the corner. There's an art here. That's a new art gallery on Congress. Check that out. And what else stuff that but delicious yams. Local amazing great incredible stuff. Time too.
I don't think that's right.
Great Ryan drawing tonight's episode all the way from Los Angeles, California. And let's just get into tonight's show. Here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode of this for you here right now. I think all of you exactly how fragile life and he died. Perhaps tragic moment. I wrapped my Corvette around the tree. I died. On that night, why people get life in these terms covered. Prize affordable. Why not take a month to protect the one you have asked of this ladder? Digital, no doctors, no paperwork. You apply for coverage for life insurance. When finally open up to talk about
Phone or a laptop, letters, algorithm, in time, find out if you're approved. If you prefer to talk to a person, a licensed agent doesn't work. They'll help you get out of they'll get cancel anytime. Full refund. Find first. Glad to follow by a third long proven histories of rated and finally, life insurance costs more. Now time to
open on the benefit area. Today, you're in group LERLife.com. Knowing GFN Life matter oh in red actually trade all of our favorite places for open. Boarded up. Not working. Inflation. All of the businesses are now reopening. And million there to be and right now try it for free. Recruiter.com/.
When you put on different dinners, they say you're for a hundred top you actually network of different careers technology resumes are notified that it's back for your goals and active recommended top choices to apply for your job. Urges them to apply fast according to ZipRecruiter. It's up for 2.5 times technology effective 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter. I did it in the first.
Right now, try ZipRecruiter for free. Correct. you think your father was bad pride? Especially ritual. But now I have this really awesome wallet in my back pocket now. I really took off all the cards in my wallet, like all the cards and some way on. Now, I think my girlfriend is girls love the rich wallet. Girls love the rich wallet. Boys love the rich wallet. 10% off today with free worldwide earned by going to rich.com/Tony. That's rich.com/Tony. And use the code Tony. Get a rich wallet. Don't be an idiot. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Live from Austin, it's Monday night. Oh, regular Tom, William Montgomery, Lucas. Okay, let's tell Tony Van. Brought to you by delicious butter whiskey. For St. Gillis and Murrow, everybody. St. Gillis is back. Mitch Burrow is back. Yeah, two of our favorite chefs all time. St. Gillis has crazy best out on YouTube right now. He shot it here. It's called Live in Austin with St. Gillis. This is your big return to the city, and it's not that special, right?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. But look at the nation. Mitch Burrow live during the quarantine episode with my great friend from Los Angeles, Comedy Store regular, employee, everything. But I have for my friend Mitch.
Thank you.
And awesome.
Honored to be here with you. I don't think anybody has done as much to stop atheism with you. Really bringing awareness to the call. You're in the green room. You guys nice to help. Awareness is important. You have to stop the call.
We're having going Shang together before the show. So, all right. You guys, where you guys were first show, but comedians, it's time is up in here. It's open up now, so we're gonna bring out the Angry West Hollywood Fair. Really just loud and annoying, and it stops. Continue and try to figure it out. Yeah, I can hold. Thank you. Ready to start tonight's show or what? Before, let's start with a regular instead of going to the bucket. This guy has been a regular on the show for a few months here in Austin. Made a regular favorite to everyone around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute of great on.
Hey. I like women. They're very hot. Actually, but it's actually. I don't think I can ever fuck a dude. I've never looked at a beautiful woman and been a version of her that's bigger and hairier and less kindness. I'm gonna put that on my butthole. Great as fuck. My dad does it. I'm glad women give birth. I feel like if men gave birth, I'd be like, bro, I've been getting so much protein and creatine from my pregnancy. 20 pounds already, bro. relationship. They have to carry the stakes around with them. I have a pride too. I pride his name. Thank you. Translate study some motivate. Do you ever any way that you can for like sending pictures or anything? By now, I sent him an episode of Funny Way. I felt like that was wow. He just only listened to one. He didn't do anything. No way. What is your mom doing for work? Also, kids. Oh my god. Unbelievable. The real Asian superhero, Han's Kim. We have him here on this show. Han, what else is going on? What's been happening? I broke up with my date. I went to San Antonio. Wait. What do you mean you broke up with your date? We got into a fight and it got ugly and like stopped. Today we FaceTime, so what kind of fight? It's like stop. Yeah, be up here. Yeah, but you can't continuously on. Tell the people about your deep pen. My DMC pen has a white tip. You hit it and you hold it in, and hold it in and you start to like. That's when it starts. Wow, that's the creepiest thing you do. I've never even you get off a creepy vibe before. And coming on. Well, what else, on? What else is going on? Anything else exciting? Yeah, go ahead. Are you ripping him? Yeah. Yeah, he's on. People wrong. He's really taken this on the show and pills like every night. How do you do it? Even the life all these drugs. Anything anybody. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's everything and anything. But I, I guess the secret is to like, have like a lot of unemployment stuff, and then hell yeah, people have unemployment money. Their families. Else on days you have a girls with me. No, I haven't. I wrote with a female Holly Johnson, but it was she was on here. Yeah, she's a good friend. You wrote. What are you doing? We wrote comedy together. Motive what? Was that your motive? You're like, I'm the best. Like, I know. Lazy. There was something else behind that? There was definitely. There was no secret motive? We went to the party last night. We went to a pool party, and I did ketamine. Wow! How did that make you feel? Tell us ketamine, like, script a word other than like cocaine. It's like a fun version of cocaine. Cocaine for
that even happen? Okay. Didn't realize positive stereotypes are acceptable as well. Overdose very often. Boo! Performance enhancing drugs. Do you even want to make out with anyone? I don't. Anyone in the audience? Dude, if a normal girl get a I kiss on t-shirt logo for incredible. So now I must ask, maybe out there that wants to come up and make out with Hans Tim real quick. You want to, and Hans Tim likes making out with girls, so for a while there we had strippers. I found out that the free kids, you don't have to pay their house. Usually strippers have to pay 10% shit. But it turns out if you make out with Hans Tim, you don't have to give 10%. These lips are worth money. Come on, there must be some lady out there come up on a big. Is there a hero out there in the audience? Everybody loves him. Alright. Coming up to have this unit forever. Well, I don't know. Man, this hurted. How do you feel knowing that your run of making out with random chicks is coming to an end right now? I'm kind of relieved. Oh, shit! Whoa! Wow! Holy shit! Answer the mic right away. Okay, I didn't know we had nurses, but I'm excited. I'm kidding. You're an American hero. You came up and down with on. What's your name? Bella. Bella. No, your dad died. I have a lot of daddy issues. Wanted to say. Have you ever made out with an Asian? I haven't. How did that feel? How did it feel? Is there anything different or? Felt like I'm gonna have to see him like 3 times a week. Do comedy together, so I was like, why not? Oh, okay. Right. Now that I know you're eating, let's get go back to little Hans over here. Hans, you've been working here for weeks. And you guys really, how did it make you feel making out with her? It was hotter. Hotter than what? Something on the line. It could go wrong. Yeah, you might. Got that 9-month log. Like, what are you talking about? The abortion. Oh. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys having your own little side conversation about? Why am I making out with guys on this show the second time? Oh, really? That's before. I got prepared in cow. Did they call it a cow pen? I think. Okay. Alright. Anyways, I thought it was ever bull pen before. I didn't know cow pen was a thing. That might be a thing. Alright. I like it. Well, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Hans. Keep the show. Oh, alright. You didn't know what to do with it. I mean, before Timber. Yeah. Can't help it. It's becoming a restaurant. What? It's becoming a fetish to watch on for Brianna Switchler, everybody. Here we go. Know the game. You don't know these people. Point stranger out of the bucket. She comes. I believe this is her first time on this show. Choice one more time for Brianna Switchler.
Yes, hello. This is really awkward. Actually, I wasn't expecting to come up here and I hate to break it to you. You're black. That is a privilege. So I figured I'd come up here and ask somebody else. So I'm really just kind of interested. I think it's right. And just kind of that's different. White a little bit. Are you sure? No? Well, I'm going to leave.
Yay! Brianna Switchler. Brianna, welcome to the show. Is that true? You're not a comedian?
No, I'm not. I'm friends with and I happen to was like something.
What do you want to sign up tonight?
I think you know I'll shoot my shot, right?
Huh? Arguing.
This is really a protest.
Yeah. We get to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you can best coach at that.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah. One life.
You're not. Brianna, do you really know white people?
I'm half white, actually.
No.
I'm surprised. I know.
You're related?
My fanny pack?
It tells you that white on the Latino people white as well. Yeah. She's Mexican as shit. Black as hell. Only what they have born. Might be a walk to this show. I mean, really, it's straight up. So, normally, campfire, I feed off of that are looking to thrive and make the most opportunity of like the. Yeah, you're waiting. Actually, care about. Oh, thank you. Serious redneck, everybody. Makes me happy. Serious redneck. The browse them up. So, Brianna, is there anything we might find interesting, like an interview about you, your like any hobbies or anything you're in? Comedy. All right, we're gonna. A lot of comedians signed up to do a minute. That's what I can. Brianna, all right. Good. All right, Brianna, everybody. Try it again. Prepare next time, Brianna. Prepares. That's what I want to know. What was that casserole shit? Why people make casserole? Yeah. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Make some noise for casserole.
girlfriend name it, $5 a day. That way, whenever she throws up, she can wash her mouth out right there. Not real. So that some woman called me massage. And I don't know like massage. Your girlfriend had everything rides on the now. She had great, but bitch wants to throw you on the what happened to your girlfriend. Go ahead. A little bit. Plus, yeah, thank God. I was not raised with a father. Basically, the complete Brianna before you are, I bet you think a white guy that more than anybody. Muscle and love. How old are you? You stand up. April 1st. Wow, you got started. Right, what do you like? Like you have a serial killer vibe. Like, I get a lot. Yeah. Right. Last. You are shaking hot right now, and it's making me nervous. I don't think it was. Oh shit! I know. I think Scott's right about. Chris, you guys, you're on. I'm. God, that is hilarious. What have you been doing with your life all the way up to April 1st or whatever? What have you been doing? Wow. Were you a cashier? I was a wow. I like how you look. You're like awesome. It's gonna go crazy on getting online orders and go around and everything. So basically, supermarket all day. How about with the rest of the kind of the guy that go out play out on art? I like to play. Yeah. What I got? Ah, very good. World War II reference. That is little Jit. Uh, what else? Fun stuff. I like to read on TV. Hell yeah. What do you like to read? I just read a book about the Lakers.
life. I live with my parents. Yeah, okay. That's the vibe I'm getting. I get the first thing here. Your parents, they're pretty tough cookies, right? The Barry's father, your mom.
But they're pretty.
Yeah, in what way? Like something you can't believe that they hurt you. I can tell mission why I'm able to tell this because you write like a person, like super religious, Like you go out for 2 hours on Monday between 10, that's it. You better not get up to any ruckus. And you're out here just,
What do you do in the shadows? You fucking vampire.
you're sick. When you put the sock on the door to let your mom know you're jerking off or what? Yes. Yeah. Do you really? What is it like to hear your Yes, I know. What was that like? Can you describe to us that moment?
You turn into a bat? Now whack to it? Here we go. I'm tired.
Tell us more about any of those. No, how did they catch you? Or what room were you in? What was going on? You're in the kitchen. You're in the crib. I was just in the room. Walked in. Wow. Straight up walked into your room. Doors closed. What type of kitchen are you in? Are you with your fridge and something like that? Is that how you set it up? You just like, get out. Yeah. It sort of seems like get out. Come on.
Yeah. You know a lot about vampires.
Yeah. Large amount.
What was that vampire on the thing? Yeah, Nelson. I mean, Abraham Lincoln.
What do you think is the most vampire-like thing about you? You know, by the way, his name is Michael Mandragon. That's a pretty vampire-y name, dude. It's Mondragon, but my handwriting's better. Probably my face.
Play fun.
Mondragon.
Michael Mondragon. I think right for you. Yeah, when's the last time you
Lady's crazy. Okay. Anything else, Michael? I feel like I could keep you up here forever.
just a big fan of all y'all.
Absolutely hilarious minute. Come back. Michael, have one of those. You write your verse and take that home with you. Don't let your parents find that. So, son, I found this other book under your bed, and then I Googled a bunch of spurs came. Alright. Colin O'Mara, everyone. Colin O'Mara, right out of the bucket. And that's Tony. Wow. Colin O'Mara. I drove down here about a month ago. I saw a God hates gay sign in Texas. I never got that because I was like, gay. God, I'm talking about like things that was a bunch of dudes all the time. White Joe, ultimate angel, suspect. But the real kicker is, yeah, all the fellas, I decided, right ahead, Yahweh, find the white girl, you know. Not really my style. I want to burn my daughter, Gabriel. I was, he said, baby, not that. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Sarah. Colin, you were doing something right 4 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. Remind everybody what happened during that. I came up with the best concept, and then I drank the concept. Yeah, that's right. And the rest of the night, it's all the fans get behind me. They was the best thing my goddamn life. I was like, oh shit. A couple hours later during that beer party thing, and this guy is more sober than anybody else in the room. He came up because of another 5 reaction. He's like, yeah, Tony, I'm stopping. You were like, really? Right? I mean, yeah, that he didn't drive. Yeah. I was gonna walk him over to the hotel first and like get him. What was it? The hotel. I was like, that's the first. We're drunk. Colin, you've been like every night. It's the problem with my doctor. No, like, hey, on some of this. Oh my God, here's what I got. You know, hotels, the homeless. I don't really fuck it. I got a church. Oh, I think with the West. Yeah, I went to the. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, all right. Spin off. The boy is mine. The boy is mine. Come on, it's not even that tired. So what else is interesting about you? She's a liberal, outstone, yes. We still, she's I said, how did your mom even do that? I told her, yada, outstone. Like, she's very big in, so I guess, I think when all later, God, she's like, yeah, look at it. Right. It's gonna be like Texas, maybe. You were more liberal. I've never voted before. I don't really. President have a drink with laws of it. I probably never would. I don't think you would. Right.
Lord. All right. Here. For you, purple.
Where were you? Like I'm. Well, we're just more. Oh, like keep him like. Yeah, like yeah. All around. Exciting. For Colin. Very good. Colin, I like your ring. Why do you have ring? Yeah, that one's my dress. Dress? You got it. There's how you're Irish. Irish. You know what's cool? Yeah, this is how I look. Wow. Irish.
How dare you use words like that about people? I really make them about this one.
I drink like I'm Irish. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, you're right. So let's talk about like what generation are you coming from? Your father, Billy, what is the word?
He's dead.
Ed?
Yeah.
What are the dead ones?
He died fighting drag. Valiantly. So he.
It has the crest. It is your ring. What is up with the crest? Like a burning cross?
Like it's like half lion, like lion.
How did your dad die?
He killed himself. Not fun to talk about.
Jesus Christ. And,
I used to say.
how old were you when you did this? Oh, first September.
It was my first week in college. That was.
Wow. Man.
Ram, shut up. Now I got that.
Were him and your mama already
No, no. Just figuring out. I started.
He died through. Funny you laugh about it though. It's fun that you laugh about
I've started
it.
Started. Everyone. I don't walk up.
Right. Careful when you start.
Children. Everything. Out of the. Out of the blue. Find it. I wasn't on it. I was looking for me. Okay.
Wow.
I just got a call from my own boss, with a woman. But 9 a.m. I was like, if important, call back. And then right over, I was.
And you were girls the first time?
Not the first time, but what if I was going to that be for her? Oh. I want the credit. Oh no. She offered for me $1,000. She don't need a hotel.
Yeah. Absolutely perfect. You got Brad?
I did the hotel.
Wow. How's your mom?
Great.
Oh,
I bet she could beat it. Wasn't her 60.
you don't need Miss calls from your uncle.
How bad would that be? Yeah. God bless Boston. Well, no. Your kids. You're not gonna believe this, your father.
The worst way to one of your parents is dead and you're a monster and what happened to that? Why do you keep stopping that father?
Well, that's as far as I want to go. I don't want to drop really. Now, like I said,
Oh yeah, you're totally over. But you're out here, you're having fun. I've seen you around the fucking class out here. So you're doing
well, yeah. I've been looking. I've got a credit. I recently got $5,000.
there you go. So I didn't have else on that one.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I've sort of like I feel like I'm trying to sign up for DoorDash.
About the trees. Post page paper.
No, I did know where he's at. There you go. I swear to God, I did. I already gave up. And I just the next time I went, I said for Catherine. I just
Waiting on tables. There's so many restaurants here that need servers. The best way to make money is by
I did apply to one place. I applied to
for you right now.
most of the comics work at a restaurant. They were like, apply. I applied. Like, we're closed tomorrow. They were like, oh, I'm back. They're like, we're training with people, and they
Like you're that. Okay, you guys made it weird, not me. He signed up for it, people.
Basically, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Red Band is a good idea. We're gonna buy Josh.
Oh, fuck it. Oh, thank you.
That's a great. You're gonna take shots in the head. You're not gonna do it like your father.
All right.
We're gonna buy you a drink. You go over there. There goes someone up there, buddy. We're gonna keep moving. The regular up here. What do you say, huh? Los Angeles, California. This guy's been visiting a couple weeks out of every month. It's great to have him. Fucking an unbelievable roaster. Make some noise for the great David Lucas, everybody. Here he is.
Yeah. Now is the best time to be black. Best time. This is the best time to be black. It's almost illegal to be a straight white man right now. I love being black. Like I feel like I could slap a white baby right now. I be hearing babies crying and act like nigga. I want to choke the fuck out. I think I finally found out why relationships don't work, and it's because such a love language. Like I hate going on dates and girls are like, "What's your love language?" Mine is words of affirmation and acts of service. What's yours? Fucking bitch. That's my fucking with some kids. How about that? How about I forcefully my dick and put it to the back of your throat? Is that act of service enough for you? Alright, man. Thanks.
Lucas, up here. Now it's done. 2 minutes every week.
Yeah.
Doing. Welcome back.
What's up, Tony?
What you been up to? Hell yeah.
ugly as fuck, bro.
Oh, come on. Come on.
That shit, nigga. You look like a 1968 taxi cab.
Oh, I'm a bitch.
Hey, listen, I don't steal your jacket. You
Oh, come on. One hurt a little
That's
bit.
ugly, bro.
But you got t-shirts that he's and with a one size bigger, like you
Back in like inside of a urinal.
oh. How do you know what
Actually, it's
crazy? It's like, you got me. Man, that's about it. My fan reminded me of you go to the men's urinal. Red band. Good.
you go to the restroom for the free toilet seat.
I actually use it now. How do you use the restroom? Really ever go to the bathroom and want like for you?
I don't take a shit, but I like to be comfortable with them.
Okay.
You can take your shoes and socks off in the restroom.
No.
You gotta wear shoes and socks in the establishment. Take them off to get inside.
For the first same state. That's
You are both from Georgia and you're both like that. I didn't each group when everybody's shaped like
if we were going about a shape of state, you'd be in Florida.
because I love the panhandle. I love it. Where you been lately? What have you been doing?
I went, hey, bro.
Oh shit. But polar bear shit to do.
You get it, baby. Hey, Shane, you up here looking like a sea turtle.
They don't have to.
No, they don't.
He just says the N word after it and we're laughing. Buddy, what changed the structure?
I can't say the N word that much, bro.
Hey, I can do it.
YouTube. The videos they get me money.
Do it. Look at it.
Bigger liability. Regular.
Bro,
On your shirt.
I'm with white, bro.
Oh, is that a real place? Like somewhere you went?
I mean, like, I see this on time to time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
I actually like no. Just stretch it straight up.
Hey, you are 2 cheeseburgers away from my side. Get the fuck out of here.
That is the number.
Hey.
They probably wouldn't keep the
What else is going on?
Saturday.
Oh wow, they're finally Wi-Fi there? What's going on? What are you yeah, Alright. Anything else? David, what else is going on? What else is right?
I can't remember.
It's a Work out all day, or he makes people like health, right? Working out, you know. I could probably have you. Do you want to see me? Right. No, hold on. Because here is very one. I'll do it. Not just first. Whoa! I love it. In honor of the last comedian, they're shotgunning one straight to the face. We need a pocket knife. I know some. I need a pocket knife. There you go. There you go. I got it right there. All right. Right. There's shotguns in there. There's a lot left in that one. All right, here they go. 1, 3. Go down more. Oh, wow. Wow. Did it. Oh. I just, but I not the big. Challenge you knew you could only do like if he was like hey, on a mile. I beat him in a race. No. Oh, I remember that. Beat him in a race. I was there for that. The point of being a guest on the panel is I'm a mark. And I got whatever you want. And right. It's up to you. I'll get you like you're like, all right, oh. Here's the thing. Sorry, how many is that? The last one I saw it. What? There's no way. What? Oh, David. In a woman's restroom. Actually, I was like, so the thing now. Incredible help for those Westerners. We gotta make this motherfucking figure talking like this. It is like we have it. You probably can't even make it. Well, David, I absolutely love it. In fact, he didn't like a white guy. Is that a white? Hell yeah, yeah. Our teachers. Oh my God. All right. Be right back after this. Wait, is that a white stereotype I didn't know about? We don't watch our. I just watched. Hey, white guys washing their hands. I know what you're going for. I got to go pee now. I got to start fishing soon. I want to fish. Comes on all the time. On to the next one. You guys having fun out there? Yeah. All right, this is a fun game. Put your hands together for best sim. Best sim. All right. One more time for best sim QB. Here he is. Second first. Right. Want to sign up today? I want to come. I was never. And sport, people, truck drivers, nobody left me trust. But I actually, like I have friends, yeah, 100%. Like, okay, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. Wait, I've been fighting. Okay, okay, go ahead. 5 seconds or 5 minutes? Okay, go. I have for 100%. I don't use the restroom, and I have tried from one state to another state is shit. That's the QB, everybody. That was his time. Very, very exciting. It's gonna be the best. Everybody in the room thinks that was terrible. I absolutely loved it. Thank you. I gotta be honest with you. For a guy, for someone to sign up for this show after learning English on the way here, is absolutely incredible. How long have you been in America? What the fuck are you doing here? 10 years. Really? Where are you from? Are you from like Louisiana or what? Are you Operation? What are you doing? Where are you from? I'm from Kosovo. I'm Albanian. Kosovo. Okay, and you live in your Kosovo? No, I'm Texas? In USA. All right. All right. 10 years. Still how he responds. Yeah, because I did my truck. Long haul. Oh my God, you're being serious. It is. I live in USA. I live in USA. I just drive truck. I never learn anything or do anything. Exactly. That's true. Wow. Oh. You ever see Borat? Yeah. You know, like it. I love it. So we just dropping some things and you kind of swing by. Exactly. Absolutely. I love your stuff. I even wrote down an entire picture as it happened. Once you sign up for gay, the line is your mom. We all laugh about it.
Yeah.
No. And
I don't think I would accept.
is that your real name? No. In Kosovo, you went by yourself. How did you pull that off? Kosovo is the worst region.
Yes, I survived the war.
What was it like?
What's going to happen? Like, you just saw the right. I gotta be the. I said, or no, brag, dude. Yeah.
Best. You've been driving trucks the whole time. Listen, where you're at right now? Wow. How did this happen? Have you always ever done comedy before anywhere?
I don't want to say like this. And like 10.5 and then I haven't done it.
Where were you doing it before? Stops on the truck road?
Yeah. That's really it.
All right. Is there anything that you tend to haul around the country other than a bridge? Drive. Whatever the foot is. To the band? That's why is everybody laughing?
Alright, what was the word wrong about yeah, the word wrong about lubing up? Oyster? If you want some oyster?
My favorite thing would be mid-summer. So, what's love life like out there on the road, talking to dudes? Out there.
Driving truck.
It's
Yes. And Marvin.
oh wow.
It is. I thought it's stuff.
So you carve it? You can carve sex. When I'm running coastal, we carve it pieces of wood that have it.
Yes.
And then we must it all over it. What are you talking about? When's the last time you got laid? You get something great about American pussy?
No,
No, you an American woman?
of course.
So American. 3 months ago.
My wife.
Oh,
Alright.
my wife. My wife.
He is number one lucky attorney.
What is wife work? He does nothing.
You don't know that, right?
For a second, what was that? Instead.
So I act like black guy. I give my cool name like a black guy. Wait, why are you doing an Asian accent? I'm not. Are you Asian? Wow, who would guess? Like a witch.
I think so.
No. And it's Bill worship is something.
You play any Indian instruments? Guitar or anything like that? Yeah. Sit down. Think it's Soviet Union?
I have like
Or no. 99 times provide something. All three of them are like, no. No, made you want to get into stand-up comedy in the first place? How old are you? 31. Wow! 31. Holy shit. You see, 10 years is close to 7 years in America. Tony, anything with like, oh, I talk to people, let me try that shit. 30. Do you practice your routine on the TV right now? Like, breaker one time, guys, walk into a bar. You guys, right, you ready to go? Shit, what goes on over there? We can, don't get them up. We're gonna start our show. Love it. Does everyone in your family age? Why do you look like your own father right now? Do you have any kids? I have a 7-year-old. Looks like 32. What do you want? Dustin, you're a wild, wild man. You're stuck. A lot of people think, you know, this is you coming out here really barely having to grasp how to speak the language. It's mind-boggling. Your heart, your soul. I should that wrote you book. My book. You wrote your book? Yeah. I will buy that book right now. That book called can I buy it on? Alright, tell me where to go. Alright, just find it. Here we go. Alright, best. What the spell it? What? How do you spell your last name? F-A-F-H-L. You're typing it into the wrong device. You need it over here fast. You're just spelling your name. It's not on Amazon? Okay. He doesn't know how to spell his name. He wrote a book. I feel so much better about it. That's it. It's over. Alright. Which one? Average? This right here? Right. Hold on. No. It's $30. Alright. But it is, it's for, I'm not thinking about $30 book on the phone. We're gonna look at it right here. Alright. I'm gonna buy the one on Facebook for $4. This is you. Wait, you've been booked in 3 months. Mitch, I have, like, hold on. One is adult, that's lost in and that one is for children. Wait, when I booked the frequency of clubs for children? No. So, how are you so much money right now that you were the 11 minutes before that? Wait, that's some great. Like a 1% awesome. Wait, is the Boston truck driver right? Well, frequency of if you're under 50 want to get off at your end. Wow. Alright, you're wild. What do you think about it? I'm not gonna read your fucking book. Yeah, I bought it, but I charged it to my sister. Oh shit. But I bought the one on kid. Alright, that's we're gonna put the mic back in the mic stand. There he goes, this American Kill Tony debut. What? Alright. How many
favorite restaurant is Olive Garden. You know, the only problem I have with Olive Garden is like, why they stingy with the fucking cheese? You can't serve your own cheese at the Olive Garden. They got everything else at the Olive Garden. They got unlimited stuff your face with that shit. Like, guys, welcome to the Olive Garden. You get all the cheese you want at the Olive. As soon as you ask for some cheese, you're like, what? It's still down there, buddy. They want some more cheese. Because Olive Garden serves cheese. It's Olive Garden cheese, not government cheese. All right, we don't just pass that shit around. And then when they do give it, what do? They sell something like from the 18th century. You gotta crank it to a fucking cheese out. And that sucks because I like a lot of cheese. I'm like, you know, I start feeling bad for the 60-pound waitress that can't crank for shit. You know, you're like, I should some cheese. Like, yeah, don't worry about it. You just you tell me when. Like, bitch, keep going. You're not done.
Pretty incredible. Israel, how long you
About 15 years.
now?
No, and you know what? That's my fucking son.
No, it's
Busy as they get. Yeah.
come on, Israel.
Yeah, it really is.
Are you serious? Where
Yeah, yeah.
where are you doing this?
All over the fucking country. You know? Yeah, I just.
Okay.
Has anyone ever told you to slow down? Yeah, I've always had it, so I fucking figured it out. Like,
So what's your story?
I'm 34.
34 years old. What do you do?
I'm a teenager.
What do you need?
Yeah, I do it for a living, man.
How do you do this, man?
I do it. I tour with a guy named John Polarbear. He's from Austin.
You guys ever heard of John Polar Bear?
Yeah, John Polarbear.
No, is it John Polar Bear?
Don't let these guys stress you. I've been to Austin. I can't believe I'm thinking about getting a regular job while these guys out here just touring the country. Well, from Paso, Texas, I moved down here. Maybe I have like Mexican, you know, like, can I get on my job? Is your economy better? It could be. I mean, it's. I know I wait. You should wait over. What the hell, dude?
You've been doing this, making enough money to survive?
Yeah.
How,
I remember the appendix, man.
how often does Sun like or whatever
We're on tour like
all the time? How long you been touring with them?
maybe like the last 2 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's awesome. You guys go all around and you do stuff like
Yeah, I do that. You know, it's also.
all right. And you live here in Austin?
No, I'm from San Antonio. So I just come up here and.
Wow. Okay. You have like a short trip, like 15 years. I'd imagine that you have like one short trip, like less than 20 seconds below all of our minds. And be like, now I get it.
Well, I mean, I really don't, but I really fucked up on that. I don't know if you guys are here.
But it sounds long. It's like,
Yeah, I just stuff like that. You know, I'm really.
have you ever thought about perhaps streaming license?
No, no, this coming out here, so it's I'm like, holy shit.
A lot of people.
I don't have a fucking story, dude. I'm not a fucking Russian. No story, dude. I'm not fucking. I'm from El Paso.
So, you have a fucking kill some other truck drivers in England. Really out of biggest mistake you ever made? I fucked a really girl one time, like, girl, but it was cool because I like caring, but then I woke up and her dad. That's one of your bits. Israel. You're the only Israel I've. Gotta say that. You're born out here. Oh yeah, dude. That was yeah. Hey, what's your? I don't really have one. I really don't. No, we can you back up. Here. All right, all right. Hey, I am Texas. I need a hug. Some. Yeah, man. Right on, dude. Let me know. What the? All right. Literally. Israel, take one of those. One of those. Son of a bitch. Here you go. Right at you. Wow, that's for you. Somehow that was more depressing than that guy's dad. Yeah, really. I think that guy's dad hasn't killed him. Really? That. We're gonna look at it one more time. What do you think? Huh? All right. Cannon and D Sims, everyone. Cannon and D Sims. Next on Kill Tony. Here we go. Cannon Sims, everyone. I can't believe it. I'll just in a row. That's what are, you guys have that devil in it? Yeah. Makes you drink and my 4-year-old. We get into it at my favorite color is red. Favorite color is blue. She's like, your color? Like, I'll put on subtitles on SpongeBob, bitch. I will like turn off the sound. I'm God. But no, last time at the family function, I was having a little play date, and they were arguing over range. I was like, oh, okay. Right. And sadly, she didn't power up, so like, red, oh, and I don't know this 4-year-old. It's different. Families laughing at it, no. I'm kidding. I told you about it. Damn it. This is our first correct? There's proof. How long have you been doing stuff? About 3 years. All of it here in Austin? Alright. Beautiful work. Jesus Christ. You literally could have said that any other way. It would have been left free. I would have been like, how do you say? Is there anything from the most gorgeous children in the world? Little baby cute. Beautiful. Too bad there's not a rainbow range. I think that one. Yeah. There you go. What do you exactly do? I work with special. Wow, so they're special needs children. That's like trouble. Children and what, like, how does that work? For the most part, I just assist them in class. Okay. All right. Anything special? You get to like tap them on their helmet, something like that. Paying attention. And you surprise on how often I that. Thank you, Michael, for the sound of tapping. Our time for you. I would like to point out that the moment got real wet back there when it. I just everything. They got a fucking drink, don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about it. So, Shannon, what's something about your life? Tell us about you.
I don't. If they call, I am.
By that. He's gonna keep by that. Like it's a nothing.
That's why I'm not going.
No.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
I don't know.
Are you like a player?
So why is it third?
Okay. You have a bunch of girls in the hall.
It's the widest version. It's the light, not the.
Well, for fun. Very few people was Ohio.
Grandma's house.
Well,
Something in Bell Dam for a period of.
when is that back? You're like, oh wow, that.
They want
How many things we should do
to
with
say what
used to do?
I don't do this. I work with children.
Go right ahead. Put the mic in the. Powerful. Burrow just went on Kill Tony the Ride. Are around the country right now.
Top 3 lap dances I've ever gotten. Probably.
Wow.
I do want to point out that he grabbed my right leg and somebody. I'm gonna get the other one. Something strange.
Incredible. I didn't what
I am so good.
what he does. And that's for your career on this.
Like,
Yeah.
but I am so hard right
True. It's hard to say that to your friends. Like, well, yeah, we'll hold on as a fucking on one of the gas. Oh my god. Well, they all there is a group here at Vulcan Gas. Alright. Shannon, amazing performance. Way to get the crowd all riled up. Shannon, how did
it's a big one.
Shannon, there you go. Burned it. Oh, there you go. Wow. Incredible. Sorry. Like I fucking book. Redman.
Oh, thank God I got this towel.
Where your forehead? one. Coca-Cola for the everybody. I heard it's okay. All right. Yeah, that's madness back there. Yeah. Madness. Flying. Busy flying. I apologize. It's crazy. It's crazy how he took his head directly at you. He knows exactly where you are. No, no. James, I told myself I'm gonna drink more Bud Light. How's it going? Yeah, dude. You fucked about 3 minutes ago, dude. The bull over here. The black guy from the United States. It's not going great. I'm living the American dream. Woo! Mitch Burrow around the full Shane Kelly. Trouble. All right. You ready to put a big ribbon on this episode or what, huh? This is our final regular of the night. Every week he debuts a brand new minute of stand-up snaps on the longest standing regular in the history. He opened for me all weekend here. He opened for Joe Rogan. He's a freak. The big red machine, William Montgomery. Oh. The gorilla. Six. Montgomery. Remember that movie where Mickey Mouse and NYPD doing strange white Mouse and goes to Nakatomi Plaza, Los Angeles for a Christmas party, but Minnie and several others get taken hostage by German terrorists? Still hard to believe that world. I thought that was going to go better. Excited to announce I'm Murphy Brown. Hunter Biden was nearly 50 years when all the Afghani buildings burning on speed to find ways. Burning buildings, I thought they were burning the coffee field. It's weird. Y'all are going to like this. This is a funny one coming up. It's weird you don't hear much from Tinkerbell anymore, or the tabloid scholar Wrinklebell. Wait, plus, I was great news coming. So last week we got engaged. Oh wow, we're engaged. That's incredible. Miss Amy O. Wild. Got a whole bag of tricks flying. Yeah, we went back to our apartment after the show. We started dancing. For marriage. So we're pretty excited. I think next October we're getting married. Ah, next October. And did you guys hook up at all? Lick each other. Lick each other like on our stomachs. Maybe here we can actually do that. Yeah, she's ready. I was kind of. I don't bring her up. Amy O's a wild one. If she comes up here, there's no getting that microphone back, William. Where are you, baby? Oh, hello, lady. Hold on, what is she doing? Here she comes, everybody. No. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Here you go. Well, you can come out. Stop it, Red Band, stop it. Miss Amy, how are you? Wait, don't answer the microphone. William, you have to do it like Rogan knows. You hold the microphone in front of her face. It's a wild one, dude. She'll fucking jump off the stage with that. Well, it was when we got married. Miss Arsenio, is this true? Are you marrying William Montgomery?
What's the charge of the lawyer? Hold on, that's not what we agreed you would say. You planned this shit out, or when you get something else, why did you mess that up already? It was gonna be hilarious. Why didn't you?
What type of whistle do you have there, Amy? What is that in your hand? What type of weapon is that?
This is a instrument that I used to use to children.
How to what? How to get notes? Now, Miss Amy, you famously killed Tony. I believe 4 weeks ago you were on one. Then you were on last. Both were absolutely so crazy. Pop culture reference here on the show. Your first time was in front of Shane. Let's hear. You remember that?
What? She's basically Donald Trump.
Pennsylvania, great state, I remember it well. Pennsylvania, love Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, love.
Wow. If you heard that, that's pretty. Hey, you're gonna have to stop. This may turn into a mistake. You weren't supposed to come up here. That's this seriously turned into a mistake. What did you just say about her? Seriously, what did you say? I don't know if I heard it right.
Very defensive woman.
Okay.
I think you're going to, William, have you thought about perhaps getting her pregnant? Making a little bit.
She is pregnant.
Oh. Wow. This is just weird on every level, everybody. Wow. William, called taking chances. Hell yeah. Savio, 4 weeks ago on the show, you said that you were sober. Are you sober?
More or less.
We were doing a bunch of Twitter plays last night.
Seriously, we did a bunch. I don't know how she had so much. She had money coming in from somewhere. Seriously, this bag we were doing.
Is that true?
Oh my god.
Savio, is that true? Okay.
Secret. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I swear to God,
Told you.
last week.
What happened?
Security had to check my purse. They thought I had.
Right. You said you had a gun. You said you were going to pull off.
I said I had felony legal. I told you not to say that. That was not a good one.
And like most guns, I'm guessing they don't work anymore. Oh yeah, look at those Winchesters, everybody. Those guns were used, those are muskets, everybody.
No, you're gonna have to stop. Seriously, you're gonna have to stop. This is a mistake bringing you up here. This is a horrible mistake.
Like making fun of your lady's old gun?
Not really.
How about the cover you get?
Wait. Fucking stop. Stop. I told you not to fucking touch. We talked about it last time.
Savio, what is that tattoo on your chest there? Is that a Darth Vader? What is that?
Oh my god.
The alcoholic anonymous symbol.
I had him fix it into a dream catcher.
Wow. Look at that.
Still live by the principle.
Oh my god. William, when you're making for you see the former AA symbol turn dream catcher, what is
It is in my face. I honestly thought it was Boston. Seriously, I saw it in Boston. I didn't realize it was green. That's a fucking catcher. You lied to me about that. Why is this all up?
I'm gonna keep you here for another 45 minutes. This is great. This is comedy great.
I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I'm just whatever. Person.
You could have just.
Yeah.
The one where you're most. Can you hold her up?
Oh yeah.
What type of noises?
Yeah, it's sort of a walk around with.
What type of noises do you make during sex?
Like, wow. I love absolutely incredible. How many you know, what kind of noise?
During sexual intercourse.
That was my nickname, by the way. Cricket. When I rub my legs together. God. How did you? How the fuck make that cricket noise like that? That was incredible. Wait, William, put the mic. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There goes all.
Alright. I will say this, like, I did lost, like, over a little bit during the AA test. Into it down, like, just down in the test floor, just, like, never mind. Get fucked up.
Were you fucked up when you decided?
Was it the same test you got?
Like that. When I'm parole, I got that too. Well, I didn't tell me that it's fucking jail. You had a boyfriend? What are you talking about? Yes, I have this. Tell me that. Jail? Wow. Well, and show you. Were you in jail and for different reasons? Did the jail lead to prison?
You're on the same day?
Your number comes up and
You beat me, or you fucking fat?
hold on, that's a fucking cop. Fucking so bad. Yeah, what'd you call her? Seriously, what'd you call her? I'm gonna roll back. Call back to the vampire stuff from her.
None of us supported it.
Very former AA dude, so close to us. You get so close to the smell of sleep under her dream. You know, this is wild. You're like magenta black, something like that. Willie, I met your mom. I didn't really care. What happened? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't really understand each other. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong connection. It's been. Brendan, why would you fucking that? Seriously, why would you sex? You know, it's. Yeah, what happened? You watched. I watched him perform, and I thought he was cheating on me, so I was hiding there. God, Amy, why would you fucking say that? I think you're over that. You hear what happened? That was awkward as shit. No, I'm rethinking bringing you up here. Turn into a whole fucking state. I thought I was gonna go fucking. Now I'm starting to have regret. Maybe, any parting words in the body. I'm not trying to take anything but my fucking hard-earned money. She has a question.
Sammy, what are your thoughts on the Black Lives Matter? I'd like you.
Hey, so I have experience. I brought 2 black men onto the earth. What the fuck is happening? Why am I just hearing that right now? Seriously, what is happening? Oh my god. What the fuck does that mean? They're gonna watch it? Threat? Is that a fucking threat? Seriously, what's going on? I think technically the math only brought 1 black man onto the third. William, you know that he has children? No, she had never told me that. I specifically asked, you have black children, and she said fucking no. Why? I specifically fucking asked you that. And now they're white. What? That sounds kind of weird.
feel about that? How do you forward? It seems like there's a real spark in your eyes. When you look at her and you look back at us, like, oh my god, look at that. Green girl, it's Tito Ortiz over here.
Funny, that was too much. That was Amy Weiss. Seriously, that's a little too much.
Right. Absolutely. That's it.
Tell him, all right, well, it's so nice.
There they go. Gonna see her later, everybody.
For you.
There you go.
Hey, I feel like that turned into a horrible thing. I apologize for bringing her up.
Very, very, without a doubt.
I should probably start drinking again, William. What the fuck does that mean? I should probably start drinking.
Probably get back on the bread though. It seems like your life was a little bit better when you were addicted to bread.
It was a lot of that. And every day, I literally had for the sponsorship.
William's gonna get his raisin bread turned into a biscuit. All right, William. So much fun as always. Another brand new minute. Thank you so much, guys. We did it again. That's another episode of Kill Tony. How about a hand for? There you go. How about a hand for my friend William Montgomery, everybody? And guys, how about a hand for my guest, St. Gillis and Mitchboro, everyone? Check out St. Gillis' special on YouTube entitled Live in Us. Check out Mitch. He's everywhere. Comedy store. It's about the malls, Texas. Texas.
If you need an airplane, I can.
He's taking airplanes. Very rarely do we have a retiring young as a guest.
I am the least up and coming comedian
Down and out.
right now.
But thank you guys so much. So glad to have you here. How about a hand for the band, everybody? The Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Band. Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the band. Matt Finley on guitar, Gene Madness on the bass, Michael Gonzalez on drums. And how about it? It's his first time ever on the show. Make some noise for Dalton, everybody. Thanks for coming, Dalton. Here's our drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. Absolutely incredible. I mean,
The guy keeps drawing me skinny, and it's funny. The compliment, he keeps drawing me like I'm not fat. And I couldn't even see myself.
wait a second.
I look black.
Ryan?
I'm like a black guy.
All right. We'll be right back after these. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much, Austin, Texas. We love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Bill Tony band. That's great. Michael Gonzalez on drums, everybody. Playing on guitar. The great Pete Madness here tonight on video. It's a real the new thing. And also the return of the great everybody. Branching off at tour with Gary Clark Jr. and himself doing all the big venues in the world. And we have two books made by the great Bonsai, and local artist here. He makes leather books. The show, of course, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. And he has cool running around on the show sometimes. Cody built up celebrity. The field. Maybe we'll see how many. How many of you like to but yeah. Love you. Before we start today's show, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsor now. Hey y'all, have you ever browsed Incognito? It's probably because Incognito thing. And why would it? Incognito, the rest from browser itself, and Google has made it purchase tracking line and a $5 class action against the company in California. Collecting data. Google's defense, does mean actually as invisible as possible online. Correct. Like I read because I damn sure and want to have you to be all about it. Oh, I all of my have to that even on your online activity gets tracked. And brokers buy and one of these data points is IP address. Take that hard. Your IP located your connection ground your IP express express shared by any other express customer. They don't know who IP address. First of all, ExpressVPN is pretty much on your phone, laptop, or TV. One button. Y'all know Redman and I are in the street. When we go to porn sites, missionaries, we are using ExpressVPN and never find out. You really want to go to Incognito and protect your privacy. Give yourself with the #1 rated VPN. Please visit expressvpn.com/Tony and get 3 extra months. expressvpn.com/Tony. Go! expressvpn.com/Tony to learn more. Yeah, hey y'all, I actually fucking love my Ridge wallet. If you guys don't have one, you can definitely this brought you Ridge wallet. And if you don't know Ridge wallet, real metallic wallet, strong, it's dirty, it feels like a goddamn brick, and cool. Keep all your credit cards and all your cash. Ridge wallet. Yes, I love it. Never going back to a regular wallet. Man, I used to have one of those wallets that is of a big bag. I've tried to eat it a few times. Yeah, you can eat that. Don't you eat your wallet? I tried. Especially Ridge wallet. It broke all my. But now I have this really awesome wallet. I in my pocket. Really took out all the garbage in my wallet. Like, crap. And now, I even get a girlfriend and she loves it. Girls love Ridge wallet. Girls love Ridge wallet. Boys love Ridge wallet. Get 10% today with free worldwide shipping and return to ridge.com/Tony. Ridge.com/Tony. guys ready to start some episode or what? Alright. Tonight, literally, the greatest in the history of the been on the show, more than any other guest ever in the history of the show. I present you one of the greatest comedians of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dom Herrera. The return of the great Dom Herrera. Holy shit, it has been years. This guy, literally the record holder all time. How awesome. You give my friend Dom Herrera a real fucking Texas welcome right now. Brother, my daddy, something like that. I don't know what. I love it. It's a rough week. We lost another one of our trades. How about a moment of silence? Great. Golly, everybody. Really. First they try to make their mask, then they make it effect. Tell me I can't match girl up to a radiator and kiss and hit on her, you know what I mean? Fair. Alright. Oh, we're having fun here already. Checking the barometer for how far we can go here. It's a little temp check. It's like when the doctor puts a little thermometer in your butthole. Great Ryan J. Eagle drawing tonight's episode of and let you guys know how it works. A bunch of people can stand up before the show for a chance seconds uninterrupted on this stage in front of a sold out crowd. All night. They get pulled out of the bucket, they get grabbed in time to for the I mean that they must be fair. Then we talk to them afterwards about their life and find out more about them and interview. You guys ready to start this jammer or what? This is it. Well, not for Bill why? Dom Herrera. Pulling in person, Dom. I remember Dom was regulars on the show. We have a few guys always given this to. They all moved here in months ago. Let's go up first night. Ladies and Austin. Minute every week. Great Hans Tim, everybody. Here he is.
I think it's funny that people in my generation are such narcissists. Not a 7 or above, they'll their complicated of gender. Before and learn how to play chess. Stop playing with your genitals. Abortion is sort of legal in Texas. I think it's the wrong way to do it. You only make abortion for people who have money and have a plan. You only support the best baby. I got them all. Can't just bro. Thank you very much.
Wow. Another. He just does it every time. Not easy minute every week. Not easy. Always just started with the bang, but somehow you.
Thank you so much. That was a risk. Not gonna lie.
Wow. How cool. That was fucking fantastic.
Shot a short film in San Diego. This guy put me out there to do like lines.
Wow. What is it? Is that the name? Am I allowed to make that joke anymore? No? Oh, okay. I don't.
The yellow.
No, but
I got drunk. I went to the local comics. I shot a little sketch with them. I didn't get laid. but
Video on cockroach. Oh wow. How did I full of toxic?
Austin, Texas, baby, we grow them big here. Ah, enough from me. Battle.
Your first time great on him regular here every on the show but this
Thank you
so much incredible stuff. How's your love like? Everyone know as on video.
I'm back with Paige again.
Oh, really? You keep going on. Yeah, you're going on and off with this girl.
Yeah,
Is it wild adventure?
not sure about. I think that's not emotional for her. She did not, do because his mother is.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Mother and sick mother, but it could have been mother and sick strippers. Wasn't. It would have called her probably with Falcon.
That's the first time we had sex.
Wow. Yeah. But I damn it, oh, this fucking girl is my boy to get laid. God damn.
My new pickup line. I do something at bars.
You guys, now that you guys are together, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
On what's fun fact on
Use, we use a lot of lube. We don't lube shame.
oh wow.
Use really.
Hell yeah. You're really getting your dick off. It's water then perhaps I guess go out. For her she's not getting wet. I don't think wants to admit that
Well, I think it's like turn the fan on, then her pussy gets dry.
variables. The window. I want to make
The fact that we're always flushing the fan together.
right. And dry up the way to do it. It's like all right. You put a man. Woo. Bring it back from the dead. What else on? What else going on?
I did shows, but Pixar Madhouse in San Diego. I was in. Called Gathering. People who were Tony fans. And two people Tony in San Diego.
Found out last week on Osto on the electric car. However, really train on you guys wait know how to play you guys have to hear how horrible
I'm pretty good at Wonderwall.
you want to hear some Wonderwall. Welcome to area on go right into okay. The whole intro. It's not the over.
Someday you're gonna be mine and the better my body for you.
Alright. Regret. Clearly you've been practicing. Much better. look at me go. Need a strain. Fun fact, I looked up best of Dom Irera just to see if there was a best of Dom Irera on Kill 20, and I looked it up today. I found one. Literally, the name of the video is Best of Dom Irera on Kill 20. It's an hour and 6 minutes long. Of continuous. Crazy. Your first comedian, Trevor Timpone, everyone. Trevor Timpone. Uninterrupted from Trevor.
My girlfriend and I started doing bondage, doing it for the first time, and I started tying her up, and tight with the loop. Turning this thing, you know what? You're not that good. Like, it's not a good. What would you do if I was tying wrists? Like, what would you like? I don't know. I'm supposed to like share my feelings with you, and now I have the first part of kidnapping. That's the first time in my life I've heard the voice. They know all the time. There's nothing easier than a voice. You know what I mean? Like khaki shirt, khaki shorts, and all these badges. Just let you know, like they can kidnap you, and then also survive in the wild. They know what they're doing. So,
There you go. Trevor Timpone. Great bondage material. Is that true? Oh, half.
you know, a little bit.
Or half. What part did?
I never untied her. Tied up.
Hey, I like that.
No,
Where are you from, Trevor?
I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Okay, how long have you been here in Austin? What, you live here now?
Yeah, trying to.
Okay. When you say trying to, what does that mean exactly? Are you looking for a place? Are you at Airbnb right now?
House.
Okay.
Yeah. Weird. On a website. House. Like say, yeah. I can.
They're watching cameras
For
the whole
sure.
time.
For sure. No, definitely. No. I have a whole thing with kids. Scary that you look. Yeah. You like that? They're seductive. Yeah, I go for that. That's why I tie women up.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a very vibe that you're giving off.
I appreciate
Literally one of the guys up in one house. And, all right, Trevor. Work.
Nothing cool. No. I buy business. I don't know what I do. I assist some guy who does cool stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried.
Do you have a girlfriend now, Trevor? When did you write the video?
I wrote it a couple weeks ago.
So it happened a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay. The random hookup?
No, it's my fiance.
Oh.
I said I want to say fiance to ruin the flow of everything. You know.
You go to like a store to get stuff to tie her up, or tie her up with normal household materials?
Household materials.
Or other people's household materials.
Yeah, someone else's.
Basically, damn it, there's room in her
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Like, oh, hey,
Bondage out. I don't really.
okay.
Do you? Is there any anything?
You know,
Still
my
got.
finger in the back every now and then, but it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah. All the way up though. Yeah.
Talking about getting Airbnb.
I love it.
What else? Any fun facts of you or your life that we know about? Any special skills?
No special skills, no talent. Shout out to, we're doing comedy in New Zealand. Shout out.
All of the
Shout out.
I'll make it $30. That really happened? Is that? Yeah. Wild. How long you been? How do you know? I moved there, and that's when I started doing comedy. And I'm back. Now I'm here. I was in Portland. There. And now, how long were you there for? 1 year. And you go there? Followed that girl. The girl that I tied up. Really? Yeah. Do you know her name? No, it's fun, actually. That's what makes it fun. Alright, forever. I like it. Anything else that I should know about you before, okay, perfect. No, not at all. Congratulations, Trevor. Here. What? Water, that guy is, huh? Right. All this worldly experience brings none of it up here with him. Paul Cyphers, son. The name out of the bucket. I think I heard a pop. He's excited about it. Here you go. One more time for Paul Cyphers, everyone. What's up? My hair pink a month ago, and I was like police officer on TikTok. Where was then? Children. My favorite band is yours. I killed myself. Anybody else want to kill themselves? They say exercising helps. I've got a personal trainer. He told me to take a picture of a celebrity that's body. I brought the picture of Jack Skelly the night there for Christmas. He's like, Paul, I don't know if you can be dead. I was like, I don't want to be dead. I want to be dead. So, I mean, the one who says, keep on Christmas mom myself, and then you can tell my family is an. You guys like that joke when mom does. Can't stand it. I gotta stop right now. Fucking do it already. Honestly. You're burning on everything. Thank you. Outside. Wow. Look at that. Stop. Yeah. You got his own show to sit down on. Looking at a very long time. I'm kidding. How long? 3.5 years. Absolutely. Anyone ever told you that you're tiny, strong? I wrote that down for me. Old, strong, I didn't want to forget. I've converted a lot of lesbians. Very special. Easy. Hands out. Like the last girl is showing up at the pickup game. Like, man, this bitch didn't even pay. How long have you been doing that? 3.5 years. All in here in Texas? No, I moved here from 6 months ago. That's right. You've been on the. Oh, dude, Tom Brady, dude. Oh, okay. Never mind. Anymore. There you go. Absolutely. You don't like the typical Patriot thing. Say. You want yourself up. I mean, this step was a cry for help. It really was. A lot of kill yourself material is something you're about to do. I cry a lot. Yeah, I don't think so. Right. I saw a guy, I saw a dog fight a guy, and it's a fighting man that beats you. I knew you'd like it. You're dumb. That reminds me of a question. Remember your first show?
show what I that, so never cheat on my money. One day I fell in love with you. Never
Tell us about the last around the what's
I didn't go in El Rio like a month ago. I'm there and everyone there was telling me about sugar and stuff, and I was like, well, maybe there. It's all over the place. I felt like I told everyone about it forever, like I'm smart, but I was really so bombing there. So. It's been a while. So it's El Rio, so it's not good. So, I probably have like I more become that whatever, but probably
what made
well, girl, actually it's my girlfriend about it, so it's fun. I don't know, man, but everything. So I don't know if any guys ever want to get closer to your girlfriend. You look like a fool.
fuck you for all this? Get there.
Totally.
Getting you hear that part noise? What else, Paul? What else? Anything exciting? Thing you like a band singer that's a vibe I can tell you how to be like,
The first time I was on the show, I'd have to do it. It went twice.
yeah, perfect. That's
Yeah. And then the second time I was on the show, I got a lap dance, even though I didn't really want to. So I just started dating a girl. And right there, yeah. And then people in the comments, they were pissed. Like, this fucking they were like really upset with me.
girl thing laughing. That was the reason why you wanted to.
Yeah. Like, what? So it was Tony like all nervous.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Damn it. Bark like a dog, right? What's it even your bark like a dog? Alright, Paul. Well, one time did it again. Right? About it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Have it the great bones side.
Sure, I've
Maybe get another person. Yeah, it's a real joke book. A guy hand makes other joke book. Real fucking real white bread so far. Alright, make noise for Sarah Spear, everyone. Here we go. A lady talks festival of a show. Shout out to a Keenan delicious one soda vodka, one soda. More time for love getting up in front of a crowd and realizing I can't see the crowd. Anyone else here taking it to the present? Are you all happy? Wow, okay, well, that ain't the present. They're kind of kids, right? So they are the kind of problem is mixed it forever. And the kind of dick because I don't want to jump in anymore. Just like, if you ever want to see for come again, I would jump in front of the bus. I don't know, maybe I'm on the wrong boat. You guys are going to go with my big hydrant. I'm going to go home and for a glass of wine. Every mistake I've ever made at 4 o'clock in the morning.
you share why?
Oh, he's gonna answer the front. Oh, look at that. I love it. Smear, you are wild. Have you ever been nice with
Oh,
what are you in honor of the let's talk about very mental health.
depression and crippling anxiety.
What are some highlights of low life?
High depression. Already not funny. Really? Oh, that's fair.
Stress.
Yeah. The best part of the then you're almost back on a therapy.
Okay.
So the woman is that.
You think maybe that's why you're depressed?
You know that. I should probably reconsider every choice I've ever made, which I'm going to do till 4 o'clock in the morning. So don't worry. There's time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I mean, enough. Like enough.
Like what's that about?
Enough to not have to see my therapist.
And what is?
Wait, do you want like a frequency per day or per week? Is this the question? Go to the doctor, like how many drinks do you get per week? Like do I lie or do
Therapist. By the end of a 1 hour appointment with you, like I need there. I am about to cut myself. 1 hour, but there is here.
it's 50 minutes.
Okay. I love it. You're very good. And what do you get for fun? You're not doing stand up and you just get out.
Yeah, I roller skate.
That's cool. Oh yeah.
Didn't know that warranted that, but okay.
Another round.
Cool.
You go roller skating friends? Roller skating friends?
I would have go to skate park.
Like rings?
No, like a park that you would go on like a skateboard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Roller skating.
I have been known to do occasion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about just roller therapy?
I have, but I think I'm forced to like trapping in a circle and throwing myself on the concrete. My tail didn't stuff.
Sarah, like the charisma, you look like every Goku character pushed together. Put a lot of thought into that one. You go down a long kind of Goku.
It makes me feel pretty good. Yeah. Actually, I was overdue for a compliment.
Yeah. A lot of Alec Baldwin there, but there's other people too. Some other people too. The hair, there was that the Whitney group when he died. And the Patrick Queen. Is there any other fun facts about you about or your life?
I grew up in Japan, actually. I grew up in the US. Oh, that's funny. Alright, well, thank you for feedback. I can work on that. Don't. Can I say? Aww, what a heartwarming song.
I just think for 30 seconds. I came back and what a twist. We're falling in love.
Well, he was going to share
what's that tattoo on your eye?
Which one?
Yes.
This one? It's an owl.
Okay.
It's called I Was 22 Word.
Wow. Any highlights of your career so far? The most fun game? I don't think here. Okay, where was that? Was in New York. There, out of here. What about Sarah's here, everybody? Enter at here on Twitter. Real Trevor. All right. We're gonna do a regular show. You guys know me, absolutely unbelievable, and you made it every single week. For the great regulars, and my roast rival, David Lucas. Everybody, make some noise for David.
I don't know why, but white maybe it's something my experience. Like they just like every time I press a white man out, I see her nipples. Like, you really like it, don't you? Can all men admit that the first 30 seconds pussy horrible? Like you gotta get past that funk and that. I was Bobby, it's like eating the warhead. You gotta get power parts first, and then you.
Hell yeah. Every single week. Brand. How's it fun? Fallout Boy?
Yeah.
And your boy was available?
People always fall out.
What? What the fuck?
Y'all fuck. You call it
That shirt about you trying to get out of bed in the morning? Your footsteps here? Looking Fallout Boy?
God damn it, hit me. Boy, your ass dressed for a gay Mexican wedding. Fuck about him.
Son of a bitch.
You about to marry a gay skeleton. Shit on. Got it embroidery on his shirt.
No, it's gonna be making fun of me, Don. It's only me. We have a roast rivalry him and I. It's alright. Go back and forth. Are you, David, are you, by the arrest Mark Down?
Hell yeah, man.
But I'm it's right.
Who is the funny how good you get though?
Okay, fine, so you're right. Our family after the refrigerator.
If you were going to be coming out of the
You're standing there, you're always hot and fresh. Sitting grind against things that all you're walking by.
I was about to say you got a lower back that's a ain't nothing wrong.
Love it.
Yeah, they said he had a little boy in his ring too.
Oh, flying that kid at the hell?
That's why you weren't here. You gonna testify. That's why I told him on the text. He had to get it.
cowboy hat.
Driving.
He was, I need to see the evidence. Who predicted?
You're right. I said pull his stick out.
Like, I need to see the evidence. Pull them stick out.
That song was about you. You know that? That's about your bum. What else is going on, Dave? Been on the road?
Yeah, I did. The Denver Comedy Works. Then following we got to that, Vegas and the Great Improv. Yeah.
I love it.
And me and Keys about to bring our monthly show back to the Vulcans. You ain't never seen me. We have a comedy fan. A whole ass.
What's your
A big ass comedy fan.
very fitting, very fitting. I love it. Taylor name. They're 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Everything's amazing. What else is going on? You learn fucking that is
Harvard. Raven, what you got to say? I see a little stupid ass microphone. Where's
I was just thinking what the community college conversion.
Raven? Icy ice cream donut capsule.
No, I told you you recommended it. I decided not to.
What do you, I don't know. I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it on the fly.
It's easy. That's something. You almost did it too.
Ice cream.
University. That might be the worst roast joke I've ever heard in my entire life. From one of the greats, he doesn't stop showing, so he never fucking stops.
I'm J.R. Smith. I shoot 2 pounds a night. I might only make 3.
Your anagram is roast joke. I love it. So much fun. Just a few minutes of roast. That's adorable. David Lucas, everybody there. He's the man. The bucket would go. You guys having fun out there yet? Huh? Okay. The next thing goes by the name of Curtis Davis, everyone. Curtis Davis. Here he is. An employee here at Vulcan Gas Company. Come on, everybody. Come on for it.
Like sex. One time I had sex in my parents' bedroom. And I felt bad about what I had done, so I told them. They were like, why did you put a black girl in this house? I don't like white girls anymore because I don't like them much more. Go all purple and red. It looks like a fish. Well, like, honestly, I think white girls have much better looking stretch marks. You can barely see them. It's like a cool little tiger. It's like, wow. It accents their body perfectly. Black girls have better pussy than white girls. Every time I suck my dick, I pull it out of a manicure. Like, it's possible.
Crush. Holy. I had no that. I've known you for a while. You work here at Vulcan Gas Company, work in the real like real comedy club. We oh. Thing that happened hired a lot of media. It's my first time seeing you.
Virginia. How did it go? Very civil war. They thought about doing civil war excited. I know it. It's hard. You gone for how long have you been out of Virginia? Yeah. Also, like, a lot of things that sound like people. Okay. Great for how many people are in your hometown? Oh, got a very exciting real quick. Super fun up. A lot of four-wheeling. Yeah. Pretty much four-wheeling. Party basement. Okay. What does that mean? What's for that? I just have a lot of friends in high school. Jamaican Republican. Hell yeah. Okay. So every Republican support, not enough friends. But I mean, that's a good start. How it happens. The long road. When you joined the Young Republicans, what did you guys do for fun? Gave you or something like that? That sounds a lot. What do you guys do for fun? Right. I know that. You for fun here now? On third with. I think it was. You know these guys right here? You know any of these cowboys that are hanging out? They in there today. So that guy. Yeah, for sure. It's like hillbillies have eyes. Yes, I got fucking hell yeah. Here's you scared of the I know what's going on. Okay. Sorry, looks like the wolf drawing. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Monford. What's it like with a name like Monford? Monford. They always ask me where my son is. Yeah. But let's it up. I don't have any sons. Oh, okay. Wow. I'm a strong, independent. Hell yeah. Proportion. That's about as early till that day. Later, but then let it be born. When did you get the vasectomy? I was 20. Whoa! Yeah, this guy. Look at that. The old fucking cut and run. The old fucking snip and alright. I ran out of it 4 ago and I did 3. I love it. Okay. I love doing this. Alright. Look at that. Sometimes I around 40, but get over the like I never heard of it. Barely got out of the surgery for your circumcision. There you are, right back in there. Trim some of this. I would pull out. Wow. Green Pie City. Yeah, I love it. This guy's gonna get inside of your body. A little for any boys or girls. Or What's our stretch marks? Wow, look at that. What is that? Bigger? Big. Big. Bar. Boy. Big boy. It's like something pumping condensate. You know? Yeah. Conrad, who are you coming inside of, by the way? Who are you? Who are these people? My favorite Seinfeld episode. Coming inside of. Oh. Greenfly. Remember. Yeah. What do? You on like dating sites or like only? No, it doesn't. What are you on? Okay. Which one's that? What is that? That's the one that's why? Because a relationship. Oh, you're just out there just trying to squirt right inside people. Other people are looking for a long thing. Little do they know, just makes the hurt down. Yeah. Like when Mario tries to, it doesn't like it. Well, it's not one of the ones. The tribes are functional. Has there ever been someone that is the sound effect? That's talking. Has there been somebody at yourself? Maybe I want to have a child with this person. Ever. Right. All right, Mumford. Mumford, I'd love to have you on the Thursday. Oh, look at that. He's got a spot. Still Tony Cook. That's great. Herrera. Mumford Davis. We're doing it. We're doing it. How do you put the band, everybody? All right. Connor Hall is next on Connor Hall. Connor Hall. Here he comes, everybody. Very exciting. More time for Connor Hall, everybody. Come on. Yo, growing up with that was weird. Like, I definitely saw him making double A. First, like, you're gonna have great Dolphins. And I looked up stuff and I came across how to. It didn't mess me up a little bit. I didn't really know what it said. And I remember this website really good. Knew how to fuck a dolphin computer. Right on up. And I have to be honest, not a dolphin. But I will say, I got better. 100%. First one, you have to love it. Right? Rule number two, up in days with dolphin, like maybe once, like actually, like, hey, that's it. Right? Like, I just make the dolphin go really. Like, yo, bro, you got a fat blowhole. I like that. All right, thank you. Okay. Connor Hall. Oh, yeah. Hey, go Birds. Philadelphia Eagles fan. Are you from Philadelphia as well? Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah. How old are you? Like, 75. 33 years old. Okay. Okay. Where are you from? Philly? Actual Pennsylvania. College, Pennsylvania. Right. How long have you been here? No, I've been here for about 3 months. I work in restaurants and private cocktail. Private cocktail class. Like college. You know how to make good drink stuff? Are you like a guy? No. You're like a mixologist. Yeah. Right. Look like walk. A little bit. Curious. Like a classy crash. Like I just open up a cocktail bar in a trailer. Okay.
like a little bit. I just in Chicago. I would like kind of mess around there, but never really seriously. So seriously about. Okay. All right. You have a girlfriend? I'm aggressive. Why do you think that is? I don't. Like, I actually broke up with my girlfriend in Chicago and decided. Do you guys close? I didn't. You seem heartbroken about it at all? Really? Or what was your? I'll be honest. Our for Thanksgiving for family and I started the crying. Yeah. I So I started crying and thought like someone in my family died. Break up with you. Started crying. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It worked. Wow. Incredible. Very. Any other fun facts about your life that you know about? I don't know. Pretty good at chugging beer and I can punch my nuts out of my belly button. That's about it. You can check your. What direction is that? I can do it. I don't know. Man, I really wish there was a way that I could actually fix right now. I know, right? You haven't. We can't. Yeah, I know. Son of a. I will show anyone after the show. Why? Yeah. But it's not a curiosity approach. It's like on your back. Oh, no. Oh, fortune. You're not even. It's like pearls and bubbles. Okay. There. First time. They'll tell me. You guys want a special treat right now? Alright. One of the new comedy capitals of the world. Pleasure to introduce the great Joe Rogan and Bert Kreischer, everybody. Come on. They are live. They'll get a fucking camera. We got this covered. Oh, real. Yo, woo! One of my heroes! That's right! Never do it! Barbarera!
Tommy, I'll do passion pride. Last girl for one have a skateboard. I'm trying to think of something you never say out loud. I said, where's I love you? I was a driver for a while. Guys, uniform. One guy's like, all right, how about brown on brown, knee high legs with shorts? Take the shorts shorter, take the doors off the truck or the guys driving down the street. We're gonna be the Hooter girls in the delivery industry. Don't be like day. I miss Pokemon. Pokemon Go made it very easy to buy drugs in red neighborhood. Getting her a cop full of stuff. He's like, oh, what are you doing? You're like, oh, sorry, there's a coordinator in the area. My dad worked in a factory for a long time. He pulled up overhead and I was up early. Sharp. Bucky, Ellen, welcome. You've been on this show before, right? What happened last horse pilot for my husband? I strippers at the same time. Okay. I like, yeah. How did that happen? Must have been your version. I did kind of. I had a girl in Texas and they warming up. Magic happens real quick. Have you been having big change in your life since the last time on the show? No, not really. You're having a Christian boy. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I think it's good. Still, what are you into other than comedy? I recently joined a adult football league. And you out there? We get drunk and stand around. That's it. I don't remember. What do you like to do when you get drunk? Softball, do comedy, Sixth Street, girls on funny, Vulcan Gas Company.
Are you from? I thought we were in California. Texas. Are you from Texas?
No, from Florida.
You're from Florida?